Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmac Technologies, and welcome to the Likeable Leader section of our show. And usually, viewers, you are used to seeing, middle-aged CEOs, CXOs, a lot of people who have actually achieved a lot of things in life. But today, we are very privileged to have a different kind of leader in our show. Her name is Archika Arora, and she is a certified image consultant, but that should not give you any other feeling. The image consulting is a totally new word, and she is a very young professional. She is a highly qualified young entrepreneur. And, when I say highly qualified, she is from IIM, and she was working with the top corporates in the world. And she decided to call it quits. And she has become a certified image consultant, now helping people like me who have lived in the industry for 2 decades and helping with the image consulting. So without further ado, let me present Archika Arora.
So much. Thank you for the wonderful introduction and for having me here. And looking forward to the interview.
It was our pleasure, Archika. Usually we get the people who have some sort of leadership, but I think you are a leader of sorts. This is a totally new area. A lot of our viewers would like to know about it, and that is why you are here. In fact, I'm very eager to know what you do. But before we start, I would like to ask you, uh, you have had a fantastic career, you had a fantastic education, you were working with the top corporation, and you decided to come out. So what happened, and what gave you this idea that this will be a career to choose?
So that's a very nice question. And there was nothing sad that happened, first of all. Let me break it to you. Not every great story has a sad backing. I always wanted to get into image consulting since the time I was in school, but great education and great companies happened. And I, being a typical Indian kid, always wanted to have brands on my resume. But when you have all these things, you've had great qualifications, then you've gone to great companies, you are earning great money, then somehow you don't have anything more to look forward to. I was only looking forward to my promotion, and I suddenly had a feeling when I was sitting in a meeting that, listen, if this does not stop right now, and if I get promoted, the paycheck is going to just get fatter. I'm going to get into this trap. And because I was a management consultant, I was already helping people out, but I thought that, okay, this is going to sound very filmy, but if I die tomorrow, only people in EY are going to remember me. Nobody else is going to remember me. So that was a really sad thought to have. And I was like, right now is the right time to get into this. And being a woman, I also wanted a career which gives me flexible working hours. I didn't want to have something in the future which said that, if you have additional responsibilities, you let go of your career. So that is what I see setting as an example for all the women in the world. That just because you are expanding your family or you're doing something personal does not mean you have to let go of the professional thing. This was the right career choice for me. So that is what went behind.
This is amazing. In fact, you are an IIM grad, um, and which makes you the top brains in the country. Yet you decided to take a leap, and I wish you good luck. I'm sure you will have a illustrious career in image consulting. Um,
Thank you so much.
yeah, Archika, this is a new area, and that is why the leadership will also be young. I'm totally convinced about it.
Yes.
However, I have to ask you this question, which is about image consulting. The image consulting is not really understood very well, not only in India, but world across. This is a new science, a new line of business. So, how did you thought about getting into this area, converting this into an opportunity for you?
So, CK, as you very rightly said, that this is not something which is so conventionally understood, like, say, medical or engineering, right? So, even for management consulting, for that matter. But when you talk about image consulting, if I had to explain it in one line, it's about helping you manage your first impressions well. Now, that sounds as confusing as image consulting, the word itself. It's most often confused with the fashion designing or makeovers or hairstyling, etc. It is much more than that. So, if I have to give you an analogy, it will be interior designing. So, for an interior designer, he or she has a lot of areas to take care of. Yeah. So, it can be carpentry, it can be plumbing, etc. So, Similarly, an image consultant is taking care of your outer appearance so that you get good opportunities because the attention span of people is decreasing like anything. You become successful only when you have opportunities to look forward to, right? So we majorly do it through change in your clothing, then change in your face and your entire outer appearance. Having said that, this sounds pretty superficial when I talk about it this way, right? So it takes care of your physical characteristics, what your body shape really is. This is not fashion. What is trending today may not trend tomorrow. So if I talk about you, you'll have a certain body shape. We have eight different body shapes, diamond, triangle, etc. Then you have face shape. Okay. Then you have psychological characteristics, what you feel from inside. Sometimes you look at people and they're like, this person seems really rude. But when you talk to him, he turns out to be a really soft person. So how do you stop giving those contradicting signals? And the only thing you can take care of is clothes. You can't change your psychological characteristics so easily. Physical, you definitely cannot. Even if you're hitting the gym, where it's a good 6 months, 12 months, and then also you have a certain skeletal structure which you have to stick to, right? So you only have clothes that you can really change the messages you're giving out to people. And the perception that others have of you, our clothes speak. That is the basic essence of image consulting. So just as we speak through words, our clothes speak. So for example, if you have a collar right now, it is speaking of authority. Okay, but because you don't have another third layer, say for example, a jacket or a blazer, so you seem to be approachable, but you're not somebody who I can take for granted. Yeah, so to give you a very small example, this is how I can explain right now. Yes, it's pretty misunderstood. And if you've seen the movie Rockstar, right, he says, image is everything and everything is a myth. I always like to quote this line because this really makes that impression in the minds of people that, yeah, this is something more than fashion designing and more than following the trends.
So, as a professional, I know what you're saying makes a lot of sense. There is an old saying that the first impression is the lasting impression. So, it is
Yeah.
in our interest to make the first impression. And at the same time, it's always in the back of the mind, you have to look approachable, you have to look friendly, and so on and so forth. You have to look attractive. There could be many image related attributes, and when you go around finding your students, as I would like to say that, because learning is for everyone. And I think the people like me in my age group would need more than anybody else, because we are the people who are more concerned about the image. When I say me, basically a person who's like 15 years or above experience in the industry. um, so you must be meeting a lot of these people like me. There could be men and women both. Who do you find more difficult to deal with?
Again, a very good question. This is making me sound like coffee with current people, and you'll make me go out of business. So I'm not going to choose any sides, but I'll try to be as candid as possible. So I would say that when you're catering to women, it's easier to get them into the sales funnel. They're the one who will be ready to put on their money without asking too many questions. So they are risk takers when it comes to this industry, but they will make sure that they get value for every buck that they'll spend. Yeah. So, and vis-a-vis men, men are people who'll ask you a lot of questions before they actually shell out their money and offer your consulting services. But once they enter your community, they are really easy locked. So, before somebody enters your community, I think it's women who are more difficult to convince. They're easier to convince, but more difficult to keep. And vis-a-vis men, they're difficult to convince, but once they enter your community and start taking your services, they're an absolute breeze. So, as an entrepreneur or as an image consultant, it's absolutely up to you. What sort of niche do you prefer and target audience?
I have a follow-up question on this. Do you ever face any resistance in terms of entry level? Because people are very protective about themselves, their image and the way they speak, etc. Usually, 90% human beings are like that. So, what kind of resistance you face when you're making a pitch?
Sure. So, I think any sales pitch that you're making, it really depends on the kind of words you're using. If you straight away go and say, hey, this is wrong with you, all of a sudden the person will be very defensive. So the play of words is very important. How I typically go and suggest other image consultants to do is that you tell that this is what I do. if somebody is typically changing role or looking for a new outer appearance, do you know anybody who will, benefit from my services? I won't say directly that when you want to join. And if the person is really interested, when you blame it on the third party, right, the person really gets comfortable. So I have used that trick, and that works really nicely for me. Otherwise, obviously, you can't be telling people it's not a soap that you'll say that your acne spots will go away. You can't be saying that you look a bit fat, but if you use this kind of clothing, you will look much more better. You can't be saying that. And fat is in fact not a term that which consultant will ever use. We call it variations, for example. So yeah, that is my trick that I've used, and I've given it out in public now, so have fun.
See, Archika, now when I speak to you and I think about it in retrospect, I feel this current management of image is much more difficult than the usual management consulting because you're now dwelling on the human psychology.
Yes.
So, having said that, what kind of people need your services?
So I would say that people who are one conscious of their physical appearance and outer appearance or their job demands it. So, for example, corporate top management, then politicians, and making it as approachable as it gets. If you are changing roles in your personal professional life, so in personal life, you may be getting married, or you may be having, so now you're no more a husband but also a father, all right, and maybe you're having your grandson. Vis-a-vis, if you are looking at your professional life, you are getting ready for promotion, or you want to look promotion ready. You cannot have got promotion because you don't look a certain way or ready for the next level. And maybe from the back end, you're moving to front end. And I've had people who worked on their products, the entrepreneurs, and then they say that, listen, now is the time I want to go to investors. So I want to look a certain way. I can't be going in my t-shirt and jeans. I've also had clients who wanted to settle in US, wanted to take their business abroad, and hence they want to understand, how do I start dressing up? I can't be wearing just a t-shirt or a jeans or say a kurti. I'll have to start wearing western dresses, for example. And it does not stop there, as I said, because the moment you open your mouth, your image is still speaking for itself. So, are you aware of the cultural etiquette? Are you aware of the dining etiquette? All of that is taken care of by an image consultant. So, just as you have a personal trainer in a gym, you will have an image consultant who is working at the back, and people won't understand what transformed you. And it will happen so naturally because your personal characteristics are taken into it, and hence it's natural, it's gradual, and you are pretty comfortable. It's not like I'm giving you a shield and you're somebody else when you go out and you come back, now you're a different person. There has to be a match for it to have a long-term effect. So yeah, these are the kind of people who really benefit from my services or any image consultant services. It can also be a school child or a college child. So a person who's going from school to college, we all have been there, right? We are so used to wearing school dress. Our wardrobe does not have much. And when you go to college, you need to have your casuals ready. When you go from college to corporate, it's again a very big shift. And how much do you speak when you're a college grad? You're full of energy, you bubbly, and then all of a sudden when you go to corporate, it's a very serious environment. So when do you open your mouth? What do you really wear? How ironed your clothes should be? And you're on a budget because you've just started earning. So how do you maximize the value of your buck? Is what an image consultant will help you
See, I talked to you more and I enlightened more and more. I think this is a very vast market base which requires your services. So I wish you all the best, and it was my personal pleasure to talk to you, Archika. And I wish you all the best in your career. Hopefully, we will catch up again sometime and learn about your line of business more.
with. Okay, I enjoyed it thoroughly. So thank you so much once again.
Thank you, and bye bye.
My pleasure. Bye.
Hello friends, welcome to Akulmek Live. I'm Kanchan Verma, and today in this episode we'll be discussing about Environment Day. The theme of Environment Day was uh, ecosystem restoration. So are we doing ecosystem restoration in day-to-day life? We'll be discussing this with our guest today. But before that, I would like to remind you there's a free gift available only for you. So stick around to this episode till the end. We'll guide you how to avail your free gift. Hello friends, welcome to the show, and today we are discussing about Environment Day, which we celebrated on 5th of June 2021. Now it was started in 1973 by United Nations. So the Environment Day means different to different people. So I will be asking to my guest today, Ritu Gupta, to tell us about this and what this day means to her. So welcome to the show, Ritu. How are you doing today?
Thank you, Kanchan. Thank you for inviting me to the show. And I'm absolutely fine. Thank you. And I hope you're also doing fine. And it's a pleasure for me to be invited on your show to discuss a very important topic, which is about environment.
Yeah, lovely. Because the environment over the period of time become a crucial topic to discuss because for various reasons. Because there is some problem pertaining to environment. It is not been very comfortable when we talk about environment because there's pollution and all sort of bad things is happening with human life and of course the animal life. So what do you really understand and what do you feel about this Environment Day, and how we can really go forward to improve the environment?
Yeah, I think it's a very nice thing to celebrate Environment Day. And, what I really, for me, the celebration of Environment Day means to say thank you to the God for giving us such a lovely environment, giving us oxygen that we are breathing and we are alive. But at the same time, in today's present scenario, I feel that Environment Day celebration means that we should make other people aware about how to keep our environment clean and green and not to create mess for the future generation. So this is something which we have got free of cost from the mother earth, and we should really preserve it and be grateful for it. This is what I personally mean by Environment Day celebration, and also by planting one tree at least by one family or a person.
Yes, and this year 2021, approximately 143 countries participated to celebrate this Environment Day in this June.
Yes.
And but lately there's an American research that found the environment is changing every day and it's changing rapidly. And we also feel that we have to do something about our changing environment. Though the topic of this Environment Day was ecology restoration. So what you really feel that as a community member we can do to really teach about certain things which can give which can save our environment?
Yes, to save the environment, we need to definitely, I agree that we need to restore the environment. And by restoring the environment means going back to do things which we were doing and not to, cut down the trees, not to finish the forest, not to do the deforestation. And global warming, the environment is changing. It's because of global warming. The change of environment is there everywhere, not even in bigger cities, but when you go to the rural areas also. And I think it's all over the globe because of our lifestyle, present lifestyle, our habits, and because of so much of population. There's so much of population everywhere, and everyone is creating some kind of garbage. So the creation of this garbage is definitely leading to the change of environment. You see the glaciers are melting. It's because people have reached everywhere. They're living everywhere. They are doing all kind of commercial activities. activities, which should be stopped. Of course, you have to do commercial activities, but then there are some rules, some norms which have to be followed, and we should not play against the Mother Earth. So, as a community member, I feel that anyone who's living in a society, who's living in a community is a social animal, and we at our end we should create awareness. We should plant trees, and in present pandemic times, since we cannot go out of the house, by staying in the house, we can create a community group on WhatsApp, perhaps send each other text messages also, send out the research paper for other person to read, that what is environment all about, why things are going so bad, so that there is some awareness. And when things become normal, when we are able to go out, so we can do a bit of share whatever we can, perhaps by planting trees, perhaps letting people know how to save water also. And as a community member, I feel that personally right now we should do more of gardening in our house, by just planting green chilies or the mint leaves or whatever, anything. It's very good for the atmosphere also.
Yes, actually, it is very good point which you have mentioned, especially when this period of time of pandemic and everybody is at home. But there's a positive side of being at home, is that river water is being cleaned. People are not visiting riverbanks. The air is clean because there's no vehicle on the road, so air is clean. So this is something which is good, which is happening, though we all are suffering with pandemic because we have restricted movement. Children are not going to school, and that is, I feel personally, is a lack of development when we talk about children. But there's one very negative aspect of this whole, especially pandemic, which has given, is like dumping these PP suits, gloves, masks, and that again is creating a problem for environment. So what you would like to suggest and guide people to really do with whatever they are doing, like dumping and increasing their footfalls in the hospital for small things, and going to giving away surgical masks, throwing it on the road sometimes if they are coming from somewhere. So that is one thing which is, I think, is a negative aspect of current time.
Yes, the positivity, as you said, and I 100% agree. The positive side of this lockdown has been that we are not going out. So you see less of traffic on the roads. So there is no traffic. The air is clean. Since there is no traffic, there is no consumption of fuel also. The air is clean. And we can see birds, clean sky, blue sky. Everything is fine. But the negative part of this pandemic has been that people are wearing PPE suits. They are using so much of plastic in the hospital, which has to be thrown. It's a garbage. It's a one-time use. So, there are ways that you can dispose it of. First of all, the sanitation staff, the kids, even the kids in the house, they should be taught, they should be informed, they should be made aware that these things should not be thrown anywhere. There is a way of dumping out these things, and then they are collected and then further disposed of in various other manners. It's a big process of how to dispose of these things. But then one should be very clear about, you should not be using these things till the time it is really essential. Till the time it is very essential. So I think the development is required right now, the development of the brain, which can happen only by educating people about how to make your environment stay clean without these e-wastages and plastic wastages. Anyway, because we all know that plastic is really spoiling the environment. And because of this plastic, so much of carbon dioxide is being created in the environment, which further is changing the environment, the weather, the climate change is happening because of this. So at the moment, what we can do is make people aware about it, make them know, make them educate about all these things, give out the information also.
Yes, global warming is creating a lot of problems to different countries and almost all the continents. And lately, I have heard that in Turkey is also facing a great problem because their seas are receding, and there's people are really working towards that. Fishes are dying, and as it will be creating a
Yes.
lot of problem for them. But I feel communities in the neighborhood should rise and teach or practice about eco-friendly products, and that is, I think, which is very very essential to kind of adopt that kind of lifestyle. And I think
Yes.
and this lifestyle which we are talking today, I think when we talk about Indian culture or Indian tradition, it was long being practiced in India, but still there are some pockets where people have forgotten to live a eco-friendly lifestyle. So I think that is one thing which is very very essential. What do you say?
Yes, I totally agree. And I think the RWAs in every, we have RWAs in every society, every colony. So they have a very important role to play. And at the grassroots level, the people should go out, reach out to everyone and make them aware about the, the traditional way of living which we had in India, that was very eco-friendly way. So we can again restart those things, and it is very important. It's not that people are not aware about it, it's just that you have to give them a push again, make them realize the things which were happening 10, let's say 20 years, 30 years or 40 years back, they were pretty good. So these days we have all got into a comfort zone, and we all want a certain kind of lifestyle and things to happen fast. So perhaps we have changed the lifestyle, we have got into some new things also, but then we have the time again to restart the things. And RWA should have these kind of sessions where they invite people, where they invite the senior citizens also, where they invite the families and young kids, and where there's always a healthy discussion, two-way discussions, people talking to each other and making them introduced to the old things also. The young kids, they're not aware about what was the use of earthen pots, how it was beneficial for our health to drink water from the earthen pot. Now you see everyone is drinking water right from the refrigerator, so it's like wastage of electricity also. So these are the things I think which should be made, can be done at RWA level, which is like working at the grassroots level. So every small group is definitely giving something positive to the society.
At this point, I also want to raise one thing because I think these courses or this training should be given very early from in the school. So that will also make a
Yes.
change, I guess. What do you?
Absolutely, I do agree that there should be a curriculum in the school to young kids, to kids who are going to the school at the very young level, and they should be told about the environment, how to preserve the environment, how to restore the environment, and what things they should be doing and what things they should not be following in their daily lives, which is very important. You teach young kids, and they further take these things back to home, back to their elders in the family, and in a way they are giving back what they're learning from the school, giving back to the society. So it's a very good way to teach young kids about it, and it should be there in the school syllabus also.
You see that if we care about environment will care about us. Everybody will be
Sure.
happy. So it is so wonderful to talk to you, Ritu, and discuss few points which are very essential for a healthy lifestyle. So we'll be meeting again with next episode with the next great topic. Till then, bye bye and take care.
Bye bye, stay safe and take care of yourself. Thank you.
Bye.
We have some unique Akulmek memorabilia which will make you look outstanding. The graphics on these corporate gifts are based on the global best business practices. To become recipient of one of these gifts for free, you have to watch this video till the end and provide your valuable comments. Or you can also share your experiences. The person who makes the best comment would be chosen to become a recipient of these beautiful Akulmak gift, absolutely free, delivered to your doorsteps. The winner would also get a chance to be invited live as a distinguished panelist during our next video. What are you waiting for, friends? Please subscribe Akulmak and smash that Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmak, and welcome to Legal Matters. And today we want to discuss something which you might have overlooked. This happened last week, and it is related to bringing Mr. Nirav Modi back to India. I'm just saying Mr. Nirav Modi, although he is a fugitive. Um, the whole point is that his bail and his extradition has been now allowed by a UK court. To discuss this matter further, let me invite my friend from Ahmedabad, a very eminent lawyer, Mr. Jeet Bhatt.
Thank you, Chandrakant, for inviting me and having me on this show and for discussing on this important topic today.
Well, Jeet, I think it's a good news because I think most of the Indians have been waiting for some sort of a closure on this one because this human being has actually fled the country after utilizing the said norms which are misused uh, by Nirav Modi and siphoned a lot of money. In fact, the money is uncountable. It is all related to filling out fake LCs, letter of credits, and taking the money out. And in certain cases, what I've heard, I may not be able to substantiate this, but about what I've heard is that all the material that he has actually purchased against that money was also fake. So you raise fake letter of credits, get real money, and buy fake diamonds out of it. So I think this is very, very important for Indians to bring this person back to India, and justice should prevail in this case.
Yes, Chandrakant. In fact, this fraud is an amount for an amount of rupees 6,500 crores, which is a huge amount, and public exchequer money, that is public money, has been siphoned off, and a bank, a nationalized bank like a Punjab National Bank, has been duped of such a huge amount, and the officials of the bank as well as the conspirators, including Mr. Modi, Nirav Modi, has siphoned off a huge amount by indulging in corrupt practices and also fraudulent practices. And to run away from this country, not to face the trial and hide in another country, and ultimately, if India could not do anything and cannot bring this man who has siphoned off such a huge amount back, it would be really very frustrating for the common people. And therefore, the government continuously made efforts to bring this person back, and it has resulted into some good news because the UK Magistrate Court has recently held on 25th of February that the application of the government of India is allowed, and the matter is now sent to the UK Secretary of State for Home Affairs to issue an order of extradition, extraditing the person who was requested by the government of India back to India. So certainly, it's a good news. It's a welcome step and a great step, and a very good judgment rendered by the Westminster's Magistrate Court in London. So I will just briefly tell you what is the procedure under the UK Extradition Act of 2003, and what was the case put up by the government of India, which was a requesting state, requesting for the extradition of Mr. Nirav Modi, who was the requested person under the Extradition Act. Since India has entered into a extradition treaty with the United Kingdom in the year 1993, the UK Extradition Act applies to India as well. And therefore, the government of India can make an application for an extradition of a person who is residing in the United Kingdoms after having committed a crime in India. So, the conditions which are to be met under this act is that the crime or the offense that has been committed in India should also be an offense in the United Kingdom, and the punishment should be more than 1 year in both the countries. So there has to be orders or warrants issued in the requesting country against the person, and it should be shown that he's a fugitive. He has left country in order to evade the trial. So the government of India, through its secretary, had made an application under the Extradition Act of 2003 for the Secretary of State in the United Kingdom, and that was placed in accordance with the UK Act for the Westminster Magistrates Court, which is the court which decides these applications in the entire United Kingdom. And the court had to examine the entire case. It was the application of the government of India, and has to come to the conclusion, a prima facie conclusion, that there seems to be admissible evidence against the requested person, and in his opinion, it could result into a conviction. So, if that prima facie evidence and that conclusion is brought forth, that point is made good by the government of India, then the application can be allowed. So, in this case, the facts as alleged by the government of India in its application requesting the person was that there are three cases which are pending. One which is by the CBI relating to the large scale fraud upon the Punjab National Bank. The second was by the Enforcement Directorate relating to the laundering of the proceeds of that fraud. And the third was with respect to the interference in the course of justice by Mr. Nirav Modi and tampering with the witness and also destroying the evidence and also issuing threats to the witnesses, which was also a crime in India and also in the United Kingdom. So, on the basis of these three charges, initially the the government of India sought for the request by making an application on 27th July 2018. So, just to give you the brief facts of what are the allegations against Mr. Modi, is that on 29th of January 2018, the CBI had received a written complaint from the Deputy General Manager of Punjab National Bank stating that there has been a fraud of a huge amount committed by the companies owned by and under the control of Nirav Modi. And it said that there were several letters of undertaking which were issued to foreign companies and in foreign banks, where the PNB had assured to make the payments on the due date. And payments were made, and then these LOUs were issued in a fraudulent manner by certain employees of the Punjab National Bank in connivance with the conspirators of the Nirav Modi company and their managers. And no appropriate procedure had been followed. The appropriate documentation had also not been obtained, and the LOUs had not been recorded with entries in the bank system. So, without following any procedure, crores of rupees of letters of undertakings were issued by the bank through in with respect to the companies of Nirav Modi, and payments were done. So, so this was the case which was registered before the CBI, and it also resulted in another case registering before the Enforcement Directorate with respect to the Money Laundering Act of 2002. So both these offences are also offences under the UK criminal justice system. And the sections which are applied in India were section 406 criminal breach of trust, 409 criminal breach of trust by banker, merchant, etc., 420 that is cheating, and also 201 that is causing disappearance of evidence of offense, and 120B was criminal conspiracy. So these are also offenses under the UK law, and therefore the government of India requested that this person may be extradited and sent back to India. The court also examined the evidence which was placed by the government of India with regards to the investigation which had resulted into the filing of a charge sheet and the trial being pending. But since Mr. Modi was not here, certain non-available warrants were issued, and the court also produced those. The government of India also produced those warrants before the court in UK, and all these documents were held to be admissible by the UK court, though there was an objection that statements made before the police by the witnesses cannot be considered to be admissible in UK. But still, considering the judgment of Vijay Mallya in 2019, wherein also similar objections were raised by Mr. Mallya, and the court dismissing those applications, holding that these statements made to the police are admissible because the court has to come out to a prima facie conclusion, not a final conclusion of guilt, because it is not trying the offense. The offense will be tried in India, but the court in UK will only have to see whether, in its opinion, there is a case of leading to a conviction. So the court considers all the evidence, the statements made by the officials of the bank, the procedure which had to be followed but was not followed in issuing the a letter of undertaking. The court ultimately holds that yes, these evidences are admissible, and court found that there is a chance of conviction based on the evidence which has been led by the government of India. So therefore, the court held against Mr. Modi and in favor of the government of India with respect to the conclusion that coming to the conclusion that prima facie case is made out. With respect to the supplementary charge sheet which was filed by CBI in relation to the interference in the course of justice, there were allegations made by the government of India that Nirav Modi was interfering with the witnesses and also issuing threats to them. And one of the what had happened is that once this scam in media, he had instructed his directors in different countries in Hong Kong and in Dubai to flee from that country, not to go back to India, and he sent them to Cairo in Egypt and where they were residing. However, they wanted to go back to India, but he was threatening them not to go back. He was also telling them what statements to make if in case they are found, and also he issued threats to them. So these persons were alleging that we are kept against our will in Cairo, and we are being threatened by Mr. Nirav Modi and threats were given to kill these witnesses. And there were recordings which were produced in the UK court by the government of India with regards to these conversations between the ex-directors of the companies of Nirav Modi and between Nirav Modi. This also the court held that he is interfering in the course of investigation and in the course of justice, and he wants to destroy the evidence because also he had destroyed a lot of evidence that was in Dubai. And also, what he had done was that the original documents which were in the custody of Punjab National Bank, he had somehow got hold of those documents and he wanted to destroy the documents. And he had sent those documents to a very big firm in India, a legal firm who he had approached. And from there, the CBI had seized these documents. So everything with respect to these allegations was also held against him. With respect to another contention and objection which was raised by Mr. Modi was that in India, he will not be having a fair trial because apart from holding that the offense and the evidence leads to the conclusion uh, con- uh, leads to the conclusion that he is guilty of the offense and he will be convicted. There are also certain inherent parameters which are to be considered by the UK court is that his human rights should not be flouted in the country where he is sent. So the first contention was that he will not be given a fair trial because this has been blown out of proportion in Indian media, and and it has been shown in such a manner that he is already guilty before the trial commences, and the court comes to the conclusion that he has committed the offense. With respect to this contention, he had uh, brought a retired Supreme Court judge as his witness, and Justice Kadju had given in his testimony said that in India it is not possible for him to get a fair trial, and he also made some scathing remarks which the court did not accept, and the court held that it did not consider the evidence given by the judge to be fair and just, and uh, therefore he discarded his testimony. But also another retired High Court, Bombay High Court judge was also brought as a witness, who in its uh,
Yes, I can hear you, Jit.
yeah, sorry, yeah, I think there's some disturbance. Just a minute. Yes. So, so another retired judge was Mr. Abhay Thipse, who was also brought in as a witness of Mr. Nirav Modi, who said that considering the entire material, the offense under section 406, 420, 409 is not made out in this case in accordance with the Indian law. But that also was not considered because the court found that there was a huge amount of fraud, and it appeared that there was so systematically done, and therefore the court in UK held that it appears to be a commercial fraud of a huge nature in India, and it discarded the contentions raised by Mr. Nirav Modi. Also, with respect to said that India is governed under the constitution, and there is a separation of powers with respect to the judiciary, executive, and the legislature, and there is impartiality, clear-cut provisions that judiciary is completely neutral and impartial in India, and therefore court held that there is no question of violation of not having a fair trial. The next contention which Nirav Modi raised was that his mental health was not conducive, and he was suffering from depression. But with respect to that, he had brought a witness who was a doctor, a psychiatric. But that also the court did not consider, because the court considered the assurance given by the government of India with respect to the facilities that are available in Indian jail. The government of India has also clear-cut demarcated barrack number 12 in Arthur Road Jail, which is specially prepared for Mr. Modi. And the government of India had also produced photographs and video of the entire barrack, and which showed that there is ventilation, there is proper space in the barrack. There are no other person along with Mr. Modi who is going to reside here, and so therefore there is space, there is cleanliness, it has all facilities which are required. The ceiling is 20 feet high, the room is 10 feet into 15 feet, and there is an attached bathroom. So his dignity and his human rights will not be violated. He will be given a fair treatment, and there is not going to be any torture. And also the fact that there is 24/7 security, and also there is medical facility available in the hospital. Also, with regards to his mental health condition, the court observed that he must be given the doctor of his choice, and that is what the assurance was given by India by way of its letter to the court. And this the court accepted that since he will be getting so much of benefits and medical treatment, and that too of the doctors of his choice, then there is no question of not extraditing him. The court dismissed his contention with regards to the mental health care, and therefore ultimately the court allowed the application and sent the application to the Ministry of State of Home Affairs for issuing the order of extradition. And this is how ultimately this order came to be passed under the UK Extradition Act.
Jeet, thank you so much for explaining the entire order. I think it is a fantastic order, and I think the 14 days time has been given to Nirav Modi to file for an appeal if he wants to. Otherwise, his extradition is sort of confirmed. Unless if he appeals, then it will again go into another case. However, as a common man, I feel that it is very important for set an example by bringing him back, simply because after he fled the country, there were a lot of other cases also which also emerged and saw the light. Things like when he used to appoint franchisees, he used to take 10 crores or some very high amount, and in return he will give jewelry and diamonds so that those shopkeepers can sell that jewelry and diamond under his brand name. So many of these franchisees came to know that whatever was supplied in return of that money, that booking amount they had given, were fake jewelry and fake jewels. So the whole empire of his business was built on fake articles, fake merchandises, fake LOUs, and real money. So I think that is why we have to get him back.
Yes, absolutely. So once the Secretary of State of uh, issues an order in UK, thereafter he will have 14 days to file an appeal before the High Court. And if leave is granted to file appeal, then it will take another time. But as we have seen in Vijay Mallya's case also, that he has also availed his remedy of appeal up to the Supreme Court. Until Supreme Court of United Kingdoms, he has lost, and the order of extradition has been upheld. But it takes some, because there are a lot of procedures which have to be followed, and these appeals are also time consuming in UK. So it will take its own time, but ultimately, yes, you are right. This has to be set as a precedent, and he has to be brought back here to face the trial.
And especially when we don't even know what is the quantum of scam that has been committed here, because the case is basically around the nationalized bank, but then the quantum of scam may be much bigger because a lot of people have been duped by this person. So things like that, I think it is important to bring him back. And I think we are discussing this today because this is very recently that has happened. And the government of India and the people who actually represented government have done a remarkable job. I think we should kudos to all of them, the CBI officers and all the people from the law enforcement agencies who are involved, and also the lawyers who are representing the government of India side of it. So I think we should get this fugitive back into India and try him with actual law.
Absolutely, yes. And I think this is a great step ahead, and hopefully, even the appeals and all will be exhausted. The remedies once are exhausted, there is no other legal impediment in bringing back to India.
Yes, so I think I also read another news. I how far that is true. His uncle also, Mehul Choksi, who is also part of this game plan, is hiding in Antigua, and the Antigua government has said that we cannot extradite him before 2027. So I think that is another leg of the same same case. But we will discuss that in some other discussion because this is just a news item. So thank you, Jeet, for coming over to our show and explaining this very important decision by UK court in favor of Indian government to our viewers.
Thank you very much, sir.
And we'll catch up again in the next session of Legal Matters on Akulmac. Until then, bye-bye.
Thank you.
To boldly go where no man has gone before. And it is not like going to ladies' toilet, it is the final frontier. And the news is our childhood icon, Mr. William Shatner, Captain James D. Kirk, is going to shatter a world record. And to discuss this, let me invite my friend from UK, Mr. Neville Boone, who will actually throw more light on this event. So let's welcome him. Good morning, Neville. Welcome to the show today. How are you doing?
Oh boy, this takes me back to the 60s and 70s, my childhood, seeing Captain James T. Kirk to boldly go where no one has gone before. Engage, whoop, Mr. Zulu. Do you remember those times, CK? Ah, it's coming back to me as though it was yesterday.
Absolutely. In fact, I used to play characters of Spock, Captain Kirk, and Mr. Zulu. And I used to, get into their character. And, I was in probably 7th or 8th class or maybe 6th. I don't know. But we used to get this old series in India on the TV. And I used to be glued every Sunday morning, 10 a.m. And I used to wait for the whole, for this episode the whole week. And I used to watch it. I think it was mesmerizing.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, CK. Good job it wasn't put out at 10 o'clock on a Sunday morning where I was, because I'd have been in church and I'd have missed it. So, but it tended to be in the evenings. But boy, what an eye opener for what space was all about. And the interesting thing was, we also had something called Thunderbirds on the other side, the marionettes, if you remember. And the contrast between the two was absolutely amazing. And yet the techniques that they probably had at the time were very, very similar. But of course, Star Trek, or being a Trekkie, were real people. And I loved, you know, all of the glamour, the glitz, the American style that it brought to the TV. And I imagine myself in those sets. I mean, we've all done it in the park or in the playground, and we've got our stun guns out, either real or imaginary, and we've stunned somebody. Beam me up, Scotty. I can't wait to do that. When are we going to do that? Beam me up, Scotty. Anyway, the reality of life is this man, who is an icon, you know, he was around when you and I were growing up, and we thought he was Mr. Space, frankly, Mr. Universe as such. And he's now going into space at the ripe old age of 90 years old. And that's the thing that sort of gets me. And this is, I mean, it's clearly a bit of a publicity stunt from Jeff Bezos to get people interested. But, you know, whatever. I mean, the fact that this guy's going up there for the first time in his life, you know, this is a childhood dream for him. And yet he's been on so many space missions every week at 10 a.m. on a Sunday morning, CK. He was going to some planet or some universe, or going through a black hole, or coming through the other side of a black hole. So, yeah, it's exciting. It really is exciting, because he's now taking that one giant leap for mankind, as we heard all those years ago. So what do you think, CK? What's in it for him as a person?
Well, I think he's heading back to the Andromeda quadrant, and most of the action in his life was happening around the Andromeda quadrant. So I think he's going back there, and he's already 90 years. He's an inspiration to billions of people on Earth. He has been, this series has been inspiration to a lot of development, a lot of research and development, acceptance of mobile phones and self-opening doors. There are so many numerous inventions which are attributed to this series. And, we were all such a big fan, me and my sister, during, that time when the Star Trek used to get telecasted on the TV, Indian televisions. It used to be, black and white. I think it had a very dull color, but it was very, very inspiring. So I think he has been a hero. And because we were small kids, that has left a lasting impression on our minds. And we still feel he is a hero. He is heading towards the space in October, I think in 2 weeks from now. And so he's doing what heroes do. He's going up there, proving to the world that even at 90, you can go to the space. So this is what I feel, Neville.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And the interesting thing is, I mean, you're a little bit behind the time, because they should have taken off yesterday, but there were too many high winds. So they're actually going to take off today. So you can probably see it online. I'm sure it's going to be, broadcasted everywhere, because again, as we said, CK, this guy's an icon. He brought space to life for so many young people. But the thing is, he's 90 years old. Just imagine, what it would feel. I mean, he's almost 30 years older than me, frankly. And I think about all the pressure and the pain that you'll have to go through just to do this little up and down. Because that's all he's going to do. He's going to go up there and stay around for about maybe an hour, and then he's going to come back down again, just like they did before, part of the Blue Origin Company program. And it's interesting, it's called the New Shepard spacecraft, but it's not spelt shepherd with an H, as in being a shepherd in the field with the sheep. It's just New Shepard. But I think what was interesting to me was when he was interviewed, he said, the first thing he said was, the most difficult thing about going into space will be getting out of getting out. I'm sorry, I'm laughing. I can't help but laugh. Getting out the seat of the spacecraft. This guy's got lots of arthritis, you know, and he obviously struggles with that. And he said the first bit will be going into space will be literally unbuckling the seatbelt and getting out of the seat, because he knows that standing up for any seat is hard work for him. You know, it's painful. He's got a particular type of arthritis, which is pretty painful. But I thought that brought it all back down to earth as to what this really is going to mean. And of course, when he's weightless, he won't feel any pain because he's not, the joints are not moving in the same way, and gravity's not putting, you know, 9.8 meters per second on his body. But he also gave the usual emotions of everybody. Now, remember, we know this guy as doing thousands of missions, traveling millions of miles in space, but it was all imaginary. Now reality's hit. And he said he was terrified of going out there, but he felt comfortable that he was uncomfortable. But he knows it's safe. He knows he wouldn't be put at risk. He knows it will be safe. And I'm sure, even though they've only had a few days training, the training's been enough to say that the doctors have given their okay. The last thing that they can risk is someone having a medical emergency in space when all of this is going on. But in his little interviews, he also said, it's looking at the vastness of the universe, looking back down on Earth. Of course, we think he's done this many, many times before, but he hasn't. You know, he's only seen it as we've seen it when we've seen pictures from the space station or a little movie that the space station has given. But now this time, he's going to do it for real. I can't imagine how, you know, when he was that young age, probably in his sort of mid-20s, when he first put on that Star Trek shirt and did the very first episode, that he would actually get to do his childhood dream, and that's go into space. And of course, at 90 years old, there's hope for me and you yet, CK.
Well, Neville, I think there is a very, very loyal viewer for our channel, Mr. Syed Hussain. He has given an observation, rather a comment, and which is that this also involves overcoming problems. So, Syed, so thank you to, watch our channel, and you always engage with us. So thank you so much for your comment. Well, I think Neville, as I said, he has been inspiration for billions of people, especially mine. And I used to always set my, gun to stun when I was a child, setting to stun, and then I used to stun my my friends with that imaginary laser beam. So I think it is very exciting. I'll be watching what goes on there. He's pretty old, and I think he's a deserving candidate to go to space, if not anybody else.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. If anyone deserves to go, it's him. He brought so much joy to a lot of people on the TV, and as did all the team. You know, Spock, as I could never pronounce at the time, and Scotty and Bones. You know, these were icons, household names, as kids will know today. They have Marvel and Universe. Well, I'm afraid, children, I have to let you into a secret. We had the real thing. These guys only came out of good old being a Star Trekker. Of course, the other thing is, I wonder how Sheldon's feeling about this, because part of the whole one of the programs that's pretty live on TV at the moment over here is The Big Bang Theory. And part of the program is dedicated to Bill Shatner. So I just wonder how they're feeling. Of course, remember, Sheldon is just an imaginary character. He's an actor. All of these guys are actors. But I wonder if they'll bring back the series with a special mention of this particular event. It's got to be done, hasn't it? I mean, it's, you know, it's been written for them. You know, come on, you script writers, get out there. You know, pen some new episodes because we're all waiting for it.
Well, Neville, I think you're absolutely right. You know, he is the deserving candidate, and he is going to still inspire so many thousands of people who will be watching William Shatner real voyage to the space. And to all my friends who are in their 20s and below 20s, I like to say that, you know, the villains of Star Trek can eat the villains of Star Wars alive. You know, they are so mean and, you know, disgusting. And this William Shatner, this character, has fought all of them and defeated them. And he is now heading towards the Andromeda quadrant where no man has gone till now. So I think it's fun. We will be glued to the screen, Neville, and we'll circle back on the story after the successful touchdown in a couple of days. So thank you so much for joining us today morning and talking about this interesting news, Neville.
My pleasure, CK. And the interesting thing is, I'm sure Jean-Luc Picard, the current day or retired, I suppose, the next generation Star Trekker will be saying, "Make it so." That was a terrible accent, but a very famous English actor. Make it so. Anyway, I'm sure that Bezos will make it so, and I can't wait for William Shatner to go up. Hopefully later today, when the winds have died down. Safety is absolutely paramount, as we would all expect in this particular arena. And I hope he goes up and down in a very safe way and comes back. I just want to hear his first words. I really just want to hear his first words. Not when he's up there, but actually when he gets back to Earth. Because I think we'll be in for a surprise.
Yes, Neville. So we will catch up on this story again, maybe tomorrow, maybe day after. And I like to say goodbye. And, you know, you can make that gesture. I can't. So why don't you make it for the viewers before we go? Awesome. Hello friends, welcome to Akul Mac Live. And as you know that 2021 year was a year of reckoning. Many people have lost something, many people have actually gained something. So today we have a very interesting guest joining us from London, and we will talk about, basically discuss about her achievements in 2021. Her name is Dr. Niya Sharma, and without further ado, let's welcome her.
Hi, CK. It's a pleasure being here. Thank you. A very happy new year to you and to all the viewers.
Happy New Year to you too, Neha ji, and welcome to the show. So I think there were some major achievements that you were able to clock in your own career. Why don't you share those with our viewers?
Sure. So one of the biggest things that's happened with me in 2021 was, and that too, I would say it was a Christmas gift for any of the medic who's working in UK to get an approval from the General Medical Council and Royal College of Pediatric and Child Health for being on a specialist register. And it was really one of the biggest, I would say, an achievement in my medical career. So like, just to make it simplified for the viewers, there is, when you have to become a consultant in UK, you have to be on a specialist register. And there are two pathways to be on a specialist register. One is going through a robust training here, which was supposed to be 8 years earlier, but now it's being reduced to 7 years in pediatrics. And thereafter, after the trainees, they have finished their training. They used to have their assessment, and after that, they used to get CCT, which is called completion of the training, basically a certificate of completion of training. But for me, when I came here, because I already did my master's, I did my fellowships, and I already felt that I'm skilled enough to be a consultant because I already started working as a consultant in India. I was never interested in actually entering the training process. And that's why I wanted to know if there's any other alternative pathway where I can still work ahead and I can be on a specialist register. And this is what I actually did right from the beginning. Like for last I'm working here for over 5 years now, and I worked quite hard to get it done. And I'm very pleased that at the end of 2020, when pre-Christmas, I received an email from the GMC. After waiting for almost like 15 months, I received an email that, that congratulations, Dr. Sharma, welcome aboard. And you are now on a specialist register, which was the biggest milestone for me. And I was very pleased, and I was really delighted that the hard work actually paid off to me. So yeah, this is what I have achieved, and biggest achievement I had in 2021.
Hearty congratulations, Neha ji, for achieving this. I'm sure this registration is not so easy. How difficult it is to get there. Would you like to share some steps with our viewers?
Sure. So I believe that nothing is difficult if you have a will to achieve those things. And I was very determined, but at the same time, the main thing which helped me was that I was consistent, and I was focused, and I was receptive to the feedback from the senior mentors. And one of the things which I was very clear in my mind was that becoming a consultant or being a person on a senior role is a big time responsibility. And I never wanted to be an unsafe practitioner. And therefore, what I did was that I first focused on the various gaps in my knowledge, and also I addressed them very systematically. So first I came here in UK in 2016 December, and thereafter I worked in 4 different tertiary setups, like a big neonatal surgical units, where I gained multiple knowledge, like in terms of managing very sick newborn babies in a neonatal intensive care unit, as well as in transport setting. I really had a wonderful time working at Burnley General Hospital, which was a level 3 non-surgical unit, St. Mary's Hospital, Manchester, which was again a level 3 surgical unit, a neonatal transport service in London, which is also called NTS, which is a 3rd largest or busiest neonatal transport service of UK. And thereafter, I also worked at Royal London Hospital, a neonatal intensive care unit. And while working in these units, I realized that how important it is to have that kind of skill where you perform, when you have to deal with multidisciplinary team, you have to ensure that the patient's safety and care is not being compromised. And my first approach to this, towards this ultimate goal was that I wanted to be a safe practitioner. And that's why what I did was I focused on every little thing which I can do in order to be a safe practitioner here in UK, in order to take that big responsibility of being a consultant. And I kept on doing a lot of things, including focusing on the governance. So governance is something which is a pillar in every trust, where we focus on how we can work together to improve this service. And I actually paid attention very closely to the governance as well. I kept on working on a lot of various domains and governance, including the quality improvement projects, the audits, guidelines, working together, patient feedback, clinical audits, clinical effectiveness and benchmarking, teaching and training, the neonatal, the junior staffs, as well as the nurses. So I focused on every aspect of the training, and I kept on building my CV. I kept on building my CV. And eventually I was very pleased that at the end of my 3 years of hard work, I got a consultant post. Even much before then, I was on a specialist register. And that was a kind of thing which gave me a motivation that if my CV or my hard work is being recognized by the hospital, the busiest hospitals in London, then definitely I have got everything in my CV. It's all about being consistent and focused and get all the paperwork done from a GMC point of view and get it approved as soon as possible. So it was like a 5 years of journey that I had, and I worked really very hard. And obviously, nothing comes easy. I had a roller coaster ride. I felt resistance sometime in chasing people for their references. I felt a lot of resistance being an immigrant. But at the same time, I had some of the very kindest mentors as well in my life. And to name some, I had like some of the biggest supporters which I had was right from India, like Dr. P.T. Pote sir, Dr. Suryavanshi sir, who was always and always my mentors. And then after coming to UK, I had Dr. Soni, Dr. Ngozi from Manchester, Dr. Umesh Prabhu, Dr. Ratnaval, Nandiran Ratnaval, Dr. Saeed, Dr. Murthy, and my own team of Lewisham Hospital. They were so supportive throughout to me that everywhere I was pleased that I have got a right mentors. And just to add last bit, I became a part of British Association of Physicians of Indian origin. And I met some of the excellent leaders in this field, like Dr. Ramesh Mehta, who is a founder and president of BAPIO, and Dr. Indranil Chakravarti, who is also a very senior clinician in St. George's Hospital, Dr. Gupta, who is also a CSAC chair. Every one of them were so fantastic, and they were so helpful to me throughout to guide me. And that is actually how my adventurous journey turned into a positive outcome at the end of 2021. So I would say, what you asked me, how was my journey? It was a roller coaster ride. It was pretty hard. But as I said, if you're consistent, if you're focused, and if you have got a right support and mentors in your life, everything is achievable in life.
Well, viewers, many of you may be knowing Niya Sharma by face and by name, but if you don't know, she was also the Miss India UK, and her photograph is also found on couple of publication on the on the main page, so you cannot miss her. And Niya Sharma is just one of the story from the Indian region. I mean, we keep talking about the tech giants, CEOs, but Niya Sharma's achievements are no less, and we have very limited time to tell all the achievements. And Niya ji, I have one question which is regarding the people who are coming into UK from India, and especially now we keep hearing that NHS has shortage of doctors and medical staff. What it takes for these people who arrive in UK with the intention of making it big, what they should do. For example, you can throw some lights on getting onto this register which you have, and because of which new opportunities are opening up for you. So over to you, Niya ji.
Thank you. So I think the most important thing is to know where do you want to see yourself in 5 years' time, and what ultimate objectives and aims you have got in your life. And one of the things which actually helped me was that throughout my training, even in India as well as in the UK, I was very focused, and I was knowing, even if I was joining any of the hospital, I was very crystal clear what I wanted to achieve from this hospital or from this trust or from this post. What I would encourage everyone who's coming to UK is, first of all, not to just assume that grass is green on the other side. You have to work hard. UK life is like, you may find that after getting trained from India, you may find that it's pretty easy to get absorbed in NHS, where you have got a work-life balance, you have got weekends off, you have got bank holidays off, which was never being a case in India. So you will find that the training, as much as it is important to be an effective team player in NHS, the most important thing is how you work with the other teams, how you're an effective team player. And that's very important. The first thing which I did after coming to UK was learning the culture, knowing the people, and being an effective team player while working with different diverse group. It was a completely different experience I had here. I was not majorly focused on the clinical stuff, but I was focused on all the other things which is needed in any individual's personality, like how to refine your communication skill, how to refine your leadership skill, knowing what and how NHS works, knowing what's your role as a senior person when you're working in the NHS to deal and to be an effective team player within the multidisciplinary team. And how do you communicate or basically channelize the patient pathway between level 1, level 2, and level 3 units. So it's very important, first of all, to understand what exactly you want to achieve when you're coming to UK. whether you are just coming here for 1 or 2 years of time and you wanted to get back and you want to take your learning back to UK and want to develop your own setup in India, that's perfectly fine. That means what you need to focus is getting as much as experience as possible while working with different team and strengthening those areas. But if you're coming with an intention that you want to settle abroad, you wanted to bring your family here, it's a completely different pathway. That means you have to focus from a long-term perspective. That means either you have an option of entering the training, or the second option is the way I have done is actually getting a certificate of equivalence to be on a specialist register. But settling in UK itself has got its own long journey. You need to sort out your visa, you need to sort out your dependent visas, and you need to sort out a lot of things, your accommodation, your staying, and everything, your bank, and there's a lot of things. And like it is equally like for the same, like, even if the people are coming for 1 or 2 years, they have to focus on all these things because visa is always an always issue. Sometimes you're coming on different visa, and when you're changing your trust and you have decided that okay, you want to stay here, again you have to change your visa, you have to put almost £1,500 or something again for your visa. So it's a kind of challenge which is always being there with the immigrant doctors because of their visa status and being not having an ILR here. But if you know what exactly you wanted to achieve from abroad and what exactly and where you see yourself in the next 5 years time, if these things are very crystal clear in your mind, the things become much easier. So first thing I would say, CK, here that to answer your question was being organized, being having a vision what you actually wanted to achieve from here, and then progressing in your career pathway accordingly. That is what I'm going to say to the people who are aiming to come to UK.
Well, I think this is great information, and it is a sort of a guidebook for people who are trying to make it big, especially in the medical fraternity, and especially when NHS is going to open up their gates to fill the gap that they have right now. It's an open news that as the pandemic progresses, there will be more and more healthcare staff, doctors would be needed everywhere. Not only in London, but also everywhere else in the world. So I think there are a lot of opportunities, and your story, your endeavor, your willpower is a great example to the people who are going to make it big, not only in UK, but anywhere in the world. Any last thoughts you would like to share with our viewers, Neha?
Thank you, CK, for being kind. I would say, see, the pandemic is still going on. It's a current topic everywhere. And obviously, it's just not the NHS. Every organization in every part of the world is suffering because of that. There's lots and lots of staff shortage. As I always keep endorsing and emphasizing, the most important thing is your health and fitness and your well-being. Please, please, please don't ignore it, because obviously you can achieve much more height in your professional career, but that will only happen if you have a sound body and mind. And I can't like, people get bored me saying this thing, but I'll not stop saying that this is your priority, this is your temple. If you ignore your health and your well-being in order to achieve, and if you are actually aspiring to achieve something big in life, you have to prioritize your health, you have to prioritize your life, and you have to prioritize your personal life. If that is being compromised, nothing is going to work. So please pay attention to your health and your fitness and your personal life. That is what I'm going to say.
Thank you so much, Neha ji. Our best wishes are with you. Dr. Niya Sharma, it has been a great pleasure to talk to you yet again. We will catch up in the next one. Until then, I'd like to say goodbye.
Thank you. Thank you so much, CK. It's always a pleasure to come here. Thank you.
Hello friends, this is Akul Mac Live and I am Chandrakant. Today in the legal matters, we will talk about what is the sedition law. And most of us would be knowing that sedition was the biggest tool used against Indians during the freedom struggle by the British.
And today we are using the same law among Indians. There has been very loosely framed law legal system which tells very clearly where sedition is applicable, where not. So today we have this discussion which is going to be very interesting. It will bring about a lot of clarity around the freedom of speech, and sedition also help you differentiate between the two. So stick around to this show and we will have a very interesting and distinguished guest to tell us more about it. Welcome back, friends, and today's subject is about sedition. And recently there was a case on the famous journalist Vinod Dua. And to discuss this case, I have my friend joining in from Ahmedabad, Mr. Jeet Bhatt, who's also a practicing advocate in Ahmedabad High Court. So welcome to the show, Jeet.
Thank you, Chandrakant, for having me on this show. And yes, we are going to discuss an important legal matter today with regards to the sedition laws in India, and also the case of Vinod Dua versus Union of India.
Well, Jeet, recently Vinod Dua has been making a lot of YouTube videos, and he has a huge fan followers because, you know, he has been around since our childhood. You know, we used to see his programs when there was only Doordarshan, and he has been there with Doordarshan for very long time. And he's also done so many series of different programs on the TV as well as on YouTube. And recently there has been a case on him. So why don't you tell our viewers about more about this case?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, everybody must have heard about Vinod Dua. He's a very reputed journalist and also awarded Padma Bhushan. So certainly he's a very well-known journalist in this country. So basically, his case, which the Supreme Court delivered a very landmark judgment recently, is based on the sedition laws in India. Now, sedition is referred to as the prince of all the laws which the Britishers have imposed in order to repress the country, repress the people of this country. And that is what had been said by Mahatma Gandhi in the famous trial in Ahmedabad, in which he also faced the charges of a case of sedition against him, wherein he pleaded guilty and was sentenced for a term of 6 years in the Ahmedabad Sessions Court in 1919 or 1920. But that is a very famous case of sedition in India and a very famous trial, wherein the judge also remarked that even I would be very happy if Mr. Gandhi is remitted or his sentence is reduced. But in law, this is the sentence, and since he has pleaded guilty, my hands are bound and I have to prescribe a punishment of 6 years. But his speech was very powerful in that case against him, though he pleaded guilty. But sedition, as he has said, is the prince of all the sections under the Indian Penal Code, which the Britishers have imposed in order to repress the freedom of speech and expression. And therefore, after the Constitution being framed, and after prescribing the freedom of speech and expression and guaranteeing it to every citizen under Article 19(1)(a) of the Constitution, this section of sedition did come in conflict with the fundamental right and was attacked in a case before the Punjab and Haryana High Court in the year 1950, wherein the judgment of Tara Singh Gopichand, the Punjab High Court declared this section to be invalid on the grounds of violation of fundamental right to freedom of speech and expression. And it said that this section of the Indian Penal Code is not in accordance with the sovereign, republic and democratic country that India is. And therefore it is invalid as it violates the fundamental right of freedom and speech and expression. But because of this judgment in the year 1950, and because of the judgment of Romesh Thapar and Brij Bhushan, declaring certain acts which provided for public order, wherein it provided restrictions on press, which came up before the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court struck down those laws with regards to public order and public maintenance as being violative of fundamental right and infringing freedom of speech and expression. The Parliament at that time, by way of the first constitutional amendment, brought in certain restrictions on this freedom of speech and expression. And at that time, the President, Mr. Rajendra Prasad, said that it is an irony of fate that the first thing that is to be assailed in the Constitution is the fundamental rights. As the first constitutional amendment, several fundamental rights and brought in more restrictions than what the original constitution makers had provided. So by way of this first amendment to the Constitution, Article 19, Clause 2 came to be amended. And Article 19, Clause 2 provides for reasonable restrictions to be prescribed in order to exercise the right of freedom of speech and expression. So on what grounds this fundamental right can be restricted came to be amended, and certain restrictions which were not there in the original constitution came to be inserted. And it provided that one of the restrictions which can be imposed on this fundamental right was in order to have public order. So any act which prescribes or which advances public order or decency or morality, or is in the interest of security of the state, cannot be a violation of fundamental right to freedom of speech and expression, and will be considered to be a reasonable restriction. So therefore, in the interest of the security of the state and public order, which came to be added by way of the First Amendment, the section of sedition came to be revalidated. And since this amendment was with retrospective effect, the judgment of Punjab High Court came to be nullified. So therefore, despite of the High Court declaring a section to be invalid on the ground of violation of fundamental right, came to be revalidated and came to be implemented by way of this first constitutional amendment. And this is very interesting because this is the part of history which is not very much aware with regards to the right of press, as this is how invalid section came to be revalidated by the amendment to the Constitution. Now, with regards to sedition, there is a landmark judgment of the Supreme Court in the year 1962, where in the matter of Kedarnath, the Supreme Court curtailed the ambit of this sedition law, because sedition law, if I may just put it what it is provided as an offense under section 124. And it says that whoever by words, either spoken or written, brings to attempt or brings into hatred, to contempt, or excites or attempts to excite disaffection towards the government established by law in India, shall be punished with transportation for life or any shorter term to which fine may be added. So this is a provision, a penal provision under the Indian Penal Code, where the offense prescribes for a punishment for life. So this is an offense against the state, and whoever by words either spoken or written brings or attempts to bring into hatred or contempt, or excites or attempts to excite disaffection towards the government. So at that time, Supreme Court in 1962, interpreting this provision, held that this section will have to be read in accordance with the fundamental right of freedom of speech and expression. And it has to be ensured that it has to be reconciled, because this section violates fundamental right of freedom of speech and expression. And therefore, the Supreme Court held that what constitutes this is that a person who excites disaffection against the government by way of promoting or by unlawful means any alteration to the state, or incites a disturbance of the peace, or raises discontent among the subjects of the country, or excites class hatred. If it complies with these conditions, then only can a statement written or spoken come within the ambit of an offense of sedition. So therefore, it curtailed its ambit and restricted it to certain class of action which incites violence. So not every kind of word spoken or written which is a dissent to the government's policy or criticizing the government would come within the ambit of sedition. But some such form of speech which would incite violence, or would ask the people to take arms or to rebel or revolt against the government, then and then only would such speech or writing come within the ambit of sedition. So this is how in 1962 Supreme Court reconciled the offense of sedition with fundamental right to speech and expression. But with regards to the case of Mr. Vinod Dua, what he had done is that he had put up a video on his YouTube channel wherein he said and criticized the government's action with regards to the COVID preparedness. And it was alleged in the FIR that he mentioned that Narendra Modi has used deaths and terror attacks to garner votes. And he claims that the government does not have enough testing facilities and has made false statement about the availability of the personal protective kits and has stated that there is no sufficient information on those. He also went on to state that ventilators and sanitizer exports were stopped only on 24th March 2020. He also said that he spread false and malicious news by stating that with regards to information about COVID preparedness of the government. So these were the allegations against him in the FIR. And an FIR under section 124A was instituted against Mr. Dua in Himachal Pradesh. And he preferred a petition before the Supreme Court challenging the said FIR and for the quashment of the FIR before the Supreme Court. Now, Supreme Court, considering the entire law on sedition also with regards to its history and how it came into in India under the Indian Penal Code, the Supreme Court ultimately held that none of the statements made by Mr. Vinod Dua constituted an offense of sedition and therefore quashed and set aside the FIR which was registered against him in the state of Himachal Pradesh. So what the Supreme Court held in his case was that the provisions of the section along with the explanation makes it reasonably clear that the section aims at rendering penal only such activities as would be intended or have a tendency to create disorder or disturbance of public peace by resort to violence. And as already pointed out, the explanation appended to the main body of the section makes it clear that criticism of public measure or comment on government action, however strongly worded, would be within reasonable limits and would be consistent with the fundamental right of freedom of speech and expression. And it is only when the words written or spoken which have the pernicious tendency or intention of creating public disorder or disturbance of law and order that the law steps in to prevent such activities in the interest of public order. So conclude the section, in opinion of the Supreme Court, strikes the correct balance between individual fundamental freedom and the interest of public order. So therefore, the Supreme Court, by way of this judgment, quashed and set aside the FIR which is registered against Mr. Dua. So this is how the case came to be dismissed. The FIR came to be quashed by the Supreme Court by holding that the offense of sedition can be constituted only if the words spoken are so strong that it would incite violence. Otherwise, however strong the condemnation of the government or the people in the government, or however strong the criticism against the government, would not lead to an offense of sedition. So this is a very important judgment because a lot of time this section is misused, and even a fair and just criticism of the government is used in order to curb the dissent and criticism by invoking sections like sedition against individuals. So therefore, it's a very important and a landmark judgment of the Supreme Court.
Indeed, Jeet, it is a very landmark judgment, and I feel that sedition has been used time and again against many individuals as a means to sort of teach them a lesson, and it is the most ultimate punishment it draws. So that is why I think this kind of judgments are important, so that people know what is sedition and what is a normal speech or an expression, just like in this case. Because I think Vinod Dua made a video like you and I are making a video. I think we can express our opinion on anything as long as we are not talking against the country. I think that is where sedition lies, where we are not talking against the country, against a particular community, against people, or inciting violence. So as long as that is true, I think that is clarity is required. But many times, Jeet, I feel that the even people don't understand the clear definition of the legal aspects. So in such cases, what people should do, I mean, they should know their limits, isn't it?
Yes, Chandrakant, you are absolutely right. In fact, rather than use of this section, a lot of times this section has been misused because there's an absolute. You're absolutely right that every citizen has a freedom of speech and expression, so they can express their opinions, they can express themselves, they can put up their speeches online on contents, social platforms, and the restriction is that it should not incite violence or it should not ask people to rebel or revolt. So with this in mind, with this thin line, if the people do not cross, then they're expressing their opinion, their speech is absolutely protected as their fundamental right, and therefore everybody has this right to express themselves. But you are right, people are not aware. In fact, even the police machinery and also uh, the executives are not aware of this line of distinction which has been drawn by the Supreme Court, and therefore a lot of times this misuse of this section is seen. But then if this section has been invoked by the police, then the remedy would lie to approach the High Court for quashing of the FIR if the contents of the FIR do not disclose the commission of the offense of sedition. So a just, fair, or a proper criticism of the government or government's personnel can never amount to an act of sedition, and that is what has been clearly laid down by the Supreme Court. Because every person has a right to dissent, every person has a right to criticize the policies of the government, and that would not become an offense, because then that would be curtailing and curbing the right of freedom of speech and expression, which is one of the most important liberties which every citizen in a democratic setup has. So this has been accepted and accepted by the Supreme Court in several of its decisions. That right to freedom of speech and expression is a very fundamental, important civil liberty that a citizen is entitled in a democratic country, because transfer of information is possible through speech, either written or spoken. And therefore, it is very important that people are aware and people participate in a democratic process. And that is possible only if citizens have this fundamental right of freedom of speech and expression.
Absolutely, Jeet. In fact, I have one basic question here, and that is about the fake news. Because any fake news creator can also get away with his right of freedom of speech. Because fake news can be, snowballed into something much, much bigger. And then the originator of that news can simply walk away saying that, hey, I just reported what I felt. So, do you have an opinion on this aspect as well?
Yes, Chandrakant. In fact, with social media, there are a lot of fake news are being spread. But with regards to the right of press, the journalists also have a duty to ensure to fact check that whether what they are sending or publishing is correct or not. So with regards to journalism, there are their codes of ethics which they have to follow. And if they are properly followed, then at least they would not be the spreaders of fake news. But with regards to general public, if they are not aware and if they are spreading fake news, but to that extent, if without fact check you spread a news which ultimately becomes false, itself would not become an offense of sedition. But however, people should themselves observe and make sure that what they are spreading is not false. So therefore, to that extent, it cannot be said that it would become an offense. But at least they must ensure that what they are spreading is correct or not, accurate or not.
I think this is the fine line, because one guy originates something which is running in his mind. He expresses his opinion, and by the time it snowballs and thousands and thousands of people tweet, retweet, forward, share, like, dislike, whatever that happens on the social media, it turns into something else. So let's come back to Vinod Dua's case, where he said that different aspects of preparedness of the government were not true as the government was claiming. So where it will fall? Will it fall like the Supreme Court has already judged that it is not sedition? So what kind of statement he made then? Is it fake news or real news? What is? Do you know anything about that?
Well, what he said and what the Supreme Court found was that he said that our biggest failure has been that we do not have enough facilities to carry out testing. So he said that we do not have testing facilities in India at that time when he put this video. The second thing that he said that till now we do not have any information how many PPE units, N95 masks we have and how many will become available by then. Third thing he said was that the ventilators needed in other countries and in India, respiratory devices and sanitizers were being exported till 24/3/2020 instead of keeping those for use in our country. The fourth thing he said the supply chain got disrupted due to blockage of roads, and now it is being heard that transportation of essential goods has been allowed. The fifth statement which was used against him was that he said that it is not difficult to imagine that when the supply chains have been closed, when the shops are closed, some people had gone to the extent of fearing food riots, which have not happened in our country, would happen. And the sixth, he said that when people started returning from Mumbai, that should have been a big signal for the government about the effect the complete lockdown in this country can bring about, but no lessons were learned. So the Supreme Court, interpreting his statements, ultimately found that he was criticizing the government, which was within his right as a journalist, because it is not that every step of the government has to be appreciated. In fact, the right of the duty of the journalist is to bring out or to criticize what the government is not doing, so that the government can act accordingly. So if what he was doing was actually bringing it to the notice of the government, what it was lacking. And therefore, in doing that, he was not spreading any fake news. He was, with regards to his opinions, he was suggesting what he felt at that time was needed in the country. And therefore, this could in any manner not come within the offenses which were levied against him.
I think this is perfect. Your opinion is making a lot of sense, and what Vinod was said also is freedom of expression for every citizen of India. So I think thank you so much, Jeet, for coming over to our show and explaining very clearly what is sedition and what is not, and also distinguishing between fake news and a real journalism. So I think that is where the clarity you have brought it on, and it's thanks to you for clarifying this to our viewers.
Yes, also let me add here what a seditious speech is according to the Supreme Court. Because the Supreme Court in 1962 in the Kedarnath judgment, the speech which was considered as seditious is, I may just read out, wherein Kedarnath said that the forward Communist Party does not believe in the doctrine of vote itself. The party had always been believing in revolution and does so even at present. We believe in that revolution, which will come, and in the flames of which the capitalists, zamindars, and the Congress leaders of India, who have made it their profession to loot the country, will be reduced to ashes, and on their ashes will be established a government of the poor and the downtrodden people of India. So, making such statements inciting violence or seeking rebel or revolt would certainly amount to a seditious speech. But otherwise, every other speech would come within the protection of freedom of speech and expression.
I think it makes a lot of sense. So, as the citizen of India, I think we should know the laws of our country, and we should also know what is allowed by the law and what is not. So, Jeet, thank you so much for coming over and explaining this case, which is very, very valuable from your side in terms of opinion, which is coming to us for our learning. So, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Chandrakant, for having me.
So, we will catch up with you in the next episode of Legal Matters. Until then, I'd like to say goodbye for today.
Goodbye, Chandrakant.
Hello friends, welcome to Akulmek Live. I am Kanchan Verma. You know, music plays a vital role in removing stress from our lives. And we'll be discussing this aspect of leading happy life with Dr. Shambhavi Das. But before that, I would like to remind you there's a free gift available for you. Stick around till the end. We will guide you how to avail your free gift. Hello, friends. Welcome to the show. And today we have a special guest, Dr. Shambhavi Das. You had been meeting her every week, and we all enjoy her singing her songs. So, without wasting any further time, I would like to present Dr. Shambhavi Das. So, Shambhavi, please welcome to our show. How are you doing today?
Namaskar. I am doing very good. Thank you, Kanchanji. It's my pleasure, and thanks for inviting me again. So, without wasting further time, I would like to present a bhajan in Rag Bhopali, and this is the rag which I'll be discussing today. So, I will be singing this, and this is bhajan. Why? Because in these pandemic times, we need bhajans, and this is a Shiv bhajan. Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya. तीन शब्द में सृष्टि सारी समाए ओम नमः शिवाय। पर्वत पर्वत क्यों चढ़े, नदी पार क्यों जाए, पर्वत पर्वत क्यों चढ़े, नदी पार क्यों जाए, जो मिलना है यही है, जिन खो दे वही पाए। ओम नमः शिवाय। ओम नमः शिवाय। सा धा पा ग रे ग ग, सा धा पा ग रे ग ग, धा पा ग सा रे, सा धा पा ग रे सा सा। थैंक यू सो मच।
बहुत सुंदर, बहुत अच्छा लगा और मैं तो बस बहुत ही आनंदित फील कर रही हूँ, बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है। तो ये जो राग भोपाली जो आपने लिया है, इसके फीचर्स, इसके कैरेक्टर्स क्या होते हैं और ये किस समय गाया जा सकता है? और कौन से जो पॉपुलर सॉन्ग है, 1-2 लाइन अगर आप बता सकें पर्टिकुलरली इस राग भोपाली के।
तो भोपाली बहुत ही पॉपुलर संगीत है, बहुत ही पॉपुलर राग है और ये थेरेपी कॉन्सेप्ट में भी बहुत पॉपुलर है और इसके नोट्स 5 हैं, सा रे ग प ध। जैसे कि पिछली बार मैंने मार्कोस डिस्कस किया था, उसमें भी 2 नोट्स मिसिंग थे, इसमें भी मिसिंग है, लेकिन फर्क इतना है ये थोड़ी बबली राग है, वाइब्रेंट, कि मतलब आप सुनेंगे तो आपको दुख का अनुभव तो नहीं हो सकता है। और ये शाम की राग है और ये ब्रेन वेव्स पे बहुत अच्छा एक, जैसे ना वही मैंने जैसे बोला कि ये करुण रस हटाता है। जैसे आपने सुना द द द द द द, सारे सुर शुद्ध हैं और जब सारे सुर शुद्ध होते हैं तो नॉर्मली बहुत ही वाइब्रेंट, प्लेजेंट, मेजर, हैप्पी ट्यून्स निकल के आती हैं। वो आजकल बहुत जरूरी है, जिस तरह का स्ट्रेस हम डील कर रहे हैं, इट्स वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट टू लिसन टू द वाइब्रेंट रागस। एक बार गा के दिखाती हूँ। सा रे गा प दा, सा सा धा प ग रे सा, सिर्फ 5 नोट्स है, सा धा प ग रे, सा धा, सा रे गा प ध। इसमें म और नी नहीं है, सारे गा मा पदा नी होता है तो म और नी मिसिंग है। तो ये भी बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग राग है। इसी के बीच हमें रिवॉल्व करवाना पड़ता है और थोड़ा कठिन होता है, तो वो इंटरेस्टिंग भी हो जाता है गेम की तरह। सारे सारे ग रे ग प ग प ध प ग प, सारे ग रे ग प ग प ध सा ध प ध प ग प ग प ध ग प ग ध ध प ग प ग प ग रे, सारे ध सा प ध सा रे ग रे ग प प ध प ग प ध प ग प सा ध प ग प ग प। तो वो एकदम उसी के बस 5 नोट्स में इट्स लाइक कि आपको बस 2 घंटे तक कुछ ही फ्रीक्वेंसीज पे मूव करना है, तो दैट्स इंटरेस्टिंग। इसमें कुछ गाने हैं, बहुत गाने हैं एक्चुअली म्यूजिक में, तो जैसे da 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 sayonara sayonara वादा निभाऊंगी सायोनारा। ये गाना इतना बबली है कि कई बार बच्चों को इसका हल्का सा लिरिक्स चेंज करके मैं ये सिखा देती हूँ। सायोनारा सायोनारा वादा निभाऊंगी सायोनारा, इठलाती और बल खाती कल फिर आऊंगी सायोनारा। इसी तरह एक गाना है, देखा एक ख्वाब तो ये सिलसिले हुए, दूर तक निगाह में है गुल खिले हुए, ये अदा है आपकी निगाहों में, फूल भी हो दर में आ तो फासले हुए, ला 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 ला। ये है। उसी तरह एक गजल है एक मूवी की, इन आँखों की मस्ती के मस्ताने हजारों हैं, मस्ताने हजारों हैं, इन आँखों से वाबस्ता। ये उमराव जान का है। एक गाना है जो कि थोड़ा संगीन है, इस पर इसी राग में है, दिल हुम करे घबराए, घन घम घम करे डर जाए, एक बूंद। इसी तरह बाजीराव मस्तानी एक बहुत ही रिसेंट मूवी आई थी, उसमें है अलबेला सजन आयो रे। इसमें है कि राजा जीत के आता है, तो उनकी जो वाइफ्स हैं, सारे लोगों की वाइफ्स हैं, वो सब ये बहुत ही खुश होके ये गाना गाती है, तो ये खुशी की राग है, अलबेला सजन आयो रे। तो ये राग बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंट है आजकल के टाइम में गाना। थैंक यू।
वेल ऐसा होता है कि इन इस दुनिया की हापा धापी में वी टेक अप जॉब्स एंड वी रियली फॉरगेट टू really touch base to our inner self. So what happens later in life when people want to learn, when they are adult and they have time, they are retired from their job, so can they also learn music? Is there any I think uh, is it late for them to learn the music?
नहीं, मैं तो बहुत सीनियर सिटीजन्स को, और लेट म्यूजिक ऐसी चीज है कि वो लेट नहीं है, कोई एकेडमिक्स नहीं है कि आप लेट हो गए, क्योंकि इसमें क्या है कि दिस इज मेनली फॉर रिलैक्सेशन, और रिलैक्स करते करते तो वो जब रिटायरमेंट की एज है, जैसे बल्कि हमारे म्यूजिक में कहा जाता है कि जितने ही आप बड़े हैं होते हैं, उतने ही आप मेच्योरिटी से जो रागों के इमोशंस है, रस हैं। अब हम लोग छोटे छोटे थे तो हम लोग तो म्यूजिक में ही हम लोगों ने पीएचडी मैंने करी, लेकिन बहुत ही म्यूजिक का मजा नहीं ले पाए, क्योंकि हम लोग हमेशा से पढ़ते रहते थे चीजों को, और एकेडमिक्स में यू कैन नॉट एंजॉय सर्टेन थिंग्स। अब जब चीजें थोड़ा अंदर डीप जाते हैं तो मजा आता है, तो आई थिंक वो बल्कि अच्छी एज है। अब मेरे कुछ क्लाइंट्स हैं और मेरे स्टूडेंट्स भी हैं जो कि बहुत ही 75-80 हैं, लेकिन अब वो सुर नहीं लगते हैं भले ही, लेकिन द वे दे एंजॉय यू शुड सी। और पुराने पुराने गाने केएल सहगल के, और जब गाते हैं एंड आफ्टर दैट दे मैसेज मी कि मैम आई हैव जस्ट रिजुवेनेटेड टुडे। इवन आप अगर क्लासिकल में देखिए तो जितने ही बुढ़े माइस्ट्रोज हैं, भीमसेन जोशी जी, उल्लास कशालकर, जितने भी माइस्ट्रोज हैं, अभी इनकी एक डेथ हुई है पंडित राजन मिश्र की, जितने भी हैं ये सब आप देखेंगे कि जितने हैं उनका जो एक पर्टिकुलर गाने का लेवल है वो इतनी मेच्योरिटी, एक चैन पीस इतना हाई है कि यंगस्टर्स में, यंग मैस्ट्रोस में उतना नहीं है। यंग मैस्ट्रोस जल्दी 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 गा के खत्म करते हैं। तो मुझे तो लगता है म्यूजिक का उल्टा है कि जितना ही आप बड़े होंगे, हाँ टेक्निकलिटीज वीक पड़ जाएंगी, जैसे सुर, गले का आवाज, गला कांपने लगता है, बट यही तो खासियत है कि म्यूजिक में एज लॉन्ग एज यू आर एंजॉयिंग, ये सब टेक्निकलिटीज एक एज के बाद मैटर नहीं करती। जब कोई बचपन से सीखता है तो उन्हें सिखाई जाती है। तो मुझे लगता है सबको म्यूजिक सीखना चाहिए।
That means there's a difference between a person who has studied and learned music, maybe from the age of 6, and somebody who has time and started studying or learning music 40 or after this year. There is a difference, or they can match. I mean, they can match the parameter of music learning.
No, that is difficult. Like if you are learning from if a kid is learning since birth or since the childhood, obviously his quality of singing would be different, because kids learn 75% faster than the adults. The more you grow up, your learning ability gets little slower, because obviously your brain is involved into many things. You have to see the studies, you have to see the job, and therefore so many filters are there that that purity is missing, like the kids do. So obviously there's a big difference in terms of technicalities, in terms of the grammar memory as well. When I tell you the rag, you might not remember, but your kids would remember the grammar, and they would just learn it and tell me, and they might learn it for a longer time. Suppose in Rag Bhupali, I told you my knee is missing. I'll ask you tomorrow. You might not tell, but the kids would tell. So that there is a big difference. But yes, we normally, when we teach kids, it's okay. They are a graspers. They are fast learners. When we teach adults and senior citizens, we anticipate that they will take time, and accordingly we teach them. Take time means they can take 6 months, they can take 1 year to understand and to memorize. So sometimes one rag goes on for a year or so, which is okay. They are not in a hurry, and that's what I tell them: don't be in a hurry. You are not, actually this is not a race. Music is not a race. It's for your own well-being, your own personality, good, nice demeanor, and for relaxation, of course. So you don't have to worry about how much time it's taking. And in one rag, there's a lot of things to do. Like I normally make them see the things which goes into old songs. So suppose that goes on for many months, one song in a particular rag. So we don't keep on doing one things, because even they will get bored for that. There's so many tools in one rag that even if you go on with one rag for a year or so, it, there is no end. But the good part is that they are holding up to one particular thing and they're enjoying it. So there is a different purposes of learning music. When a kids learn, then they learn because their parents are saying, and yes, with time they become very ambitious. But when you are teaching adult, they are not ambitious, they're very cool in mind. In fact, they are learning music for their own coolness, calmness of mind. So the purposes of learning music is different for everyone.
Well, nowadays there's a COVID era. People are inside their homes and they are worried. So, can they learn? They can't go out. They can't intermingle with the with the friends and the colleagues. So, is there any provision where they can learn online music? It is appropriate for them to learn online.
it is definitely like right now I am teaching online only. Since 1 year I've been doing online classes, and there are so many tools now because of this online and virtual classes. There you have a lot of tools, like my courses on Udemy, so you can have recorded courses, and there are many other courses as well. So now they are actually, earlier even I had a problem that online is not equivalent to the in person class, that personal touch. But now I feel there is so many tools that my even my attitude has been changed, that technology is bringing all the learning aspects so well, that there is something called livedemy. So it's like you will see the you in that you have a courses that you can make the courses, record it, and let the students do it whenever they want. They just have to purchase. After 5 classes there would be a live class. So that is a concept of livedemy. So Udemy, there is a full recorded class, and whenever they have to, but yes, through mails they can contact me. Graphy, an academy also, there is a we I have a so we are making a course for that. So there are so many tools, and this thing, the shoot, the videos and all are so good. And it's not that I am doing it, they guide me to make a very good video with a very good sound. So it really makes you feel that it's an in-person class. And I feel in this pandemic times it's very important to learn something. I am doing 3 courses of drawing and nirvana art. So this makes me feel a little, and I always tell my students and every even the senior citizens who are getting bored and very stagnant life they are leading. And I know when you hear a lot of news, so your mind gets very struggled and you get into depression. At that time, okay, you better deal with it, but then with time these things um, repair you. So they'll help you. These are the repairing tools, because you have to forget things and just grow up. And so I think drawing, art, dance, music, you should join the course, and you should because if you will only sing, you will stop it. How many days you will sing? Just 5 days, 6 days. And then you will, if you will learn it something, then I think you will sustain it for a longer time, because you have paid for it. And even you have heard some news, so you'll say, okay, today I won't do, I'll do it tomorrow. So at least you have some goal that, okay, I'm learning and I will do. And I always, every 3 months or maybe 2 months, I normally do virtual online concerts of my students, and they are so excited with it. And students are adults also, senior citizens, kids also, sometimes toddlers are also my students. So, and yes, special kids. So for everyone, like last time in Holi, I had my Surdemi had online sessions. So I'm not doing that. There are many people who are doing virtual classes, and it's going very nice. I know it's a very bad time, but you have to repair yourself, and these are certain tools to repair yourself. And you should do online classes if you're unable to go out.
Great. Due to this pandemic, I think one should be more positive minded, and they should engage themselves in music,
Exactly.
which is a remedy for our day to day life leading. Now, I would like to end with something in Rag Bhopali. I would like to hear again your beautiful voice and a beautiful song.
Sure. Thanks, Kanchanji, for the compliment. And so Rag Gopali, and I would like to sing. Mm, mm, ज्योति कलश छलके, ज्योति कलश छलके, हुए गुलाबी, लाल सुनहरे रंग दल बादल के, ज्योति कलश छलके। घर आंगन वन उपवन उपवन, करती ज्योति अमृत से कंचन। मंगल घट ढल के, मंगल घट ढल के, ज्योति कलश छलके। पात पात बिरवा हरियाला, धरती का मुख हुआ उजाला। नीचे आंचल के, नीचे आंचल के, ज्योति कलश छलके। Thank you so much, and I really pray that in everybody's home there is a lot of jyoti kalash, light falls in every place and all the darkness goes, and that's why this is the intention of this song. And I loads of reiki and loads of light should throw upon all the people who are suffering and who are not suffering, for everyone. Thank you so much. Thanks Kanchanji for inviting me again. Thank you so much.
It is all our pleasure to hear your songs and understand the ragas. And we'll be discussing next in our next episode some different raga. Till then, bye bye. Stay safe and stay healthy. Bye.
Thank you so much.
We have some unique Akulmek memorabilia which will make you look outstanding. The graphics on these corporate gifts are based on the global best business practices. To become recipient of one of these gifts for free, you have to watch this video till the end and provide your valuable comments. Or you can also share your experiences. The person who makes the best comment would be chosen to become a recipient of these beautiful Akulmak gift, absolutely free, delivered to your doorsteps. The winner would also get a chance to be invited live as a distinguished panelist during our next video. What are you waiting for, friends? Please subscribe Akulmak and smash that like button.
Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out?
Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmek Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Today I have been joined by Mr. Swapnil Deshmukh, who's the CEO and founding managing director of Risarka Consulting. He joins us today from Mumbai. Welcome to the show, Swapnil.
Hi Chandra, glad to be here. It's interesting. Everything's locked down, and but everything's still working. Work is working, business is working. Interesting thing.
So, Swapnil, how does this lockdown is treating you so far? I know you are at home, but I'm sure you are working. You must have called a lot of people today. You must be speaking to your colleagues and employees. How does it look like in Mumbai?
Yeah. Everybody's adjusted to the whole lockdown situation now. It's probably on Sunday and Monday, it was a bit of a jerky reaction. Now, people are getting used to the new system, new ways of communication, new ways of grocery shopping, new ways of staying at home and working while managing their kids or family at the same time. New ways of interaction between society members. so it's so people have been developing new systems and processes which is very interesting to see how they evolve.
So in your place, in your society, are people following the government norms of maintaining social distance, or you have some challenges there?
More or less, they are. There have been some vigorous debates. So debates happen quite a bit on WhatsApp, but finally, whatever comes as a consensus or a majority view, uh, we have been seeing that people do follow. So, for example, someone wanted to go out for a walk. He is a diabetic patient, and he has to exercise, and he's used to walking. He doesn't have exercise equipment at home. The clubhouse is closed, and someone took a photograph of him at 6 o'clock or some 6:30 in the morning, and said that well, walking is not fine. And then we had a discussion, and we discussed. I also told my Singapore experience, where I lived through the SARS crisis, and Singapore has a citizen army, and it was they have to be people of the fighting age have to be in a fighting condition. So it was very interesting to see how people kept fit. They have the battalion number, so they're scheduled coming out at 2 o'clock at night, 3 o'clock at night, 4 o'clock at night to come and exercise and maintain social isolation. So we had a discussion, and then we kind of decided that okay, we know that certain people in the society are patients of a certain kind, and so at least other people will not go and walk around because of that. Otherwise, a broken window inspires everybody else to go further and say, if he's doing it, why can't I do it? And people don't know the reason. So it evolved through vigorous debate. So debates sometimes get heated, but I think it's really good. We are argumentative Indians after all, but it all works out in the end.
So it is working as per the government norms, and your
Yeah.
society has been able to create certain norms and certain procedures to follow those norms.
Yeah.
Very nice, Swapnil. I think you guys as a group has implemented that, uh, the government norms and even the need of the hour to ensure that there is a social distancing between each one of us. Any suggestions you would like to make for people who are still not maintaining social distances?
I think in we did find in one instance, for example, a few teenagers were breaking, and uh, they're probably young. They have not seen such serious situations. Maybe not even 10% as a case of serious situations in their life. This is once in a century kind of a situation. Uh, and then we had to counsel them. Their parents had to counsel them. Uh, it was uh, uh, the thing is, it's very difficult to understand the impact of this till you see something bad happening very close to you. And in our case also, uh, in society building, couple of 100 meters from us, we found that there was a corona patient, and at that time the municipal corporation came and literally washed down the entire society in chemicals, and the gates were locked, and nobody was allowed to get out or in of the gate. And I think that was the first time people actually realized that this problem is not so far. It's not in the news. It's right outside them. It's just a couple of neighbors down the line. And once I think that realization comes, I don't think it really goes away. You really understand. You probably escaped death by not shaking hands with that person today. You did not know that that person had come from a place where he or she got infected with corona. And I hope that is not what everybody has to go through, but sometimes stories of uh, such nature uh, get you to kind of realize that seriousness. And we I think the entire society had that when we saw that society, we like people wearing those CDC, the Center of Disease Control kind of clothes, and with big sprays and cleaning everything, and wow, this is real. So
Yeah, I think this issue that has happened this time, uh, I'm sure it's going to change the way the people work across the globe, not only in India.
Yeah.
In fact, when you're talking about the patient in the next door society, there were two suspects in my block itself.
Oh, oh my God.
But they were actually following the government norms of 14 days of home isolation. So they are fine. They have been tested
Right.
negative, but they are continuing with that. And the
Right.
spray in our society happened yesterday. So I think in my opinion, it is not going to go away. I think it will change the world order. It will change the way we do things. And I'm sure you, as a senior executive, must be thinking what to do next, because I think you got your social responsibility, you got your commercial responsibility, you got employees with you. So I think the new change will emerge out of this issue. What is your
Yes.
opinion?
Uh, I think a lot of changes will happen, and it might look a little harsh at this time to use the word opportunity, but I think as an entrepreneur or as a businessman, uh, you cannot hesitate from thinking that way, uh, even in times of crisis, because end of the day, that kind of thinking helps you create services or products, ideas, which end of the day benefit somebody who is affected by this crisis. So it's while there is charity going on and all other kind of things going on, as a businessman, one should be as hawkish, though not take advantage of people's situations, weaknesses, but their situations are opportunities to, I think, help them and serve them. In this case, for example, many people are sometimes resistant to technology tools. They pick up the phone and talk, and which is where deep work doesn't happen. They keep on disturbing each other, and now it's just not possible to disturb, right? Because I cannot disturb my employee cannot disturb me, because both of us know that we have our family members at home. So using alternative tools other than phone calls is is paramount and kind of forced. But if one uses this as an opportunity to use those tools, it will help in the long term to have remote working, have distributed teams, where people have more patience in checking emails or WhatsApp messages or dealing with each other, which will end of the day help deeper work and productivity of people. So similarly, for example, as simple as gathering information. Previously, in our society, we have a society manager employed, and he would just pick up the phone and he would ask, "Oh, so how many people? So what is happening in on individual members on the intercom?" Now he's himself not there, and we had the situation that we had to comply with the municipal corporation's instructions that we should know in every house who's staying and when they came and did they have international travel and stuff like that. And uh, I usually did not get involved in the management committee's activity because for my personal reasons I've been a little away from that. And I saw they were facing this problem and they were discussing. And it took me 10 minutes to create a Google form and then send the link to everybody. And within 24 hours, the link spread and every tenant and every owner's data was there. And now I had the secretary calling me, "Can you send me that data?" So it's an opportunity. It just keeps on happening. I think we should look at the next phase and keep thinking solutions as businessmen, as entrepreneurs, as innovators. That is our contribution to the society, and one should not think that only doing charity or only uh, the other things are our contribution. This is our contribution. When this all gets over, we are going to build things from whatever it's there, and we will have to create a new world. The old world will not exist, and we have to take that initiative, even though right now it looks a little hawkish and opportunistic thinking. It's okay.
Excellent, Swapnil. I think this is the third day today. We've got 18 more today. Basically, 18 more days to go in the lockdown situation. So I'll catch up with you after a few days to check whether there has been change beyond what you have explained today, or what has happened in your place in Mumbai. Until then, I say bye to you for today, but I'll catch up with you in a few more days.
Yeah, nice talking to you. And thank you so much.
Bye bye. Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmac Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass Likeable Leaders. This week, I am honored to present to you Mr. Subir Saxena. Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmac Technologies and welcome to Top Brass. We want to discuss something very interesting today. This is related to our kids who are doing digital study, who are at home and they are still joining schools. Uh, and what is the impact on their personality. So before we start our discussion today, let me welcome my friend from London, Mr. Naval Gunt.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. And yeah, it's a really important issue about our kids, really. And I don't know about you, but we've had an increasing level of lockdown over the last 4 or 5 weeks. We're now operating a 3-tier system. So we're still in the COVID arena. And the most disruptive tier is the 3rd tier, which effectively means everyone stays at home. And you move progressively down to the 2nd tier and the 1st tier, where the restrictions are not as severe. However, unlike a complete lockdown, one element that's really fascinating about this particular time of development, and we all know about the disruption to education in the past, is that schools will stay open. And there's a really important reason for that, because it's recognizing that young people need other young people, not digitally, but physically, to help them grow, to develop their personality, their soft skills, and their academic learning. And that's been a really important change to the initial elements of lockdown as to today. And indeed, we've seen it in France, where France is now going into a complete lockdown period, with the exception of schools. Schools will remain open, and Germany as well. So everyone is coming to this dramatic realization that young people actually, irrespective of the fact that they're more immune to this virus, that's actually a very secondary issue. But they need each other to grow, which is a really important statistic. And I'm sure you're seeing that with your kids having been at home and the antics that they get up to at home, haven't you?
Naval, let me share what is happening in India. India being such a large population and so many students, there are millions and billions of students. At least 300 million students are there in India who need to go to school and colleges. I don't know for sure this number, but I'm just taking a guess. Now, everybody is under lockdown and they are actually doing their studies digitally. The problem is, in fact, all of us, myself included as a parent, we objected to the school 2 weeks back that this is actually creating a bad situation mentally for the students. So, they can't be there in front of PC from 8:30 till 4 p.m. and with 15 minutes break in between. So finally, from this week, the schools have modified their schedules and they are saying 8:30 to 12:30. However, um, what about the physical activities? What about knowing their comrades? What about best friends? a circle of friends. So how they talk to each other about something which is not related to studies. They want to discuss about Star Wars, how they do that. They have seen some TV serial, how they talk about it. So I think these are big challenges which at least in India as a society we are facing big time, and I'm sure this is going to create a big psychological problem for the young students.
Well, definitely, and not least anything else. It's it's not just their education has been disrupted; it's their lives have been disruptive. So it's the focus that they've had while they've been at school. I mean, it doesn't surprise me at all that the schooling system in India has said, well, rather than 8:30 to 3:30 or 4 o'clock, whatever it was, with a 15-minute break, we're now going to condense it into 4 hours in the morning. Because what's the reality of this? Let's look at a typical child, okay, and a typical day at school. You know, we can all think about our daughters, our sons, or even our grandchildren. When we take them to school, what physically happens? Well, you're there early. You're not going to get your child there late, are you? I mean, that's for secondary school kids that go on their own. But when you're taking your 5-6-year-old child to school, you're there early. So they go in when the bell rings or whatever it is, the signal for everyone to come into the school. And then you say that your goodbyes, you know, give them a kiss on the cheek and off they go. Go and have fun, enjoy yourself. That's your parting message. Well, it should be your parting message. If it's not, you need to change what your parting message is, okay? So you should be saying, go and enjoy yourself, go and have fun, okay? Get the mindset working on this. Education is fun, you know, not a chore, not like something like the washing up, you know, or cleaning your bedroom. They're chores. Education is fun. So now you've left your child, and you've left your child in the hands of a dedicated professional, someone who's dedicated their life to teaching children just like yours. So what happens? They go into the classroom, they have a little chat with their mates that they may not have seen overnight, and what was on the TV. So there's a little chatter that's going on, and that's perfectly acceptable because that's real life. It's what you do when you go into the office. You know, you say, "Oh, what did you do yesterday?" You know, "God, did you get stuck in that traffic jam?" You know, that's real life. So these kids have got a real life too. And then the teacher starts to bring everybody in to attention in many respects. Now the formal day starts. And when that formal day starts, throughout your career, you've got about 1 million minutes in school. So that's, say, 7 hours a day, for which there's an hour lunch break and little breaks for intervals during the day. So that makes about 6 hours a day, 5 days a week for most people, and approximately 40 weeks a year for about 14 years. And if you do the sums, multiplication, it's not difficult, works out at about 1 million minutes, just a little over 1 million minutes. Sounds like an earthly long time, doesn't it? But how much of that time is productive? How much of that time in that school arena is your daughter being productive?
Well, if we talk about the usual school, then I'm sure it would be somewhere maybe half or maybe 70% of the school time, which is productive, and 20% time is also productive, I would say, because the children are still learning how to make friends, how to break friendship. I think these are all becoming worldly wise other than study. So that is also important. So when I say 75% of the time is utilized for studies, but the other 25 is not wasted. They are becoming worldly wise. They are becoming clever. They are becoming more savvy how to treat others, what to say. those are the skills they will learn at school while interacting with their comrades. They will not learn while interacting with parents. So I think I would say a million minutes, as you said very nicely, Neville. I think all of it is useful for students in school.
And you see me smiling when you're saying about, oh, I'm now thinking about this, you know, it's not 100% productive on education and passing exams. There is this social connectivity, which is why schools are now staying open, despite the fact we've got some tight restrictions during COVID, because it's that connectivity that's really important. Now, in the big world, in our business world, we would call that networking. How we network with each other, how we develop our personal skills, our negotiation skills, you know. Oh, I've got an apple in my lunchbox, you've got a banana. How about I trade an apple for a banana? And the other child will say, well, actually, yeah, that's okay, but you've got a chocolate biscuit. So if you give me a chocolate biscuit and an apple, you can have my banana. Those are the skills, frankly. And I can remember doing that sort of stuff. This is quite sad, really, but I can remember doing that sort of stuff. And kids do that automatically. You know, they don't realize what they're doing. But it's preferences, it's building preferences. It's negotiation skills, it's communication skills, it's marketing skills, you know? It's sort of saying, yeah, that's okay, but you've got a chocolate biscuit in there, and I'd much rather have those two than just your apple. I mean, just imagine that conversation going on around the world. We wouldn't have a leadership problem, would we, frankly? Because we'd have the best business networking people in the world. Now, obviously, that doesn't happen all the time, but you've hit the nail on the head. Is it 20%, 25%, 30%? It's somewhere around there. You know, it's approximately a third of the time we're in school where we're networking. And a really good teacher will be encouraging that type of networking, at the same time making sure it doesn't get out of hand. So there probably is a band of where acceptability, so below here we're not having, in between here that's okay, up here I'd prefer to be, you know. So up here is the real learning area, you know. This is where the teacher's got attention on the specific subject. In here is a bit of negotiation, and down here is unacceptable. And of course, in some of the schools where you see a high level of disruption, we're in the lower tier. So unfortunately, the say 30% of acceptable discussion is now closer to 50, maybe 60, or pushing 80. And at that point, that's when learning stops. And that's the problem. So I think the message we got today is there is this collegiate arena where your children, your grandchildren need to be communicating and collaborating with other young people. And even in the digital world, they could be very disruptive. And it's up to our parents now, because they're at home learning, to clamp down on that disruption. What do you think?
So, Neville, from this discussion, what I want to tell the ed tech companies, the people who are making so much noise about ed tech today, because the ed tech itself is pushing the boundaries and making fintech as if it is that, you know, as a thing of the past. So I want to appeal to ed tech companies that I think the time is absolutely right. I don't think our children can study in a scenario where they just see the photo of the teacher and you know, just keep listening to her or him. I think the time is right to create an application in the digital world to replicate 1:1 experience of a school, so that you create a breakout sessions, you give student ability to make their own circle of friends and so on. I think there is a requirement because none of these school systems are offering that kind of functionality. But I think especially a country like India needs it because we have so many young students and the competition is very, very high in this country. The students started going to school really at 2.5 years of age, because if you have not done your play school, the next school will not take you as a child, because they will say, hey, you have not
Yep.
done play school, I will not take you in Montessori, for example. I'm just quoting an example. So
Yep.
when very young, when you're a toddler, because there is a competition, parents tend to put their children at the age of 18 months to a play school because you need a certificate to get to the next level. So I think with so much competition and suddenly there is a break on that. So where is the art of how the Indian students will compete, how they will learn this art of competition, how they will say that, okay, fine, I've got these 10 best brightest students as my friends. Where is the pride in saying that? Because in the digital world, that experience is not visible right now while working from home or studying from home.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And the interesting thing is the technology is available. I mean, I know I run many Zoom conferences. I'm on panels, I'm in breakout rooms, and there is all this facility. You can have a breakout room. So even though you're in, you know, you could be in a Zoom conference where there are thousands of people, because I've been in those as well, and on a panel in those. But you create breakout rooms. You could have 50, 60 breakout rooms, and you allow people to choose to go into those breakout rooms or not, as the case may be. And then you just monitor what's going in the breakout rooms. So there is a way to do it. And the interesting thing is, we need to remember, if it's not COVID, it will be something else. So this is probably a way of the future. Those schools that are getting really good at the digital arena and are now commingling their learning, if you like, I think the model in the future will be a little online, a little at school, and a little networking. So back to this 30%, I think there will be a larger arena of where this 30% needs to be part of the curriculum. It already is part of the curriculum because kids are in school. But we've noticed how much is missing from the curriculum when they're digitally being taught. So we've got a massive opportunity going forward, and all these EdTech groups out there, get after it, because the first one will get the spoils. So let's see who's going to be the early mover.
Certainly, Naval, and I think that we had a very nice discussion, but the solution is not in our hand. But I think we have identified the problem areas today in the discussion. I think there is a need for an application which will replicate the physical world into digital world, specifically regarding schools. So with this message, let us end our discussion today. We will catch up again tomorrow then.
Good to see you, CK. Have fun, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello friends, this is Akul Mac Live and I am Chandrakant. In today's section of everything you should have learned at school but you didn't, we are discussing about how you can actually induce little bit of discipline in your lifestyle and you can reduce little bit weight by doing that. and live a healthy, wealthy, and happy life. You can make your family members happy, your friends happy, and so on. To have this discussion, I'll be joined by a very senior industry colleague of mine, Mr. Naval Gund from UK. Before I start my discussion, I have to tell you that using this QR code, which is displayed on the screen, you can instantly get connected to us by just pointing your mobile phone camera onto this QR code. So friends, I will join you after a short break along with my guest. Don't go anywhere. Hello friends, welcome back. And our guest today is Mr. Naval Gund. He is joining us from UK, and he is also the chairman of Mindfit Limited. And we have a very interesting subject to discuss. How are you today, Naval?
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. And my goodness, CK, what a picture in your background. Anyone would think it's the monsoon season.
Well, it is not a picture, Naval. It's real. Monsoon is here. It's pouring. It's raining. And if you go to the news, some cities are inundated with water. There are flash floods all over the place. Why talk about India? I think the entire Europe is under a deluge, and also US.
Yeah, we've seen some horrific scenes around the world where 1 month's rainfall has fallen in a day, causing havoc across the globe. We've seen it in China. We've seen it in Europe. We've even seen it in Southern Africa. So, and then of course we've got the fires on the west coast of America, North America. Let's just hope and pray that people are safe, and we get out of this global changing climate. But that's another subject. That's not today's subject. Today's subject is all about your personal health. You, as a head of the family, as an individual, looking after the health of your family. So I think it's a big subject, CK. Should we get involved in it and get into the discussion?
Yes, Naval, I have to tell you a small truth about myself. I used to be about 92 kgs. My height is 5'8", and I'm not scared to share all this information because I'm not, this is not important for me at all. But for some people it may be. But my height is 5'8", and I used to be 92 kgs. My BMR was very good. It was 25 even at 92 because I was doing a lot of weight training, etc. But then it used to, I used to always worry that, I think I'm overweight, even though there is a lot of muscle mass. So I decided to reduce, and it took me 2 years, a slow and gradual process. I've lost 17 kgs, and as of today, wow, I'm 74.
So your BMI, as they call it, is going to be bang smack in that low end of super fit.
Well, I think in the BMR, it wouldn't have improved so much because, anyway, I was vegetarian and I was not having too much food, but I was exercising a lot. So I changed the nature of my exercises. I started doing bicycling and reduced a little bit of weight training. I started doing yoga, aerobics, and stuff like that. Stairs climbing, and my house was on 20th floor, not here, but in the other city. And I used to climb 20 floors. Whenever I was coming back home, I never used to take elevator. I used to climb 20 floors. And initially it took me about 40 minutes. And then gradually, over time, I brought it down to about 8 minutes. I could climb 20
wow,
floors in 8 minutes.
Wow, that's faster than some lifts. But what you're saying there, and thank you for sharing such a personal journey, is about your personal health. It's about change can happen if you're going to put your mind to it. And I know you of old CK, so you're a bit of a fitness freak, because you said you were, pumping iron, you were doing the weights, etc., but you thought perhaps you needed to do something different. So you already had a regime, a discipline to do things. And I think where a lot of people struggle And the consequences of the struggle is things like obesity. But where a lot of people struggle is they don't even know what their current discipline is. They don't recognize that even though they believe they're eating healthily because they're building it from scratch, they don't actually know, they don't actually write down what they're eating on paper. And when you start to write that down, just keep a little diary. And it's worth doing, you know, if you want to implement personal change and get healthier, it's worth knowing, what do you do currently? I mean, this isn't rocket science, you know, because you can't improve what you're doing if you don't know currently what you are doing. It's really as simple as that. So if you're eating, you know, lots of rice, you know, so your staple diet is rice, well, it depends what rice you're eating as to, and how much you're eating of that rice, as to whether it's very healthy for you. I mean, I don't eat a very fatty diet because of lots of things, diabetes being one. But there is a regime where saying a certain amount of fat is really good for you, but too much fat actually isn't. And guess what? It's true. You know, as we always say, CK, even in business life, a little and often. You know, don't do too much because you'll wear yourself out. Don't do too little because you'll be bored. So this is a matter of finding out exactly what you do. So if you, I mean, you in your own mind, CK, in a short period of time, told me what you did, but did you actually work that out by writing it down, or what did you do to actually find out what you needed to change to do?
Well, Neville, since I have been doing exercises all my life, right from my childhood, during when I was raised very early, my father and my parents actually gave a lot of good habits, because my father was in forces, and he had even today he gets up at 5 o'clock in the morning, 4:30 or 5 a.m. So, you know, we got these habits like that. So I did not write it down. Why I'm saying this? Because I knew exactly what I need to do. If I need to reduce my weight, in other words, I was a pro basically when I started that. So, and I also knew that, you know, there is a threshold limit, that it's a natural threshold limit, and you need to know exactly what is your threshold limit. And I had no idea about my threshold. So the first initial few months, I changed my diet, because I know that there is no overnight results that you can expect. So I changed my diet a little bit, reduced the number of number of times I used to consume some tidbits and all that. I stopped taking that. And another thing that I did, in addition to having a gym, I started going to office on a bicycle. So that gave me additional 60 kilometers per week without driving. So I was saving petrol, I was saving time, and in the same amount of time I could reach office, burning about roughly about 3,000 calories every day additionally. So that is something which I did. But then my weight reduced by 10 kgs, but then got stuck at 10. Got stuck at 84. It did not go below that. Whatever I did many things. You know, I ran, I bicycle very fast. I stopped taking one meal. It did not budge. It did not change. So I had plateaued out at 84. And then I knew that I have to now change something, because now body is used to that. So for a couple of months, I continued doing what I was doing, and it stayed at 84. And then suddenly, I think the threshold crossed automatically and then dropped to 74. So I think now I'm constant at 74. My aim is to reduce by another 2 kgs. I want to be 72, and that is where I want to be. So my aim is 72, and I'm not writing anything down, but I think you made a very good suggestion. I think for certain people, it may be good if they make a chart. And if they make a 3 months quarterly chart, it'll be very good.
No, I think you're right. I mean, in many respects, CK, you did write it down because you put it in your memory banks. And because you had a discipline, all you were doing was changing the things you did within that discipline. So, for instance, you went to work every day in the car. You just changed what you did. You still went to work, but you didn't use the car. And the funny thing is, as anyone knows, when they travel in rush hour, there's nothing annoys me more, actually, than stuck in rush hour and I see a motorbike go past me or a cyclist go on the inside, because they're a smaller vehicle and they can get into smaller gaps and they're going to get there a lot quicker. So I think the interesting thing is, as you said, but for the viewers here, we need to reinforce is you can actually get there just as quick or even quicker by not going in the car. Now, not only is that is healthier. I mean, by the way, if you do, travel on a bicycle or a motorbike, just make sure you've got a decent filter around your face. But we're all used to wearing masks these days, so that shouldn't be a problem, should it? So, because you really don't want to be taking in all those fumes. But if you go to other places in the world like Amsterdam, the car is like the bicycle. It's in the minority. Everyone's there on a bicycle. And of course, there's very, very few accidents. And there are even zones where cars can't go. So it can be incredibly healthy for you. And you just have to change the way you do things. And it might be in a small way. I'd also like to pick up one thing you also said about you hit a plateau. Now, the interesting thing is you were setting yourself a goal of reducing and reducing and reducing. But the key element here is that you actually should have been really celebrating staying at 84. Because that in itself is an achievement. You're doing something consistently and you're clearly doing it well. You may not be achieving what you want to, but the reality of life is it wasn't going up. And that's the key. This is the bit about our being responsible for our personal health. When things goes up, we beat ourselves up. When we stay the same, we beat ourselves up because we're not going down. When we go down, we go hip, hip, hooray, and we celebrate. And then actually the weight goes on because we've just celebrated with a chunk of ice cream or something, which has done the opposite to what we were trying to do. So the key thing is celebrate, those positions and feel good about it. But let's go back to the real key here. It's a discipline. It's having a discipline. And we're not here to give you a magic bullet, but we're here to give you a few processes that will help you create your own regime, create your own discipline. And I think one of the best ways to do this is to actually physically write it down. Typically where you prepare food is where you will have a little bit of time to be able to write it down. So don't rush back to your computer. If you've got a laptop or a notepad, take your notepad into the kitchen and just write down what you're doing. Or alternatively, write it on the wall. Get a chalk pad and just write it on the wall and keep a diary so that you're physically doing it at a time when you're actually doing it. I know that sounds a bit stupid, but it is actually the simplest and quickest way of doing it. The other thing is you can actually involve your children to do it as well. So you could get them into the work preparation arena and get them to write down what's going in, because they won't cheat. You might. Kids are very black and white. They will write down exactly what's going in. So if you say a pinch of salt and you put a teaspoonful in, they'll say, that's not a pinch of salt, that's a teaspoonful. And the silly thing is you can therefore have more of a conversation with your children about what's important, what's healthy eating, what would be good to have, what if we cut out this, what would it do? And then not just think about the personal consequences, but the consequences outside, what's happening in the world. I mean, it's a great time if you can get your children involved in making the meal, as opposed to typically they're only involved in eating it. So again, that is just a change of your behaviors, your discipline. And believe it or not, it will help them in their future life, because they will now know how to cook just by observing other people making the meals on a regular basis. It will go in here and it will start to register. Any of that makes sense, CK? But do you do any of this with your children?
Yes, it's so interesting that you mentioned, because my kids are already making evening tea. It's a regime, and they insist that they will make the evening tea for all of us. And they're also making the Indian bread for dinner. So,
oh, wow.
It is not that they are doing with their hands. So we have a roti maker, this bread maker. We call it roti maker.
Yeah.
It just cooks the Indian bread in like 30 seconds. Otherwise, it takes 2 minutes to do it manually. So they are doing it using that machine. But I think, Neval, I like to share something else also here. In terms of eating habits, I think what you consume is also very important when you want to lose weight as part of your chart. So you mentioned about rice. Now, in India, there are at least 2,000 different varieties of rice available.
Yes, I know.
And the most tasty rice is, if you go to Middle East, you must have tasted this rice which you get called basmati. I don't know whether you heard this.
Yeah, I use basmati all the time. Yeah.
Right, so that is the worst rice to have if you want to lose weight, because it has a lot of carbohydrate. But then there are rice which does not add anything to you. It's like eating nothing. So there are rice, if you like taste of rice, you can have rice. But everybody says that you should not have rice in the night. So if you can get rid of rice from your staple diet in the night, you can actually reduce a lot of weight. And then subsequently what I did, I told you about my threshold at 84 kgs. Since then, I have reduced my diet only once a day. I eat only once a day. So for last almost like 18 months or little over 18 months, I'm having only one meal in a day, which is my lunch. So I have a slightly early lunch, and throughout the day, I just keep having water. And I don't feel weak. I feel very energetic. I feel quite strong. I continue my regime of exercising as I was doing. I'm still able to lift more than 100 kgs on deadlift for my back. So I'm equally strong. Although from the medical perspective, I have reduced my hemoglobin. My hemoglobin used to be about 18, 19, which was very high. So one of the doctor told me that your blood is very thick. You must do something about it. Now it is 17. So by doing all these changes, exercising, having a lot of water, reducing the food intake, my hemoglobin has come down to 17, which is average. But I don't feel, in fact, I feel very energetic, and I also feel very cool at head. I don't feel very anxious. I don't feel hot-headed. I feel very calm all the time.
That's excellent. And what we should say here for everybody is it's your journey. CK's sharing his journey, what works for him. That may not work for you, but the point is, where you need to do is to start from where you currently are and just work out exactly what you do. There is this thing, not only breakfast is the feedback of champions when it comes to the communication and feeding back and working with your team, but breakfast is allegedly the best meal of the day because it sets you up for the day. But that doesn't mean you have to have the full English every day. Bacon, eggs, sausages, beans, tomatoes, mushrooms. You can go on because of the English breakfast could be huge. But until you know what you eat and how you're exercising and what exercising you'll do, you'll never really understand who you are. So I think the message today is about having a diary, being a little bit disciplined over your own personal health. And we do know, because this has been proven time and time and time again, and we're also told about the COVID vaccine. It's a prevention, it's not a cure. So anything we do will be preventative. So by reducing your carbohydrate, by reducing your sugar intake, by reducing your salt intake, all these things are absolutely necessary for you to live. But too much of it over time builds a problem in your body. And it might be your veins get smaller because there's fatty deposits. It may be you get bigger and therefore your regime where you're trying to exercise actually is more painful. It's harder. And we see this all the way around the world. So what you're doing is protecting yourself, you're future-proofing yourself, and it's actually helping you live a longer and happier life. So what we're not saying here, that there's a silver bullet that CK's created. The silver bullet is in between your 5 inches, in between these. And this is where it all happens, and this is where it all starts. So if you're going to make a difference in yourself and your family as well, start doing things which are absolutely obvious. They are common sense. As we know, common sense doesn't grow in everybody's garden. So let's help you grow it in your garden. This is all about health, nothing else. So start writing down where you are today. Over a period of 7 days, you'll actually work out something that you can not do, reduce or cut out, and something that you can do in its place. As CK said, he started off by not using the elevator and walking up the stairs. Well, 20 floors, it's a long way, 20 floors. And I'm not surprised it used to take 40 minutes because I'd be puffed out at 20 floors, frankly. But if you can get it down to 8 minutes, it's faster than some elevators. So, you're not exactly going to lose a great deal if you start to think slightly differently. And it's only a small change. But there's no point in changing something you think you do. Work out exactly what you do. And as I say, the simplest thing is write it down. Be religious about it as well. Use it like we do our iPhones and our smartphones. I was looking around for it there because I'd lost it. It's black and my machine's black, so I lost it for a moment. Oh, palpitations. But the point is we use this all the time. So, create your own little diary as to exactly what you're doing, what you're eating, what your children are eating, and how they're exercising and how you're exercising. There's nothing difficult about this. You just have to start. And like anything else, this is everything we should have learned at school, but we didn't because it was spoon-fed. It was done for us. Here's your dinner money, just hand it in and the school will provide your lunch. Well, it's about time we took personal responsibility, I think. And then it will reduce your call on healthcare going forward. Not that healthcare won't be there, it's just that as we've seen during the pandemic, there's been more and more calls on doctors, and it's been very difficult to get an appointment. So do yourself a little bit of a favor, go down this health kick that we've started here, create a little diary, find out what you do, and start realizing where you are and what you're doing. I hope it's been fun, CK. I know you've been nodding away there and you've been keeping some mental notes. It's fantastic that your children make tea every day. It'd be good to get them on the show and ask them how they feel about making tea, what it does for them, for their self-esteem, for their confidence level. Where can they take it to the next stage? Because you never know, in a few months' time, they may even be making you dinner or lunch. Maybe that's a stretch of the imagination. But the point is, we need to see why they enjoy it, Otherwise, if they didn't enjoy it, they wouldn't do it every day. They'd moan.
Well, Neville, I think they are also very conscious about the taste, the tea must taste. So they have learned, it has to boil for a certain time and, how much water, how much milk, how much sugar. And all of us have different taste buds with regard to tea. And I think all of us are very, very specific when it comes to the perfect taste. So they take care of each one's requirement. That's very interesting. when the kids are making tea, they know exactly how much tea, what is the taste of each person in the family, and they make it accordingly. And the assurance about that is also very important. Once they make the tea, they always ask, how's the tea? So that's a question which they
that, you know, CK, in that short little snippet there, that is so brilliant, because I mean, anyone in the workplace knows if you volunteer to make a tea, someone's going to say, no milk, 2 sugars please, I like it really strong. And you've got all these things going on in your mind, and then you're juggling things. Well, that's called, you know, that's called coordination. And there's nothing better than having put your best effort in, and then you say, how's your tea? And someone says, oh, it's the best cup of tea I've had all day. Just imagine the feeling that person gets back by that little bit of praise. And all it was a cup of tea. You know, imagine where that can go, you know, fulfilling this huge project over 5 years, and someone says, that was the best project you've ever done. I mean, how's that going to make you feel? And it all starts from making a cup of tea. We'll leave people with that thought, okay? Because, you know, little levels of appreciation, as we all say, is really important. So enjoy your cup of tea later, CK. I'm sorry I can't be there to have it with you, but I'll be there in spirit. And hopefully one day when we do meet up, your children can make me a cup of tea. And that'll be a challenge.
Well, they'll make coffee for you.
Depends on the time of day. We're a nation of tea drinkers over here, remember? But it's been fantastic speaking with you today. I hope we've given people a little bit of an insight of taking care of your own health for your own future. You know, we can't just rely on popping pills for the rest of our life, because pills actually will run out. The effects of pills will start to dissipate. So enjoy the rest of your day, CK. Good luck, everybody. Have a fantastic weekend.
Everything which you should have learned at school, but you didn't. Neville, thank you so much for joining us today. We'll catch you next time with something even more interesting.
Cheerio.
Morning, Neville. Welcome to Top Brass Spotlight.
Good morning, CK.
Yes, Neville. So, you know, the today trending news in India is investment of Facebook in a Indian telecom operator called Reliance. They have a brand called Reliance Jio, and this Reliance group is so big. In the telecom sector, Facebook has picked up only 9.9% stake, which is equal to $5.7 billion. So they have taken up only 9.9% stake in a telecom operator in India. And there is a big plan to integrate WhatsApp with a core telecom platform. And they want to make huge strides using WhatsApp. They want to go to 300 million small shops, provision stores, which are very small. They are not as big as the supermarkets, but they are smaller. They are closer to clients. And they want to enable two things with this acquisition. One, they want to integrate the WhatsApp payment platform for micro payments using the digital platform. And number two, they want to enable local consumers to talk to the local shops and stores by faster communication. So they are going to plan a complete stride, and you know, making sure that the competition between Walmart, Amazon, and now the Jio Mart is going to heat up in India. And the numbers are humongous. If you can see these numbers and appreciate, it's a very big deal. And let me tell you, Naval, this is the first of the uh, large days, mega days, which are waiting to happen for India. The world community is looking at the digital society of India, which is in the range of 600 million small businesses using digital platforms which are already present in India, and 1.3 billion digital consumer base. So this is exactly the big news in India, where the Facebook is investing in a large telecom operators. They have picked up only small stake, but look at the numbers. It is deal worth $5.7 billion.
That's massive, massive deal. And if you let's look at that just very simply. Why are they doing that? And the simple answer is because communicating with people is the digital arena. How do you get your message out there? How do you put your company in the spotlight, as the program goes? You get to your audience. So it's that communication platform. And Facebook are just demonstrating exactly what all these big platform organizations can do. So Facebook's a platform. Your telecom arena is another platform. Put the two together, and actually it's a very, very powerful arena. In some respects, if you control the airwaves, you control your destiny, as someone might have said in the past. So how do we, the question today we've got for everyone out there that's listening is, how do you control your destiny? So you need to control your message, and you need to put it out there, if that makes sense.
Yes, it does. But I'm quite excited because my business is also a small business in India, and I'm figuring in that 600 million small businesses which global cross-border business houses are aiming to address. So I'm also thinking there could be something for us as well. So like me, there are so many other people in India who are waiting for such mega days to happen. And together, I think we can drive the whole digital economy for the world.
Oh, you're absolutely right. And should be of no surprise to people that Facebook have taken this small stake. It's not a controlling stake. It's not even a declarable stake in the corporate world. 9.9%. It's not a declarable item per se. It certainly isn't a change of control. And for those listening out there, 51% is not a change of control either. 25% might be a change of control, depending on who's holding the 25%. So, yeah, I mean, it's a huge, huge change in your arena. And it won't surprise me that they do this elsewhere. But let's face it, where are they going to do it? They can't do it in China because they're blocked. The Chinese do their own thing, as we know, with WeChat, etc. So where's the next place that they can do it? The biggest population in the world. Ta-da! Is India. 1.3, 1.4, maybe 1.7 billion people if you actually had a proper census out there. Who knows how many people are actually living in India today.
That's right. So this is a trend. In fact, all the media channel, newspapers, tabloid, online, everybody's carrying this major news item. So let me ask you, Neville, what is trending in UK today?
Well, apart from that horrible thing called the coronavirus, which tends to hit every tabloid, every broadsheet, every financial paper, news item in the UK and certainly in the Western world, we had a catastrophic event that happened yesterday, and it was a global event. The oil price went negative. Listen to the words, negative. So in other words, this was a globally based commodity that people buy and sell on the open market, and you couldn't give it away yesterday. You had to pay for someone to take it away. it almost became the garbage can of the world. You know, you have to pay people to take this high valued commodity away. Now, it was only in certain parts of the world, to be fair. It was only in America, because of just the way markets work. And the reason for it is quite simple. There's no air traffic happening. That uses oil, a particular type of jet fuel. There's not much travel happening. There's lots of cargo moving around, but people are not traveling. So there's no typical ordinary vehicle movement. It's been reduced hugely. We're also coming out of the cold season in America. So there's no requirement for heating oil in the majority of the US. So all of these factors means that no one wants the oil. And this is raw oil. This is not refined oil. They just do not want this raw commodity. And yesterday, on one particular trade, it was minus $37. So just imagine your business that's been working for years and years on an established type of platform, and you're selling your product for the same amount on a regular basis. We'll call it $50 for the sake of the discussion. And all of a sudden, through no fault of your own, you're now not getting $50. You can't store it because all of your storage has gone. You've got no warehousing facility where you can store it. And now what you're having to do is the first person that turns up, you're giving them $50 to take your units away. So that's a massive swing. That's $100 swing in your revenue stream. And by the way, it's now gone negative. Massive, absolutely massive. What's that doing for this? What's that doing for your modeling? What's that doing for your brain power, really? What do you think?
It's going to be a huge loss, and I think it's going to be a huge loss to the lobby, which is behind the oil industry. Let me express my feelings by giving you another piece of news which I heard 2-3 days back on a weekend, that Samsung is coming out with a solid state battery, and this is much more efficient and cheaper to produce than the lithium ion. So who knows, when the oil requirement because of coronavirus or COVID-19, people stop traveling, people have more of virtual business, people stop taking flights. Who knows, the battery come and replace this particular source for energy. You never know.
Well, you're absolutely right. And the thing about this is that the whole renewable discussion comes up into the forefront of lots of people's minds. Of course, the reality of life is, if oil is so cheap, actually renewables were expensive before, and that makes them even more expensive. So there is this balance we need to look on the world economy. What do we want for our environment going forward? And again, lots of these oil companies, they've been around for many years, and they're all doing their own thing to make it as much of a green energy solution as possible. But we've got the issue now is we need to ask that fundamental question. What do we want from the planet? So these are really big issues. And the thing is, if you're a company out there that has got a green solution, now's the opportunity to make that noise out there, to get your message over and show people exactly what you're doing and the benefits to it. There's never been a better opportunity. And your battery solution is just an absolute classic.
And you mentioned green revolution, green technology. Who knows, the oil which is not used in internal combustion engines today can be used in fuel cells tomorrow. So we never know how the things turn into in next 6 to 12 months.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. But as we go back to the very beginning, this is about spotlight. This is about what's in the spotlight. So let's put you in the spotlight. So listen to what we're saying, think about your organization, think about who you want to be giving your message to, and come online with us, and we'll help you spread your word.
Certainly. So with more trends, we will catch up again tomorrow. You be safe and have a nice day, Neville.
Same to you, CK. Enjoy yourself, everybody, because it's the only life you've got.
Certainly. See you tomorrow. Bye.
Hello friends, welcome to Akulmac Live, and I am Chandrakant. Yesterday we talked about Tesla deciding to allow other electric vehicles from other manufacturers to come and use their charge points and charge their vehicles. So I think there is a little bit of standardization which is going to happen. That means a plug which will be standard across all EVs. And today we are talking about the next leap in battery or energy storage technology. And for this discussion, I will be joined by a very special guest joining us from UK. Before we start the discussion, I have to tell you that there is this QR code using which you can get connected with us instantly. All you have to do is point your mobile phone camera on this QR code and you will be connected with us. So friends, don't go anywhere. I'll be joining back with my friends in a moment. Welcome back, friends. And today we have Mr. Neville Gunt as our guest. He's joining us from UK, and we have a very interesting subject to discuss, and it's about the new advancements in electric vehicle or electric propulsion or electricity store and use technology. So Neville, welcome to the show. How are you doing today?
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. I'm doing really well, actually. We're in the summer in the UK. You wouldn't believe it with the rain that's falling outside, but or maybe that's what people expect of the UK. But yes, doing very well. Looking forward to this discussion today, which follows on from our discussion about charging, electric charging vehicles, and the way that we're looking at, or the way that Tesla is now looking at being less of a monopoly and more in the collaborative arena, let's say, by allowing lots of people, anyone, to plug into their charging stations using their universal plugs, which is great. It's good news. And today we're going to talk about something that will enhance that arena. So as we all know, one of the biggest problems that we have is storing energy in batteries. And then actually physically getting to the point where, I mean, where are all these, Tesla units going to get their energy from? So look, that's the expansive discussion we're going to have today. And in essence, CK, I suppose we're going to be talking about capacitors, aren't we?
Absolutely, Neville. In fact, battery development has reached its peak. And this is as much juice as we can get is already coming out from alkaline batteries today. So what is the way out? Because with the normal batteries, even high output batteries can take you up to only 200 miles with such a heavy weight. Because if you increase the batteries in your vehicle or your aircraft, it will never take off. So the challenge really is the energy density. And the solution that we can think of is storing the energy and have an instant burst out into the battery whenever it is needed. And then the electric vehicle will become practical solution, and then it can replace the conventional internal combustion engines. Why? Because that is the second problem. Because yesterday we talked about charge points, but then charging will take minimum 30 minutes. Even if you go for a fast charge, it will take minimum 30 minutes, and that is not good.
Yeah, it's true, and we've seen a lot of advancements in the battery arena. I mean, just take your smartphone. I mean, when those smartphones came out, the battery would die within a couple of hours, because it was being used. And then all the advice was, well, make sure that you completely deplete the battery before you recharge it. And several years later, iPhones in particular have got a very long battery life, and these things don't overheat. And even if you do keep them on almost a permanent charge, it seems that their life of the battery is still quite long. I mean, it's probably longer than you would want to keep the smartphone. So we're making big inroads in a small way in some respects, because remember, your smartphone is quite small compared to the type of batteries that we're going to be using in electric vehicles. But we need to be thinking smarter. We need to be thinking differently as to how we get the charge into the battery. How quickly can we put the charge into the battery without the battery being disadvantaged? You know, in other words, without reducing the life of current batteries. So we've got some fantastic engineers around the world all looking at this arena. And naturally, they're looking at the solar power conversion into these batteries. So I can imagine, as we talked the other day about all of these, pop-up type energy transfer units that Tesla are going to be putting dotted around India and probably everywhere else around the world. How are they going to get the energy? And it's going to come from solar power, because they're not going to be, sitting next to a McDonald's or a KFC or what have you. Well, they probably are as well, but they're going to be in other areas, that hasn't easily got an electricity source. So we're really looking, I think, CK, at the transfer of energy between solar power, of which India is fortunate because the sun shines incredibly well in India, as opposed to Iceland, which doesn't get so many hours in the day, and the capacitor arena. So the advancement in capacitors, and we've seen that in Formula One, where they use the Earth system, energy recovery system. And I think some of and this is another arena where F1, Formula One, it's the motor racing arena of the world. Grand Prix circuits around the world. I'm looking forward to the first one in India, by the way. We need to have one there. But all of these advancing arenas where they're pushing the envelope. So where the likes of Bezos and Elon Musk and Richard Branson are pushing the envelope into the space race, some of those technologies are coming back to be utilized literally on terra firma. What can we do here? How can we improve what we're doing here? And I see a tremendous improvement in capacitors recently. And I think we're probably going to paradigm shift in the capacitor arena shortly. What do you think?
Well, Neville, actually, capacitor for the, just to explain a little bit for the benefit of our viewers, is a very simple device. It has no moving parts. It has no liquid in it, unlike a battery. It has two metal sheets, and they are blocked by a dielectric. So when we say dielectric, it is nothing but an insulator, like a plastic or something like that. Mostly ceramic is used as a dielectric in the commercial capacitor production. And today, so this is not something new. It has been there for almost 150 years. But what is important in a capacitor, it has a capacity to charge instantly within a second and discharge also. So if you look at our watches, they move precisely after 1 second, and that is being done because there is a capacitor inside the watch which releases the current after each second, which will rotate the mechanism of the watch. So what changes now in the capacitor technology is that scientists are working on charging instantly and discharging slowly, so that the capacitor can get charged from a charging station as soon as you plug in. It is almost like filling petrol in your car. You go to the petrol station, pay the money, get your car top up, and on your way. So similarly, you swipe your card on a charging station. Since you have a capacitor, a large capacitor in your car, plug in, it will get charged instantly. It will have 1-2 kilowatts of power, and then this capacitor will start charging the battery. So you don't have to park your car near a charging station. You can just get your juice within few seconds, move on and extend your journey. And the advantages then, we talked about Tesla saying, hey, you come and charge at my charge station. But if you have a car which has a capacitor, then all you need is a 3-pin plug-in with one earth and two electrodes. So you can literally charge anywhere. You can charge in a grocery shop. So I think that is where it is coming to, and that is really the bottleneck. The charging time it takes. I mean, if you look at the low-end cars, it takes 8 hours to charge, which is not practical. So you drive 200 kilometers and then you take 8 hours to drive next 200 kilometers. It's not practical, especially in 21st century. So I think capacitor is adding a lot of juice in addition to the battery, and then you don't have to really have very heavy batteries in the car. What you need is a balance of weight between capacitors and battery. And that is where it is going, Neville.
Well, as I say, we already knew that given current technology, we're almost exhausting the capability of smaller batteries, more powerful batteries, reducing the weight of batteries, etc., etc. So there needed to be another step, and maybe having a capacitor in the mix. I mean, there was always a capacitor anyway, modulating the flow, but maybe there's maybe there's another sequence, and it's going to be physics. It's bound to be physics that we know, bound to be electrical theory, physics theory that we already are in control of, and it's just going to take that, excuse the pun, that spark where somebody's going to come up with another way of doing things better. And I really look forward to it, because this is where we really start to push the envelope. We start to push boundaries. And of course, you or I, we can explain this, but we're not physicists. We're not, electronic superheroes, but there will be one of you out there. So we're going to reach out to you today and, come on board and have a discussion with lots of people in the world that want to know what's happening. They really do want to be confident that the next step is going to be a step that they can accelerate. And the only way we're going to do that is to convince them that we're on the right track. And you're the person to convince them, not us. We can help you, we can increase the audience, but you're the person to come and convince them. So come on board, have a chat with us, and let's see where we go.
Absolutely, Neville. In fact, a lot of engineers can get connected with us, and if they are doing some groundbreaking, earth-shattering R&D in this space, for example, I've heard about graphene is being used in the new age capacitors, so they can talk about it. That will actually give them a footholding in terms of generating more revenue for their company if they are actually in R&D stage right now. At the same time, there are a lot of advancement in the hydrogen fuel cell technology also, which is an alternative to a capacitor. And the third one is really futuristic, which is having a degenerative nuclear power, which powers the satellite. But that's not safe as of now. So I think the best bet for us to move ahead, powering our vehicles, also powering the telecom towers in remote location, is the capacitor technology. It is safe. It does not spoil with a number of years. It has a long shelf life, and people who are behind it can join us and talk about which stage of commercial use they are in, and we will help them promote their product in a better way. Isn't it, Neville?
Absolutely. Absolutely. We can only push the envelope that other people are already creating. So the whole point about this discussion today is to open it up, Pandora's box. We know we're moving forward. We know we're moving forward at a very fast rate. So what we need to be doing is bringing people along at the same rate. I think technology is probably 5, if not 10 years ahead of the layman's understanding. And what we need to do is close a few of those gaps. And in some respects, raise people's expectations as to what's currently available. But we're never going to win this war on our own. So we're looking out to all of you listeners out there to come along and help us. Let's spread the right word and get this good technology out there, and being used.
Absolutely, Neville. It was an interesting discussion, and we'll catch up again tomorrow on something more interesting.
Absolutely, CK. Have a great day, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Good morning, friends, and today is October 14th, and I very graciously welcome you on today's morning edition of the Morning Brew. And today's key news that we have, which requires our attention, is the first thing is about the detection of aliens. So that is something that I want to bring it to you. And the news is really is about alien calling. It's like alien calling on the phone. So friends, there can be life on other planets too, and the astronomers for the first time have detected stars that are blasting radio signals. The signals are major hint of phenomena that can be of life out there. It is revealed that the signals were detected from 19 distant red dwarf planets, and 4 of them indicated presence of planets orbiting them. So I beg your pardon, red dwarf stars. So astronomers picked up the signal from space on the world's most powerful radio antenna, the low frequency array, as it is also known as LOFAR, LOFAR, which is situated in the Netherlands. The signals were detected and being monitored by Dr. Benjamin Pope and his colleagues from universities of Queensland at Dutch National Observatory, which is also known as Astron. We have long known the planets of our own solar systems emitting powerful radio waves, and this is for the first time they have detected the radio waves coming from several star systems outside the our solar system. So this is a first big news today. Moving on. Did you know that the astronauts used a tea bag to save $1 billion space station, the International Space Station, which is orbiting 400 kilometers above Earth? The International Space Station is a potential hazard due to many reasons, with its age being one of the key factors. In 2020, astronauts used a tea bag to avert a major disaster on the space station by fixing a hole in one of its modules. After a leak was found in one of the modules of the International Space Station, which usually flies at the altitude of 400 kilometers above Earth, astronauts were left in a fix trying to find a quick solution in case things were to escalate. Usually, space station leaks air from the module throughout its journey in the Earth orbit, which takes about 93 minutes per orbit. Each day, the station loses more than 250 grams of air, which on daily basis, and it takes about 15.5 orbits during its journey. So during the time when the leak was detected, and this was a major one, the station started losing more than 1 kilogram of air every day. The astronauts from different countries like USA, Japan, Russia, Canada, and Europe are usually on board the station. When the leak occurred, they were compelled to look for its source in the station. To ascertain its source, they sealed all the modules, camped together in one of the extreme end of the modules of the International Space Station called Zvezda in the Russian part of the station, and they were able to detect the leak in that module, and believe it or not, they used the tea bag to temporarily seal the leak. So moving on, this is a news from the IT world, and it is not the ransomware which will be as big a threat as the new variant on ransomware called killware, which is being now talked about. A ransomware becomes dangerous threat to all countries, and the US Homeland Security Alejandro Mayorkas recently informed that the killerware is a variant of ransomware which is designed to take some actions which are very, very harmful for people. Mayor Cass informed the cyber incident was linked to an attempt by hacking the water treatment facility in Florida, intending to contaminate water to be distributed to residents. And this incident took place in February. So this was a specially designed ransomware which is going to cause physical harm to people, maybe deaths. So this is something which is now rapidly happening around us, and this is a time when we actually give a lot of serious thoughts to cybersecurity and make some legal networks, because this has already started to happen as more and more services are linked to the cybersecurity. Moving on, the next news is from India, and it is about Tata Motors. The Tata Motors share jumped 20% yesterday, and this is on NSE, and it has seen the 52nd week high yet again. And the reason for this excitement is simple. The Tata Motors investment, or the investment of Tata Motors in Abu Dhabi ADQ company, and they've invested something like 7,500 crores, and this has given a big boost to Tata Motors. And this whole investment is basically going to spearhead the Tata Motors electric passenger mobility business, which is EV in short. The investment would be through compulsory convertible preference shares for stake of between 11% to 15%, depending on the revenue performance. This translates into equity valuation of up to 9.1 billion. So you see, this is an actual reason of fresh investment coming in from Abu Dhabi into Tata Motors, and that is why the Tata Motors share has shot up by almost 20%. And in fact, it is one of the major equity in Indian market which has shown a lot of positive results. And yet again, this proves our point that it is because of the new wave of vehicles which are going to be produced, and that is electric vehicle. Moving on, again going back to space, the Indian scientists this time have predicted that the smaller galaxies which are orbiting our galaxy, the Milky Way, and whenever there is a fly past of these smaller galaxy, it actually causes a structural change to the larger one, which is the Milky Way. So while the universe is constantly expanding, not showing any signs of slowing down, the galaxies collide or pass close to each other in galactical flybars at times. The scientists have consensus that there could be a time when all the galaxies are too far away to even be possible from Earth, but currently several of them are moving towards each other. Some are on collision course, like the neighboring Andromeda, which is going to collide with Milky Way in about 2 billion years time. The research has been going on globally to understand the impact of such galactical flybys. A study by Indian astronomers have revealed that such flybys of smaller galaxies can cause major disruption to the Milky Way. As per the study published in the journal Monthly Notice of Royal Astronomical Society, the smaller galaxy fly past the larger one like Milky Way can lead to significant disruptive changes to its structure. The astronomer concluded that each passage of small galaxy can initiate creation of new spiral arms in larger spiral shaped galaxies like Milky Way. So this is something which has come yesterday. We will keep track on this particular news and keep informing you as when new development happens in this area. Moving on, as you know that we have been waiting for the third wave of pandemic to hit us, and to avoid the third wave hitting India, lot of state governments have taken drastic measures. In fact, we are all very careful about following the norms which have been laid down by the government and also medical practitioners. So as part of this 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 pandemic third wave, the government of Mizoram has said that told their citizens that you have to wear a mask as long as possible. So there has been a new surge of cases, nearly 1,000 new cases found in a small state of Mizoram, which is in the northeast. And these 1,000 cases are being reported every day for past 1 month. The government has said that they have launched a statewide campaign to sensitize citizens importance of wearing masks. That could be a very powerful tool for us to combat the virus. For next 10 days, all mask campaign was launched by the State Minister of Health, R. Lata Nigalyani, at Aswal on Tuesday, and it is actually planned to run till October 20th of this month. It will be implemented across all districts by respective deputy commissioners and CMOs. So friends, I think the only solution we have so far found is wearing a mask. And this is exactly what the state government is doing in state of Mizoram, where they're asking their citizens to wear masks at all times, at home, at whenever they are moving out of house, or whatever they are doing. So wear mask at all times. Now, finally, the big news is as of today, during a raid by the authorities, a cupboard full of currency note were discovered in down south, the state capital of Telangana, which is Hyderabad. The net worth of this raid has been pegged at 142 crores of cash, which was stacked up in the cabinet. And as you can see in the picture, that the bundles of currency note, which has which has a money worth 142 crores, and this news has gone viral on social media. The shock is also there. The Income Tax Department recently carried out search and seizure operations on a major pharmaceutical group based out of Hyderabad and claimed to have unearthed unaccounted money worth 550 crores. During this raid, currency notes were found stuffed in carton boxes, labeled medicine, and also in huge almirah at several flats. The picture, which is doing rounds on the internet, is of the same raid on the pharmaceutical group. The company involved in this case is manufacturing intermediate for active pharmaceutical ingredients, which is also known as API formulations. And according to official release from the Income Tax Department, this money is this news is quite bewildered. All the citizens are bewildered by watching this, that so much of cash can be kept in carton boxes and also in almirah. So friends, I think this is something which is covered as part of the morning brew from Akulmek, and I'll catch you tomorrow, same time, with something more interesting.
Hello friends, welcome to Akulmek Live. I'm Kanchan Verma. And today we'll be talking about Rishis, Acharyas, Saints of India, which is more aimed at discussing about their contribution to mankind and development scene of human race with the surrounding, which not only includes Earth, but whole cosmos. We have rich thought-provoking knowledge about many subjects like medicine, for example, Ayurveda, which is world famous, ancient knowledge of surgery, discovery of zero, and also art of living, the science of planet, and much more. Today, we'll be talking about Maharishi Dadiji, a sage who sacrificed his life to protect devas, gods. And in our ancient inscription, Acharya Dadiji is famously known as the greatest of all sage. He is an example of greatest sacrifice for the goodness of world. So stick around to this episode till the end to know more. Welcome back. As you know that we will be discussing about Maharishi Dadiji today. Dadiji was son of Atharvan, a rishi, and his wife Chetty. Atharvan was son of Brahma and Chetty was sage Kardam's daughter. Dadiji was said to have master of Vedic art known as Brahma Vidya or Madhu Vidya that would enable mortals to attain immortality. Well, what makes him so different than other rishis of the world? I think his sacrifice, which is done willingly for gods and mankind. According to one account, Indra, the king of heavens, a character of history similar to Odin of Western mythology, was once driven out by a demon from heavens, and that demon's name was Vitra. The demon was a recipient of boon whereby he could not be killed by any weapon that was known till the date of his receiving the boon, and additionally that no weapon made of wood or metal could harm him. Indra, who has lost all hopes of recovering his kingdom, was said to have approached Vishnu. Vishnu revealed that Indra, only weapon made from the bones of sage Dadiji would defeat this demon. But why Dadiji only? So I will come to this point a little later. As story goes further, Indra and other devas therefore approached to sage and asked him for his aid in defeating this demon. Sage Dadiji accepted, agreed the request, but said that he wished he had time to go on a pilgrimage to all holy rivers before he gave up his life to them. Indra then brought together all water of holy rivers to Naimisharanya, a very important place in India, and especially this is important place for Hindus, thereby allowing sage to have his wish fulfilled without further loss of time. Well, after that, Dadiji asked Indra to kill him, but then this king of heaven said that how can I kill a sage? That will be murder for me. So finally, Dadiji created a huge fire by his willpower and entered into it, reduced himself to ashes, leaving behind only bones. Now here comes a question. Is self-body can be burned by willpower? Well, lately we have seen cases of spontaneous human combustion of living human body without external source of ignition. So when we talk about creation of fire by Dadiji by his own will, are we really referring to self-combustion? I look forward for your comments on this subject. Now moving forward, Dadiji is then he has already given his life for devas, and then from his bones devas gods made a vajra from his spine, and this weapon was used to defeat the demon, allowing Indra to reclaim his place as king of heavens. Now why Dadiji only? The requirement was only for human bones. But I think maybe Maharishi Dadiji willingly came forward for his ultimate sacrifice. Honor of Bravery Medal Paramveer Chakra, which is India's highest military award for displaying distinguished act of valor during wartime, has a picture of Vajra, which was made of Dadichi's bone, is engraved. So you see the importance of Dadichis in our own lives. There have been many instances where war gods like Murugan is described as holding Vajra. Skanda is also named of Bodhi Sattva in Mahayana Buddhism, also closely associated with Vajra. Now, when we talk about sacrifices or goodness or caring of human race, there are many instances in the history where the war, where many people, even the warlords, came forward for helping the mankind. Dadichi is credited with giving up his life in order to allow gods to make weapon and then defeat the demon and recapture heavens and release all water of the world from the clutches of the demon and for the living beings of the earth. One of the greatest virtue of mankind is helping needy people. Many people are considered brave for their virtues of giving many kind of alms, many kind of wealth, knowledge, and tried everything in their control to uphold the virtue. Indian history gives many extraordinary instances of this. Many people who preferred giving away their body parts, wealth, in order to give more preference to sacrifice, as it is referred in Hindu mythological history. But Dadichi Rishi has a highest place above all rishis, above all human, for his own sacrifice and selflessness. Namaste.
Hello friends, and as you know that the Indian civilization is the oldest surviving continuous civilization. The whole ideology of Hinduism is the driving force of this civilization. And if you look back into our history, there are very good scriptures which are written which guides us on every step. And scriptures like Ramayana and also Mahabharata, and there are many more. But you know, I like to ask you one question which is intriguing me also. For instance, if you talk about Ramayana, I mean, we all know there are many incidents which are listed in Ramayana, but I think there is one which I want to discuss today, and that is which changes the course of Lord Ram going for exile for 14 years. And that is because the stepmother of Ram asked for his this thing from his father. That means for 14 years he will not be near Ayodhya and he will have to be in the jungle. And that was the thing. We all know that. Don't want to repeat more on this. But my question is that Kekai could have asked for the lifetime exile for Ram. If she was so worried about her son getting the throne, and because she was so possessive about his son Bharat, and therefore he could have completely removed Ram from the picture and sent him to the lifetime exile. Yet she didn't do that. She only asked for 14 years of exile. Well, this is one case, and it has baffled me why she did not ask for lifetime or more number of years, and why only 14 years. So I think we'll come back to this question. Let us look at what more we can see from our scriptures. And when it comes to other scriptures like Mahabharata, similar incident can be recalled when it comes to Mahabharata, and that is when Duryodhana asked for exile of Pandavas. He only asked for 13 years and not more. And he could have asked, they were the arch rival for Kauravas.
He could have asked Pandavas to be exiled forever. There was no stopping him. He could have taken that, but yet he didn't do it. And as we know that the Duryodhana is supposed to be the ultimate villain, but he did not ask for lifetime exile of Pandavas. He only asked for 13 years. Well, I think this is, in my point of view, this is because of the underlying belief system of Hinduism, where the belief is that there is nothing permanent in our universe. And that is the basic of Hinduism. This is what I feel. And since nothing is permanent, there is no point in asking for something which is like an infinity. So Kekai not asking for exile for more than 14 years, because I think back of her mind, she knew that, okay, 14 years is sufficient and there is no need to ask for the lifetime, because the underlying mechanism of Hinduism is that there is nothing called permanent and everything is ever changing, everlasting. Now let's go back to other examples where the other demons as described in our scriptures. There are different demons who always wanted immortality. They always use their powers to attain immortality. Now this is not new. I mean, if you look at any other powerful king in any other culture, the ultimate goal of that king would be to live forever, because once you have tasted power, and as far as Hinduism is concerned, the power is really not a strong attribute, it is actually a negative attribute. So once you become a very powerful king, or you also become demon king as per the scriptures, then the ultimate desire is to live forever and rule forever, and that is why they wanted immortality. However, Brahma never gave immortality to anyone, and he always refused immortality. So they have actually got workaround around it. It's a very long story, because each one of these demon king, have their own nemesis. Who can kill them, how they will die, etc., etc. Long stories. But I think the whole point is that even Brahma did not give them something which is going to last forever. This is something which is not permanent. And I think that is the whole, essence of Hinduism. That is a basic underlying essence, that we believe in the Kal Chakra. Kal Chakra is the wheel of time, and the wheel of time is infinite. You cannot compete with the wheel of time. The time will keep moving, you keep moving along with the time, and time is never constant, it is ever changing. So I think that is the belief of the Hinduism, and that is why since this was a belief in the Indian society, it survived for so long, because there were no need for collecting material gains. For 10,000 years, humans living in this part of the world, especially who were following the Hindu belief, there was no need for them, because everything was God, owned by God. And when everything is owned by God, you are only utilizing, you are taking permission from God and utilizing the whole resources which are available for your benefit, for the time your journey starts on earth and ends on earth. So during that time, you're not the owner, you're only using it, and you're taking permission from the God. Now if you look at the kings also, even kings did not had the absolute control on the land. There was no concept of owning land, there was no concept of owning things. Kings were only the caretaker of administration appointed by the gods. So this was a belief system continued for very long time, until the time we actually started getting the Islamic invader coming into the country. And before that, if you look at, if you look at all the kings that existed before the Islamic invasion, where are their descendants? Who owned the land? We keep hearing information about Mughals asking for Red Fort. Legally, they keep filing their applications in the courts, Indian courts, and they lay claim on the Red Fort. However, as far as the Hindu society is concerned, there are no land records before the Muslim invasions, the first king and all that, first sultan, I beg your pardon. And These Muslim invader brought the concept of owning the land, owning the riches, owning gold, owning this, owning that. All that has come with this Islamic invasion, and because their belief system was basically transfer of property through generations, whereas in Hindu religion there was no such thing like that. And we believe that the God is omnipresent, God is taking care of everyone, God is life, God is also death. That was the thing, and we are only nomads in our and we are actually living as a nomad, utilize the resources wherever we go with permission of the God. And therefore this is something which is so unique here. And for the first time, I mean, if you go and look at the land records in Indian record systems, you will see that the oldest records available are basically the right and title of the land given out as a benefit to the ministers and other courtesans of these sultans. And that was the first time. So these people started giving land, right, and title to the people who they like, and they used to give them prizes in the form of land, and that actually gave right to feudalism. Before that, people did not own anything. They can move around the land wherever they want. They can live the way they want. Of course, there was law and order, that which was maintained by again the religious system, because religious system was so strong that people used to follow this, and they used to literally follow, including kings used to follow this. There are certain ethics, and even kings also did not own anything. So if you look at the kings before the sultans, there is no record of their land, their wealth. We only learn about their buildings, their society, only from the Chinese travelers who came to India and wrote about the society at that point in time. But there is no record of owning any land. So I think this is something which I thought I raised a question within myself, that why KK did not ask for lifetime exile of Ram. I think this is a basic reason, that since we believe, even if we are bad guys, we still believe that there is nothing called permanent. Everything is destroyable. If there is a birth, there is going to be an end to it. So friends, what do you think about this theory? If you feel what I'm saying is right, write in. And if you think that there is more to it, still I would like to engage with you. And I will play some of your good messages in my next Akulmek Live. Until then, I'd like to say goodbye for today, only to catch you in the next one. Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmek Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Today we will talk about something called dark matter. Now, most of us have heard about something called dark matter, which we don't know what it is. But how do we know that it exists? So let's say when scientists were looking at the galaxy Andromeda in the 30s, they found that the motion of the galaxy is very peculiar. Why it is peculiar? Because the central, the speed of the star which exists in the center of the galaxy are moving at the same speed which are at the outside of the galaxy, which are at the edges of the galaxy. Typically, the expectation was that the center, because it has more mass, will move faster than the outside at the boundary, which will be moving slowly. So, but the scientists, when they were doing the calculations, they found that the entire galaxy is moving very rapidly, and the center is moving at x speed. At the same speed, the exterior of the galaxy is also moving. Later, it was found that most of the galaxies have these characteristics. It is pretty much like this. When you hold your hand, as when we were all small kids, we used to go around by holding each other's hand. So when you hold your hand, and you start
going around each other, as the speed increases, you have to exert more pressure to hold yourself together with your friend. So that means if the stars are going at a faster pace in the outskirts of the galaxy, that means there is something, you need more force to pull them back and retain them in the galaxy. That's a simple logic. So where this extra mass comes from? So it turns out that the mass which is required to generate this extra force of gravity um, should be at least 10 to 15 times more than what we see around in the galaxies. Even if we calculate the mass of the black holes and the gas which exists in the galaxy, that mass is not sufficient to hold the galaxy together. The speed of the galaxy and the force which the galaxy creates is sufficient for all the matter to be thrown out of the galaxies. Yet it forms a specific disk shape and it retains shape and it goes around. That means there has to be some mysterious extra gravity which is there, and that is holding the galaxy together. And as you know that the gravity is a byproduct of the mass, so that extra mass is not visible. And since it is not visible, it is known as dark matter because we don't know what it is. So what are the characteristics of dark matter theoretically? As we see, the matter interacts with each other. Matter consists of electrons, protons, quarks, neutrinos, photons. All of this matter that exists has certain certain energy, and the matter interacts with each other. For example, electron, proton, they have some interaction, and these fundamental forces are of interaction is also defined. I have covered them in a separate video. But the matter is having some sort of heat in it, so that is why the matter is slightly hot, and because it is hot, it has the ability to interact with others. The dark matter does not seem to interact with anything. It does not even interact with itself, because if it interacts with itself, there will be some reaction and we will be able to see the energy pattern of those reactions. So the dark matter does not interact with the matter, it does not interact with itself, and it does not show any sign of any sort of interaction of any kind, either nuclear or chemical or any other form of energy exchange that happens. So that means it's a cold matter. So it is probably, so more research is required on the dark matter, because we don't know what this matter consists of, what it is made of, and why it does not interact with matter or itself. Yet it is made of the matter that we see around us is almost like 10 to 15 times more than the matter that is visible to us. So that means we cannot see this extra matter, we cannot see their reactions, it does not interact, it is just existing, and it just creates gravity. So it's very mysterious, and since it is very mysterious, we call it dark matter. There are a lot of theories about dark matter being a particle, and there are very scientists have theorized that there are different particles, but none of these particles have been detected so far. We have tried very hard to get the particles detected, but we have not got any indication of any sort of detection into our scopes. So it's a big mystery. And yet there is another mystery, is that the matter itself is only 30%, and the rest of the 70%, which is the space that exists in space, is called dark energy. Dark energy is sort of an energy which is anti-gravity. So the dark energy, which occupies 70% of the things that we have in the space, that means majority of the space consists of dark energy. 30%, so nearly 25% is made of dark matter, and about 5%, 4.9 to be precise, is the matter that we see and from which we are made. So if you look around in the universe, we are so insignificant that we are made of only 4% of the material. Yet 96% of the material is all around us, and we don't know what it is. we don't know anything about it, we can't even see it. So this is something that I thought I'll bring you this matter and bring some clarity. I will meet you in the next video. Until then, bye bye. Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akul Mac Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Today we are joined by a very eminent leader. Her name is Isha Sharma. She joins us from Delhi. She is the co-founder and the CEO of Triambak organization, which is a specialized company in the area of intellectual properties. Welcome to the show, Isha.
Thank you so much, Siki. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. And as you know, Isha, we are on day 16th of the lockdown. Certain parts of India are also getting into or getting up into total lockdown. But I think rest of
Right.
India is going through lockdown. So I would like to know in your community, in your area, do you see any innovation that has come out where people have got together as a social partnership and coming out with some solution to handle this lockdown situation?
Mhm. Sure. So thank you so much for getting me on this platform. So answering to your question, I am joining from Delhi. So what I see related to my community and neighborhood is that I understand that it's a total lockdown situation across the globe. So it's more or less similar for everybody sitting in India or anywhere across the globe. But the because I come from a domain which basically relates to a lot of startups, a lot of innovations in nature, so I keep on reading a lot of stuff related to what is happening currently. So I understand that it's a very difficult situation for people who are working in the line of business. Either it's a small scale business or it's a large scale business. The scale of problems might be different, but then it is still there. So I see a lot of collaborations happening between two, you can say, two different sets of startups to actually help and to fight against the COVID. So for example, the industries which the major players related to your I would say the car part, say Ola and Uber is there. So those people are trying to collaborate with the say Big Basket or people who can actually supply the components or the essential needs of a normal person. So these kind of collaborations are helping both of them in terms of business and in terms of contribution as well. So I see a lot of positive change happening because they usually belonged from a community which focused on competitiveness. But right now, because of this COVID culture, I see too much of collaboration happening, which is in a way a very positive approach towards fighting anything. And even I would say to enhance business, I personally believe that collaborations can actually help you achieve more in comparison to the competitiveness. So this is one change that I'm seeing in terms of business aspect. Apart from that, if you talk in general terms of say psychology or human behavior, that we are still away from that human touch kind of a feeling. We were so used to meeting people and then discussing things. Even if I talk about my business, it was more like meeting the client, trying to convince them that why is it important, how is it is done, and everything else. Now everything is digitized in a way that we are doing these Zoom calls and video conferencing with our clients as well as with our friends. It doesn't hit the business in terms of, I would say, the connectivity level, but of course we miss that human touch. But in a way we have learned to deal with it, and in a way it is moving towards more of a digitization. In terms of Indian aspects, I would say that it is going to create a culture where we will be okay working from home. It will create a culture where we will be like okay digitizing everybody's, because when we talk about startups, leaving the tech startups aside, apart from that, everybody else who is into creation, say there is a small shop owner or a restaurant owner or anybody else who is selling their products, they were quite reluctant to go digital. I mean, apart from the impositions that were there, like for Amazon or Flipkart, you have to sell your products. But apart from that, they were very hesitant and they were not very tech friendly. But now, because of this lockdown scenario, they have to learn it because there is no way out of it. So probably it's a do or die situation. So you have to learn to go digital to survive in the market. Yeah, that's more what is happening around me, I would say.
Yes, it's very well summarized, Isha. And since you work with the intellectual property issues and you mostly work with the SME segments and startups,
Yes.
do you see any downturn in the business sentiments in your community, in your network?
See, as I'm interacting with my clients, I would say who are startup owners, initially I would say they were very irritated and frustrated what to do because they were not prepared with this kind of a scenario. But now, eventually, because we've come a long way now, because now we are used to this kind of a setting, and it looks indefinite to me as of now that when will this lockdown open or not. And so now people are coming up with different positive approaches. So what I see is a lot of people who can't implement what they're doing, at least they're ideating to it. So they're creating more of a novel content for that matter. They're designing on new products and new developments. So people are actually using this time to focus on the ideation part of the business rather than the implementation part of the business. Because once you have everything ready in your plate, you can start doing the work at the later stage, right? So a lot of my clients are more focused towards creation part. Eventually what we do is help them to register, so the entire process, that process will follow. Eventually it will follow once the offices gets open. So there is a part of which we can do right now. So the research is still happening. The people are, as I said, that they are actually ideating. They are coming with a lot of different sets of questions, that whether it can be done or whether it can't be done. So rather than focusing on the negative part of it, that we will not be able to implement it or make the prototypes or do the testing, but at least they can still ideate. So this is the kind of vibe that I'm getting from my people, I would say.
So, Isha, let me ask you one very pertinent, not a question, basically your opinion. See, there are certain businesses which can straight away migrate to virtual platform,
Right.
but there are a lot of other businesses which cannot migrate to virtual platform. Businesses like manufacturing sector,
Right.
agriculture, and the likes
Right.
of those.
Right.
So there is definitely a need to find a new business model. Um, from your point of view, and do you have an opinion on what the governments of each countries do to revive the business sentiment after this lockdown situation across the world is lifted?
Mhm. See, I understand your point that it is going to affect, and I could relate with the fact that, of course, there are divisions which can actually go virtual, and then there are divisions which can't. So, for the divisions which can go virtual, if you talk about IT companies, they always had a work from home culture. So, for them, it is not a very big thing apart from getting the business hit, because there is no eventually there is a shortage of the client for everybody, irrespective of an IT industry or an agriculture industry. But for the kind of businesses which are not tech oriented or which are not virtual in nature, so I was telling for them only that this is the time to actually think, or maybe do your SWOT analysis, that what went wrong, what are we doing right now, so even to enhance your productivity. So if you say that any business which is into manufacturing unit, there is a part of which can be done virtually or which can be done sitting at the home. As I said, that probably if you're into a product making industry, any kind of a product, say mobile phone is your product, you will not be manufacturing those products, but you can still do the research on the development part, that eventually when this lockdown gets over, there is a human psychology which will be there. So you can play with that aspect. I see a lot of digital marketing companies going under lapse condition because there is nobody who is marketing their own stuff right now. because maybe either or due to crash crunches or whatever. But this is the time to understand the human psychology, that after the lockdown period there will be certain component of which will need certain things, so you have to play on that part. I'm not saying that you exploit that part, but maybe people would need to still be connected with other people. So more of events or more of networking platforms can come into picture. So you have to actually understand the requirements of your customers. So right now, this is the best time to understand the human psychology, and then ideate according to that aspect, and then later on you can always execute that part. So it is valid for every industry, irrespective of whether it go virtual or not. Now, coming to your point about the economy condition, of course, see, I don't see any country which is not aware about the economy condition, that it will go, I mean, in a very questionable manner, and it will be a very, I would say, we will have another war to fight for, maybe hunger, maybe employment. That is what we are coming to at the later stage. But so I was just reading somewhere that it's not a very easy situation for anybody, for even for government, because they have to choose between a wrong and a wrong kind of a scenario. There is no right thing into it. So probably you just have to understand that maybe you're choosing something which will not have a very larger impact into it, because considering the death rate in this coronavirus scenario is very high. So you cannot expect any government or any I would say agency for that matter to play with that factor, because it is going to affect people, right? So you can't just let people die. Even if you see that there will be an economy impact, it can be reviewed by measures which can be taken in a clubbed manner. What I see uh, happening would be that maybe there will be certain collaborations which is going to happen across the globe, because it is not something which is in it's not a country specific problem, it's a world problem. So what I see or probably hope in the future is that the world will come together to fight this kind of a scenario. There will be certain treaties which will be formed, there will be certain collaborations which will be formed to take care of the global impact of the COVID, in terms of either say food, or in terms of medicine, or in terms of your employment, or in terms of your economy. There will be a difficult time because people will eventually lose jobs. To be very honest, even I was concerned that I've been seeing that big companies are cutting on the salaries and of the partners and eventually of the employees as well. But you should feel lucky enough that you still have something on your plate, you still have a job. So this 30%, and see, in comparison also, if you say that the kind of expenses that we had before the lockdown, and right now, if you compare it with me, I don't even spend like 20 or 30% of what I had earlier. So we have to just survive. I would say that it is the survival time rather than fighting and questioning what will be the impact of it on the economy, or whether it will be done or not. At times, we just have to sit and survive for a duration of time and then come back to it. By that time, you can use this time to probably come up with something which you never thought of. If you ask me personally, I was implementing my business in a different manner. Now I am more of a process oriented person, because now I can sit and see that these were the loopholes that were there in my kind of an implementation. So maybe I can improve. I'm not saying that the business is not affected, it is directly affected, because there is a shortage of the client, people are not having money, bills are not released. So that is the current scenario. But being an entrepreneur or being a business owner, you have to understand that this is the difficult time, and that's what you enroll for. If you're choosing to be an entrepreneur, if you're choosing to be a business person, you enroll for failures. So you have to sustain during this time period, and eventually it will get better. For the people who are in employment, for the people who are employees, feel lucky that if you still have a job, so be positive and contribute whatever you have. So if you are contributing 100%, contribute 200%, so that you don't regret that you never gave your 100% into it, and you never fulfilled the entire expectations. But even if there is a scenario where you end up losing your job, just don't lose on your hope. So there is a favorite quote of mine which says that people can take away everything from you, but they can't take your indomitable spirit. Just hold on to your spirit and everything will be fine.
In fact, Isha, I think there is a lot of stuff that you said today. So if I have to summarize this in a real life situation, when people go for during the good times, right now we are under lockdown, but during the good times, we talk to people, they say, hey, I need a challenging job. So here it is. I think what you're trying to say, here's the challenge, and this is what you wanted. So here it is in front of you. So, it was great talking to you, Isha. Your words of wisdoms are definitely very valuable for me personally and also to my viewers. It was really a good pleasure, but conversation I had with you. So we have some more days to go. I think the lockdown is not going to be lifted very soon. We'll find another great opportunity to speak to you after a few days to see if things have changed uh, and take your opinion on what we should do next.
We'll do that. Stay safe, stay home, take care.
You too, Isha. Be positive, stay safe. Thank you.
Hello friends, I'm Kanchan from Akulmac Technologies and you are welcome to Akulmac Multiverse. Today we have Sitesh Srivastav in our show and we'll be discussing great interesting topic in today and also in coming episodes. So welcome to the show Sitesh, how are you doing today? And before I start the show, Happy New Year.
Thank you, Kanchan. Allow me to say, let the new year be nice to us at the least. I will tell you happy maybe few months later when the things become really happy. So I'm well, I'm good. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm fine. I can understand your feelings and all of us, whatever we are facing currently because due to social distancing. And I must say that one wonderful thing which has occurred here is because now we have vaccine and we think that now we have a cure of COVID. And at the same time, I feel this is one of the fastest discovery or a kind of experiment which is being done in last in human history because I think this all research on this vaccine started maybe a year back and now we have a vaccine. So I think we are happy. We should be happy.
Yeah, we should be happy. And one another thing, if I think like a corporate manager, I was reading somewhere that generally a vaccine search takes at least 5 to 10 years of time. But given the seriousness of this one, the COVID-19, the way the vaccines have been researched and brought in public, and also millions of doses have been given of various of them. I now realize that next time when a scientist would go and ask for a funding for a next vaccine research, the government or the companies would say, now that you have proven you can get a vaccine in 1 year, so please don't take the grants for 5 or 10 years now. There cannot be a vaccine for which you must be doing 10 years of research. So that way, I think we have learned, the humanity has learned that if everyone puts in equal amount of research together, a vaccine can be found in 1 year or at least 2 years timeline, which is potent enough for probably 85% of the population, given the trials, what they are happening. But, Kanchan, because of this research in this, there are a lot of science, other news that has been actually under the wraps. And there have been multiple findings, discoveries,
Yes,
And that's
you're
is
right.
our conversation today.
Yes, you are very right, Sitesh. This year has been a tough one. No matter where we live in the world, and the discovery beyond our planet and dazzling images of cosmos provide a bright spot in 2020. Now, we know we had been talking about Earth and earthly matters, you see. But Sitesh, we hardly know about our own oceans. We have knowledge only 10% of. But today I will be discussing or sharing a few things about our space. Three missions of Mars was launched in 2020, including two rovers, two orbiters, and one lander. NASA has launched a Mars 2020 mission, which include a rover and Mars helicopter. And I think that is a great news. I think somehow we missed it.
Yes, of course. And we did not realize in this whole pandemic time that we are just a speck of a dust in this vast universe and probably even in our own solar system. And the different discoveries which caught my eye was the first one when I realized that some scientists or astronomers are talking about a science of life on Venus.
Yes.
I said, oh gosh, uh, we know in this planet that women are from Venus and men are from Mars. Is that going to be another feminist movement, finding life on Venus? And I think that was an interesting journey where I looked into closely, and there was a kind of a phosphine bubbles found, though Venus is very inhospitable in our solar system. Uh, but in its clouds, there was this material or metal or element phosphine, which was found, which was kind of having some traces of the life could have the traces over there. But I think there are many other discoveries in the space, and the space remains is still the same puzzle despite seeing so much in last 100 200 years. It is still remains largely an unknown terrain. And I think the progress made by Elon Musk's company SpaceX and Virgin Galactic and others, I think we are gearing up to take ourselves into the realms of Mars and the moon. But I think somebody needs to consolidate the information coming in from beyond our galaxy as well, isn't it?
Yes, we had been too much indulged in our worldly affairs, and we somehow neglected the space happening and this space research which are being done by astronauts. There are 100 million new galaxies has been identified in 2020, and they are full of the Australian square kilometer area pathfinder. Relies on 36 antennas to record the skies, and this is how we come to know about these galaxies. A part of this, we also found ghostly radio circles, which is again is a bulb kind of thing, and which is seen in space. And research are going on this. So there are so many things which are happening in space. In fact, in India also we have a space program which is gearing up, because we have what the Prime Minister of India has said, that we have a timeline. One is a manned space shuttle, and one is orbiter, which has to be launched before, I think, 2024, I guess.
Yeah, I think ISRO has got some very ambitious plans for Mars and for other kind of exploration. And it is commendable that India, despite having such a massive population in the world and our GDP and the pandemic situation, is still we are committed towards the space exploration, and that speaks volumes about Indians as the people on this planet who truly believe that we need to search for other worlds beyond our planet. And I think around this, I'm sure there is a lot of collaboration that happens between the space agencies of the world. And earlier in this year, earlier in 2020, I was planning to go to Square Kilometer Array in South Africa, which is near Cape Town, on the way from Johannesburg to Cape Town. And there are telescopes which are looking into our galaxy and the other galaxy. And South Africa, the location that is chosen, is one of the great locations to look into the dark nights of the skies. And people go there from all over the world, and there are some telescopes through which one can actually look into the galaxies and far beyond. And I wanted to do that. But again, thanks to COVID, that the time that was people suggested, at that time it was closed, the Square Kilometer Array, and I couldn't visit it myself. The whole town where this telescope is there, the whole town is remains in the dark, so that it is not impacting the telescopes. So there are these kind of discoveries. Something, the best part is now the science news is available in such a lucid manner, Kanchan, so that even a school student can understand if they read it continuously. On Instagram, lot of space related handles are there where they depict these information in a very, very pictorial manner. Whether it is determining the amount of matter in our universe, or a new approach to gene therapy, or it is eradicating mosquito-borne disease. I mean, there it was found that this in 2020 that dengue can be, eradicated completely from the planet if a mosquito can be given some bacteria, which is Wolbachia, and it can reduce 77% of the challenges that we face from the mosquitoes, dengue. This also helps in eradicating Zika and yellow fever.
Yes, that is a great news, I guess. And because we in this side of the world, we really suffer by these mosquitoes. So coming back to this space research, I also read something about X-ray blobs busting from the Milky Way. Millions of years ago, an explosion in the center of the Milky Way blasted energized material above and below the gangetic disk. It's a big disk. So these material is still visible. Have you seen that somehow you got any chance to view space from telescope? Are you able to see a couple of these galaxies?
So that was my hobby many years back when I used to stay in houses in North India which had roofs. Now we live in apartments where the roof is not ours, and it is very hard to see the galaxies, and given the pollution levels and the fog or the smog. And now the trend in especially in the African region, in the South Africa, I see people buy telescopes. They buy very expensive telescopes, and many of the resorts they keep telescopes where people can go and watch while they have a stay. The skies are clear in South Africa. The moon looks bigger in the full moon night, and I have heard the conjunction that happened in December, the Saturn and the Jupiter coming closest in 800 years, that was visible so clearly from the South African soil. So I myself want to buy a good telescope, but the challenge, Kanchan, is that buying a telescope in India makes no sense if in the large, these structures, the buildings that we have, I will have to go to a village or a forest to make, set up my telescope and then look into the skies.
Okay, no worries. So I'll tell you what we missed. I mean, you and I missed about these X-ray spectrum. Now, I was talking about there's a galactic disk of Milky Way, and it is visible. The material it's visible still, and in that there's a glowing in the gamma ray spectrum in two clumps discovered in 2010, known as Fermi bulbs. In 2020, researchers have found another pair of blobs in the same region and visible in an X-ray spectrum. So it is another very important discovery is being done, research being done, and studies will be done ahead on this. So I think we are. We will be saying that the space is a smaller word after some time, I guess.
Yeah, Kanchan, I'm very intrigued by a couple of other news that came around these in 2020. It says that the aliens that might see us. There was another news which said that there are aliens, but they basically progressed so much that they annihilated themselves. They destroyed themselves. So then some news which also said we humans are the aliens that is searching for someone else. And so Alien is definitely a great story or a narrative. And then in last December, end of December, we saw the strange monolith coming out of many cities in USA, and I heard it is now also appearing in India in some places.
Yes, I heard it is in Gujarat, I guess, somewhere. So that
yes. so it is. So I think if the science, the people who really study this seriously, if they put it across in a factual way, but they put it into a nice stories around it, not the science fiction kind of a story, but more about the usefulness about it, I think it will become a mass movement. I'm very much intrigued by the source of fast radio bursts that the scientists are seeing coming out of the space, and for a few seconds it appears on the telescope, and then it goes away. No, they speculate that some alien civilization is throwing out a radio signal, and it is trying to reach us, but we are not able to capture it for a longer time. And in 1972 or 75, NASA sent out some Voyager, where if I'm correct, and there were all the planet's languages were written on a gold disc, which was sent out, and it is now beyond our solar system. There are so many things that are happening in this, like you said, million new galaxies. If you remember, Kanchan, when we were small, in a full moon night, we could have seen a galaxy ourselves. But now probably we will have to go to Grand Canyon in America to see it.
Okay, so Ben, I'm here to tell you more. See, there's researchers have detected a bright kilonova, a light show the aftermath of two neutron stars merging together. Kilonova is rare in space, but researchers have seen them before. This one is special, though. Weird signal in the kilonova light indicates the presence of something new. So actually, every day we are coming near to new findings, especially in space. But yet we have to really research and we have to know more about the space, because every time and again there are new things which has come up and which sometimes really intrigue me, and I want to know more about them.
Let's secure a funding from National Geographic or Discovery Channel, and then let's go, Kanchan, and to visit all the square telescopic areas in the planet. In fact, one of them actually destroyed itself near US, which is supposed to be, which was also showcased in some movie, a Hollywood movie, and it fell through from its own burden. And it is said that it was the third eye of this planet, which was looking into the distant galaxies, but now that is destroyed. So me and you should secure some funding, and we must go and visit all these telescopes and see the galaxies and come back and tell our listeners.
Yeah, I think like us, there are many people who would like to go and visit and see by their own eyes how wonderful the space is. So I think 2020 was not that bad year, but I also want to share my thought processes that 2021, which has one, W on one in the, is a suffix of 20. So I think that will also be good, and we are hopeful and we should be hopeful, and I think it all will be well in this year.
Yes, Kanchan, 2021 has come, and 2024 is when Mr. Elon Musk has said that the first humans will go to Mars. So it is 3 years from now, and I would like to see who is in the first flight or in the first few flights. Let's see if I get a chance.
Yeah, it was wonderful talking to you, Sitesh, and we look forward to have more episode of space-related subjects. It was lovely talking to Sitesh. Till tomorrow, bye bye.
Thank you, Kanchan. Thank you.
Bye.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmac Technologies, and welcome to the CEO Roundtable. And today is Friday. Let me welcome my guest. First guest is from Singapore. She is a very senior person in the industry and chairman, CEO of Career Zone, Ms. Farida Charania.
Hello, everyone. I hope the week has gone well. I'm ready for the weekend, so I hope all of you are as well.
Yes, I think we are looking forward to a great discussion today, Farida. Thank you for your presence. Our second guest is joining us from India, Ms. Kanchan Verma. She is the CEO of Akulmac Technologies.
Hello, everybody. How are you doing? And I look forward for a great discussion today.
Welcome, Kanchan, and we are all fine. And today the topic of discussion is about the job opportunities the youngsters can expect, specifically related to the batch of 2020. And when you are a final year student, the job is already selected for you, or the internship is already selected for you. There used to be campus interviews by various corporates across different universities, but all of that is not happened because of COVID. So what next? So we would discuss this aspect, which is specifically related to the employment of youngsters. So Farida, we will start with you. What do you think is going on? What are the risks for the batch which is coming out in 2020, and what are the new opportunities for them?
Sure. So while neither of us claim to have all the answers in this area, but there is observation, and then there is some expectation and experience as to what to expect next. Now the thing is that because the pandemic hit, a lot of industries were negatively impacted. So for instance, tourism, transport, retail, hospitality, these were impacted really, really badly. But also, there were industries which emerged as having a lot more opportunity, like the digital media and entertainment, video conferencing services, uh, health and wellness, e-learning, delivery and logistics, warehousing, storage, e-commerce, pharma, robotics, streaming, VoIP. So these are, the new sectors which I see have become very strong in the last few months. Therefore, there are a lot of opportunities which are definitely constrained, because like you said, there used to be interviews on the campus, and there was a selection process, and that was the expected way of working. But that is all changing. So having said that, all we need to do is adapt. And my recommendation to the new graduates is that they need to be flexible, they need to be digitally savvy, they need to be open to remotely working, so be able to work by themselves, not really kind of be insistent on working in an office environment, because this way of working might continue very long. So they will need to be a lot more agile in terms of being able to pick up things in isolation. So so not really have that camaraderie, the classroom kind of setup, or the new induction kind of setup, because a lot of these things are happening digitally. So they need to adapt really, really quickly. I think this generation, the younger generation who's graduating as of this year, they've had a very steep learning curve, because a lot of them would have already aligned to the new digital world. They would have received their lectures digitally, they probably could have attended their exams digitally as well. So I think it is a time of change. There will be a pathway to get adjusted, but then there will be opportunities, and there are actually quite a few opportunities.
Well, Farida, you are giving a very positive picture, but it is also imperative that we should be realistic. Although the students have given the online digital exams, and those are all shrouded with in mystery, because how much preparation they have done, how much teacher interaction they had, uh, all that. So I think the exposure may be there on the digital platform, but earlier the method was to do a campus interview, where at least 4 to 5 offers of internship would come, will land in their lap, and then they can choose where they want to do, especially with regard to engineering and management students. So none of the companies have gone in. That means the usual internship business is, it does not look very attractive for companies. There is no longer need to hire youngsters, interns, groom them, and then make them ready for for their roles. So the companies are using some other method of engagement, and hence students have to realize those methods, what are the opportunities in that area, and get enlightened towards that. So I think this is my view. Kanchan, I would like to throw this open, and since you work with education institutions, uh, what is your opinion, and where opportunities are and where are the risks?
Well, I think that pandemic is creating a long-lasting effect and challenges. In terms of education sector, uh, there are many advices that education sector is not affected from the COVID, but actually it's been affected by the COVID because there's no physical classes. There's no interaction of students with other students, so they can get information. Now, the scene is that it is a war on talent. If you have some specific talent, you are in a job, in employment. If you don't have, then you have to acquire that talent. Now, we talk about digitization. So, there are many students who are not from technology background. They are maybe, for example, they are studying history, or they are studying Hindi graduates. So where is the employment for them? So there is the employment for them. Suppose for Hindi subject, they have employment online only. For that, they have to really undergo a training of technology, how to use, how to present themselves. So again, there's a challenge for them. Now, on the other side, if we think, who are the employers for these kind of talent. They also looking out a workforce, a composite workforce where they can rely on, and they can uh, give more information, more input, and in this process they can make more profit. But now I see there are many courses which are free online. So as I said, there's a lot of challenges in both ways. So what I feel, the student should, they have challenges, and to overcome these challenges they have to train themselves more in terms of technology, in terms of how to create niche for themselves in this environment. So I think that is quite challenging for especially 2020 pass out students.
Excellent point, Kanchan. I think I like to add to this that yes, there are challenges, and like I said, there will be a period of adjustment because again, maybe organizations have realized that online works well. They might not want to invest in the real estate to actually bring people to office, but at the same time, people who just start work, the youngsters who just start their work life, they are missing out on a reasonable part of that experience where you actually work in a team and do things together and learn from each other. So that adjustment is extremely crucial because maybe this will become the way forward. This is what the new normal might look like. And acquiring digital skills is one thing. I think that is a given, but also the mindset that because like for instance, if somebody has trained to be a chef, where are the opportunities for them? Because leisurely activities, fine dining, this is one of the most impacted sectors. Yeah. So where do these people find opportunities? So is there an opportunity for them to kind of become part of, say, a business where they can actually still exercise their skills online and probably have a supply chain mechanism which delivers it to the end consumer? If someone has trained to say become a support staff, what about somebody who is going into say office administration? If they have an administration background or academics, where are their skills used? Because the need for a receptionist or for an office manager will become very little, because maybe one person will double up as everything, since it's an online thing. So where are the opportunities for them, and what are the skills that they need to acquire to, one, stay relevant, adapt, and be part of the workforce, not sit on the fence and wait for things to be normal, which nobody knows how long that's going to take, right? What do you think, CK?
So I think we all recognize the risk part of it, and the way Farida and Kanchan have given their pitch, it is very clear that some of the jobs will totally vanish from the marketplace. So things like the office administration staff will go, because if there is no physical office required and everything is moving in the virtual background, the physical operational side uh, will not be required, and those people who wants to build career in the administration side of it will have to acquire new skills and find new jobs. So I think it's very clear, Farida, to answer your question. We all agree that the risks are identified. So going back to the subject for opportunities, which are relevant for batch of 2020, I think the opportunities can be in different areas. It's very clear that people have to get digital. They have to leverage the digital platform. So let's break it down into segments. Let's say somebody wants to become we will only focus on the non-IT side of it, because IT is very clear. They can immediately get onto the bandwagon of digital platform. But if somebody wants to get into arena of like a mechanic or like a chef or cook, for example. So these are all non-digital activities. What are the opportunities for these type of people who are good in their subject but don't know where to find opportunities, where to find jobs, where to find a business opportunity? So what is your opinion on those? Let's focus one by one. Kanchan, you want to pick up category of Coke or anything?
I would like to add that opportunities are there's a whole shift in terms of opportunities. So I think the ground is open for professionals who are willing to do jobs in community services, which is there, in health services, which is there. The opportunities are there, the employment is there. Then again, because there's a shift altogether. So people who are from non IT background, they should focus on health related sectors, or they are open to, suppose for example, translation of one language to other. So there's a lot of opportunity. They should be ready to learn new language. So it is kind of, it's a war of talent, I said. So you have to be talented, you acquire a lot of skills to really add at the moment in this in this COVID era. It's not yet post COVID era. So, but I feel you have to acquire more of talent, more of skill to really get along in employment market.
So just to add to what Kanchan is saying, I would like to say that if you are an oxygen manufacturer, right? So you don't have to really exert hard, because in the COVID thing, all you have to do is produce oxygen from the atmosphere, put it in a cylinder, and then you have a ready business. So I think it's a no-brainer. I mean, you want to set up a medical healthcare services-based business, there are a lot of opportunities. The problem is related to the youngsters who are passing out in 2020. Where are the opportunities? I mean, imagine yourself, when we were passing out, we had no clue where we will end up. So there will be campus interviews. We got selected by some company. We got into internship, and then from there our career started. And then after that, after the internship period was over, we were destined to become what we were based on what internship we did in the initial states. So I think that is where the moot question of today's discussion is: what are the opportunities for people who are not in the IT segment, but in other walks of life, like chef, office administration, things like that. Where are the opportunities?
Okay, I feel that if any young student who is passing out from this current batch, and if we take an example of chef, so now the opportunity is all, as we know, is online. So for that online, where we have to create a course, we start giving these courses, all unique courses. It's not the daily cooking which we are talking for the chef. So in this segment also, we have to be open to ideas. Learning outcome has to be very, very crucial. So we have to give these kind of courses. So I think that is one aspect of when we talk about chef, or something related to hospitality. Like for hospitality, one subject which I think is table manners. So these kind of small courses you can give. Give online education in there. So that is one employment base. What I feel is.
Okay, so I'd like to just pick it up from here. So, for instance, because if I were to actually offer advice to, say, a catering student who's just passing out, now, not necessary that from somebody who's not known at all, people are going to take courses, because I do have a slightly different, view of looking at it. But I think the core skill of a chef is the ability to cook food which is different from food which is cooked at home. And people actually, when they go to the restaurants, it's not just for eating. Chef is someone who creates a very unique experience for the diner, because they are expected to have this whole not just the gastronomic delight, but a visual delight as well, because it's all about being in that ambience, the ability to cook up something which is very not just tasty and appeals to your senses, but also visually extremely attractive. So this is a core competence of a chef. Now there could be a sector where people who pass out from these catering institutions, they could start off something where they give people a home, an experience in their homes of, say, a very gourmet kind of a cooking. So that could be one possibility, because it's not that this will never recover. All of this is going to recover, but the problem is in the interim. So when this is one of the options, because learning from someone and cooking in your own home is a very different ballgame. There is a lot that is available already. Somebody who's trying to, for instance, say, create a career in the administration side, operations administration, they could actually become a virtual assistant. There are people who would require these services. Someone who's looking to be a mechanic, they will still find a job, because that is not going away. It's just this whole adjustment period, that what do you do in the time that the world actually will adjust to the new normal, because you're still going to need cars, you're still going to need mechanics, and these skills are something which anyways you can't impart them online. You can't teach a car owner how to repair a car, so they will still need a mechanic. So it is going to be, but in the interim, the adjustment period is slightly think out of the box. Can they offer services at the client site? Because maybe these workshops might not be functioning as of now, due to a lot of countries being in lockdowns. Is it possible to offer people experiences in their own homes? Is it possible to actually deliver that experience? There are possibilities, because again, it will not recover is our assumption, but it will come back in some other form. Like tourism might not recover in a hurry, but local experiences might really kind of go up. Like in Singapore, the government initiative is that they are actually creating something called Singapore Rediscover, and they are offering money to people to use staycations in the local hotels to go and visit the local attractions. Japan has a similar package as well. So things will come up, but the whole ability to kind of be able to take your learning and deliver it for your vocational purposes, the whole medium might change. Like no longer being a flight attendant is your first choice. You might have to go in other service industry.
So very well said, Farida. I will take from there where you left. See, let's go back to the same discussion of internship of 2020. Um, let's be very practical about it. See, what happens is if you're, let's discuss chef as an opportunity. Now, chef is a penultimate opportunity in the hotel management area. So, you don't become chef just like that. You don't get trained to become chef. You have to come out of that hotel management and then eventually recognize somebody else recognize you, or you yourself recognize that you have a skill, then you become a chef. So it's not a one day activity. Really,
Absolutely.
in real sense, what really happens is you are a hotel management graduate, you get into a hotel management internship job for 2 years, and from there, the way you perform into various aspects of hotel, you get identified, and then you get built into your career line. So you have to do, administration. You have to do billing. You have to welcome the guests. You have to clean the bathroom. You have to make up the bed, and you have to also cook. And when you do all these different activities in hotels, some might get into hospitality, some might get into cooking, some might get into something else. So these branch out happens after you finish your study. And to get into this profession, see, we are all mature people, so we can think about it. Hey, I want to become chef, so I will do my digital classes and digital courses, and I'll become chef. But that's not the reality. You have to go through the internship. The problem of that we are discussing today is there are no internship plan because the hotels are not getting any guests. Um, what will happen to hotel management grads who want to become interns for next 2 years after 2020? What are the opportunities for them? I think that is where I'm trying to bring back the discussion.
Yes, absolutely agree, and that's what I'm trying to say as well. That these are people who would do everything, so they will not just be focused on getting a job within the hotel industry. because there are not that many jobs. There is not all most hotels in most countries are doing stay at home and quarantine notices. They don't have jobs for more people because they are trying very hard to keep their own staff. So for these grads there could be opportunities in terms of being able to go into say online administration, the ability to deliver if they are really good and they are trained as chefs already, they are training to kind of go just in the culinary line, then they have the opportunity to deliver these experiences to people in their own homes. That is one option. Like in Singapore here we have a concept called smart kitchens, which is a rented place which has a kitchen setup. You can actually, without having a restaurant, you can run your own delivery service from there because they have all the licenses and everything. I do not know if a similar thing exists elsewhere, but these are some options for people to kind of look at, because the typical jobs, the reality is that they are not available, or they won't be available at least for some time. And a new chef who's not known at all cannot deliver online classes. Even if they do it for free, it's okay. They will build a certain amount of audience, and then probably they can actually then kind of find opportunities there, but immediately they won't be able to start delivering classes and things like that. So they will need to be open, they will need to adapt, they will need to see what opportunities in customer service, customer relations, online e-commerce, delivery, what kind of options are coming their way, and they will need to be able to pick up whatever is coming their way.
Yeah, I also want to add in this that not only a chef is when CK is saying that he has to after graduation he has to undergo a lot of training in different aspect of hospitality. So when we talk about this, then it's not only that cooking we do. There are some floral arrangement things which we can do teach people online. So opportunities are there for certain segment. Then you have to just convert those into a different segment and a different maybe different way to really go online and find good opportunity for yourself and for others also, because learning aspect is also very important. So if you are teaching and you want to really share your information, your education, your skill, I think that this is a platform. But yes, competition is there. You have to be talented, and the learning outcome is.
My only, objection to this is, or rather, my opinion is that they will not be able to start earning. And in isolation, there is only that much experience they can gain. So I would say that they should be open and see where the opportunities are. And I'm sure that employers also are open to hire people from diverse backgrounds, because this you trained, I mean, whatever you trained for, the world has changed completely. We trained for a different world, and today the world looks distinctly different. So I still feel that they should be open to whatever jobs are available, which can utilize their other skills, and perhaps when things start at least going in the direction that they want to, there is always a chance to actually move back. Who knows, they might start liking what they are doing in the new normal.
So, let's go back to the opportunity at hand. I think we have to, it is our responsibility to give some sort of guidance in terms of what are the opportunities for the batch of 2020. For instance, if you go back just few years back, last 3 to 5 years, um, there were economy was booming across the world, and there were new jobs which were created. Things like you mentioned, Farida, kitchens. So we are from India. So India was full of kitchens. There are home delivery was a booming business. So it's not only the kitchens which were making money. There was new chefs which were getting employed because each kitchen was producing different kind of gourmet meals, and then the delivery was also happening. So now, if you look at the delivery folks, which are part of they are the entrepreneurs in some way, but they are associated with certain kitchens, and they were able to make up to $500 to $1,000 per day. just delivering the food from kitchen to the customer. So the situation of the economy right now in that small segment of society, the kitchens are out of business, the delivery guys are out of business, and consequently there are no job employment in this arena. So I think what I get after talking to both of you is that first off, the degree is important, but I think there are a lot of gaps in the vocational education also. In order to get groomed to leverage the digital arena, for example, Kanchan said that, hey, there are not only cooking, but there are some other activities which you can do. The problem with that model is that you still have to do something physical. But until you start doing physical, for example, if you have to set up the flowers, you need to go and set up flowers somewhere else so that you can collect money. But right now, that opportunity is not there. So in the interim, what do you do? I mean, the batch is going to pass out in 2020 and they have nothing to do. So that is where my point is that I think there is a gap. All these things that we are talking about, which are non-digital in nature, the jobs like mechanics, chefs, administration, I think these students need little bit of hand-holding, and that hand-holding can be provided by the online institutes who will teach all these small activities. So instead of doing internship, these interns rather do some courses, so that when the economy opens up, when COVID goes away after 1 or 2 years, they don't have to again do internship for next 2 years. They can say that, hey, I've got these courses during the COVID era and I'm trained on these activities. So this is what my opinion is. What do you guys think about?
I think you are in the right direction, but for some people it might be imperative that they have finished their graduation. They need to start earning, because not everyone's family background is capable of sustaining them for the next 2 years, because planning could have been that, okay, this person is going to graduate and they are going to go and take care of themselves. So that's where I'm saying that probably be, so they can actually pick up some more skills by doing online courses and stuff, but that is very futuristic for me. Right now they should take up wherever there's an opportunity. For instance, there are a lot of freelancer platforms, and even services like a virtual assistant. Most people with a little bit of diligence and little awareness of how to use say text editors can actually deliver that service, because it's all about coordinating stuff and things like that. So maybe that is one option till the time they can actually find something concrete and keep upgrading themselves. There could be opportunities where say customer service. So basically, since e-commerce has boomed so much, there is requirement for customer service, because still somebody is addressing the consumer's queries, right, either via phone or via email. So there is opportunity in that area as well. In fact, I'll share an experience. I made a complaint to Amazon today morning that the microwave that I bought has spoiled. What are my options? And never before have I actually got a reply from Amazon in 3 minutes. Today I got a reply in 3 minutes saying that we're really sorry for the inconvenience. We have these slots available for them to pick up your product and we will replace it free of cost. That just proves one thing, that they probably have ramped up their customer service. Maybe people are working from home and the response time is become much better, because again, in the digital world, even if they are Amazon or they are anyone else, they are also competing for business, and they will have opportunities where they will hire people to address queries, for instance. Yeah. uh, Call centers have not gone out of business, because they are still functioning. If today I have a problem with my phone, I am still calling somebody. So there are opportunities in that area, and I don't think that's going to shrink at any point in time. That's only going to expand. So I am saying that while you can pick up other skills, you can do digital skills in your own time. You need something to sustain, and probably this could be the way forward.
I would like to add to this in terms of opportunity. I think there are new opportunities in the area of editors. There are opportunities in terms of video content editor, um,
Yes, absolutely.
text editors, curators. I think these are new areas where people can pick up skills, and if they are on the creative side, they can try their luck in entering into these areas. Maybe get associated with some senior people, learn the tricks, and then be on their own. Kanchan, what is your opinion on this?
Yeah, I agree with the points you made about the hand holding of these young students, and I also agree with Farida's point when it's a buffer time, so you take up whatever is available, and in the meantime you groom yourself, because I also feel there's a shift in the operation system also, like Farida quoted Amazon. Now we have a lot of opportunity in supply chain. Things are every company wants to really satisfy the customer. Their customers also there. So there's opportunity in supply chain. So you just can pick up any of the job at time. You train yourself whatever you feel like you feel that you are good in that. You train in that particular course. All courses are available online. You need not to go out. You can find out the suitable course online and train yourself. Then there's opportunity of in health sector. There's many opportunities available in health sector, like maybe in the supply chain in health sector also there. Then there are opportunities in education also. You sit at home and while learning, you can also teach your experience, your skill. And there's nothing like you start if you don't have experience of flower arrangement in education, but doesn't mean that. But you have the skill of how to really do a flower arrangement. So make a small courses. Start doing a little business along with the opportunity you are in. So I think this will make a lot of change in this current 2020 pass out students' life and career.
I also like to add something more here. So, there are opportunities in areas like, for instance, warehousing, like you said, supply chain. So, warehousing that also actually requires people, because end of the day, if there is a shift to e-commerce, there are maybe 20 jobs that went away from brick and mortar stores, but 20 more were created in the back offices. So, it is just a mindset shift. Again, I'm saying that for that period of adoption and adapting is a difficult period, because in my mind I trained to become say an administration manager, and I want to work in an office. I was not prepared to work in a warehouse. But the thing is that that is where the opportunity is now. So it is also a mindset shift. Honestly, we can acquire a lot of skills, and a lot of it actually could be, on the job learning. But eventually it's a mindset shift. It's, adopting and adapting to what is available, and then, being open to it as well. So my recommendation to anyone who's watching us and who's a new grad passing out would be that keep an open mind. Uh, who knows? You might start liking what you're doing, because we do not know how the new normal is going to look like, and this might as well be the new normal.
I think we had a very good discussion today, and I just want to appeal to the youngsters, specifically who are passing out in 2020 or even next year, that if they are looking for some advice, do write to us, reach out to us. Our email address is listed at the end of this video. We are all here, three of us, to help you, to guide you, and also ensure that we orient you in the right direction, so that you can do the right activities for next 2 years and you build your career. You don't waste your COVID years. So with this, I would like to thank our guests today, Farida and Kanchan. Thank you very much for joining us. It was a very fruitful discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so we will catch up again next Friday. Until then, bye-bye. You guys take care, and appeal to youngsters once again to write to us, engage with us. We will try to help you, to orient you in the right direction, so that you find the right career. So with this, I'll end this discussion, and we will catch up next Friday. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmak, and today we want to discuss something very relevant for startups, merge-ups and scale-ups, and what is the secret ingredients for growth, and how partnership impact all of this. To discuss all of this, let me invite my friend from UK, Mr. Mike Bradley, who's a Group Chief Strategy Officer of RHF and Scale Up Arena. So without further ado, let me invite my friend Mike.
Hello, Chandra. How are you?
I'm very good, Mike, and it was pleasure meeting you once again.
It's the same here from the southern part of the UK, which is getting slightly warmer, but nowhere near as nice and warm as Delhi, I'm sure.
Well, you can't compare our weather because it's just getting into the great Indian summer, but we are feeling comfortable. There are no fans around at the moment.
Aha, very good.
So, Mike,
well, we're in the depths of spring here, Chandra. So we're having sun 1 minute and rain the next.
I think this is the best weather, mix of all.
Yeah, it's certainly good for the grass and the plants, I think.
Well, talking about plants, I think the startups are also like plants. We need to grow, and I think your company Scale Up Arena is doing a lot for the startups. And when you talk about merge ups, scale ups, and which is equal to ingredient for growth, which is also related to partnerships. Would you like to explain more about this phenomena to our viewers?
Yeah, sure. Well, I think, there are, as you rightly say, there's a great correlation between nature and the ecosystem of nature and the ecosystem of a business growth. Everything starts with an idea, an embryonic idea, and then it becomes a newborn, like a startup, which sells to the innovators. Then you have the growing phase, the young child phase, which is a bit like an emerge up, which is starting to sell to early adopters. And then you've got the scale ups, who are more like, I would say, adolescents and graduates, who are selling to the early majority of customers. But in order to accelerate that growth, the secret ingredient in all growth trajectories, if you like, I believe, is partnering. Because there are so many reasons actually that partnering helps across the board, but particularly when you get to the early adopter and the early majority phase of the product. Because when you're selling to innovators, obviously it's new. At that point, it's very difficult to scale as a startup. In fact, it could be a major mistake to scale too quickly as a startup with partners, because what you want them to do is go to a partner and have a demonstrable product, a product that's shipping, a product that you can deploy, a reliable service and product, such that you can support the operational component of delivery and satisfy the client. So you can't embark on that partnering journey right at the start, but just as soon as you start to gain traction, you should also be developing, in my view, a partnering strategy such that you can accelerate the growth along with your business goals, but this needs to be considered in a short, medium, and long term. Because basically, if you go into a large multinational partnership, it's going to take a long time. Even if there's buy-in at a strategic level, at the leadership level, it's going to take a while to make sure you've got all the I's dotted and the T's crossed in order to operationally deploy that. If you're going to work with a major partner across India, you've got to be able to scale and support that. And that isn't something that is going to happen within 2 weeks. However, if you work and have a model that enables you to start where you are and then develop into a larger partnership environment, then I think that offers great opportunity for growth and also to optimize the traction for your product in the marketplace.
So, Mike, I have a question to ask, and the question is related to exactly the startup arena, where there are many startups, and startups mostly, almost 90% of the startup fold within first year of their operations.
Yep.
So, what they should do to stay relevant? I think you're talking about merge-ups. So, how scale-up arena will help these startups to stay afloat by a merge-up? That is my specific question.
Until there are merge-ups, do you mean?
Well,
yeah.
My question is that if they are not able to sell effectively and generate enough revenue within first year of their operations, then they will have to fold their business. So instead of folding their business, they should try and merge up with other startups. And since Scale Up Arena is really doing all that as a service, I think we would like to know how the startups stay relevant by merging up with other startups, maybe in India, maybe in UK, maybe in other parts of the world. How this process will actually happen through Scale Up Arena?
Okay, so as you rightly say, the real startups, the real newborn businesses, they very much, I believe, have to stay local. Now they may be able to prove their model with local partnerships, with local clients, and that's what they should look to do if they possibly can. And that might mean, instead of the expression trying to boil the ocean, they maybe should start with trying to boil a pot of water or a pot of chai, shall we say. Okay, so if you boil a small saucepan of chai to start with, work with clients and innovators who buy your product in that early stage, they should be the ones that are targeted in the initial stages for a startup. And so when companies have got that initial sale, got that initial case study, have proven their model, then I think they can start to look more at the early adopters and the early majority clients. So start to look further afield, start to look for maybe partners into new niches, into new sectors within their country. They could start to look for international partners by looking at the model that they go to in that space. So for me, there are 4 key categories of breaking into a market with a partner. There's the agent model, which is basically a commission-only sales model, which enables you to work with maybe an individual or a consultant or someone from the gig economy to help you break into a new geography or sector, where they get a commission based on the sales that are made. That's the lowest entry point for me within that sort of a partnering model. A startup could do that. It's more likely that's going to happen when they're in a merge up or a scale up, when they've started to get that early traction and proven the model. The next stage is to look for some sort of reseller arrangement. Now, this could be a reseller who then takes the product, makes it part of their portfolio, builds it on behalf of the vendor, if you like, the innovator, the vendor. And then what they can do is they can take the existing product, maybe they would OEM it, rebrand it, depending on the product. They build it maybe into their existing solution and sell it as a complete package. But they are a reseller relationship. So, if I was looking to go into the Middle East, into Dubai or UAE or into India or into Australia, I would probably, if I was at the merge up stage and I've proven my model, I'd probably be looking more for agent stroke resellers. The next stage it would be to look for some form of joint venture, which is basically where you're putting the two brands together. And normally it would be because there are two product areas that are complementary and can help you get into a market. Okay, so that might be, going back to the tech world, that might be a network provider with a, I don't know, a web collaboration tool like Zoom on the top. So you might use the local partners network, and you would use the vendor's application above that to go to market with the solution. You put the two together, and the package becomes what the joint venture is all about. And then the final model, of course, is to acquire. Is to go. You've proven your product is valid for the marketplace. You've got sales in that international space or in that sector, and maybe you then think, actually, we would like to either acquire the technology or sell the technology, our technology, to that company, or we'd like to acquire a customer base, or we think that it'd be beneficial to buy this person to get into that particular market. So I think those are the 4 stages, if you like, of the partnering / joint venturing trajectory, as I would say. But the benefits are substantial, and we haven't really covered those yet. So why partner? Well, there are, in my view, 8 major reasons that principally an emerge up or a scale up, but also maybe a startup can benefit from going for a partnering model. And obviously with Scale Up Arena, what we're doing is we're enabling this component. So we've got an M&A brokering boutique that will help with the acquisition side or the selling side. We have got the ability to do joint venturing and partnering solutions. We've got access to markets. We've got training that can be used in a way to educate a partner or a new market in the solution. And we've also got the experts themselves who are experts in helping companies to get that model right. Okay, so that's how Scale Up Arena supports this partnering engagement.
Well, I think you gave a very detailed answer, and I was coming from the point of view that the startups do not have too much time with them. They have to build their line of service or product. They have to have a CRM in place. They have to have client list, and they have to also have a paying clientele, and they have to have a cash flow. So considering all these things, it's very difficult for the startups to scale up in the first 12 months. And in today's environment, the reality is there is a huge competition. If there is a startup back there in London, there may be 10 other startups doing the same thing in India. So I think somewhere, somehow, these 11 players must pull in their strengths together, become bigger, and essentially provide that service quicker, faster, and better. So is there a possibility through Scale Up Arena to identify such players and motivate them to merge up so that they don't reinvent the wheel again and again and again and die in the process of doing that?
Yeah, I think very much so, because the network of experts that we have, we've now got an agreement with the Association of Business Mentors that can support organizations in their growth trajectory. Plus, there's the other experts and companies and service providers and innovators within the platform. What the key component is, and what we're doing more and more of, is introducing the larger SMEs and the multinationals into the innovators and the startups, emerge ups, and scale ups. Not so much scale ups, but startups and emerge ups, looking now to expand their traction in the marketplace. And as you rightly say, there's a lot of benefits to this. The time saved, it takes an awful lot of time to create a market. But if you go with somebody who's already established in that marketplace, you have a much greater chance in the short term of capitalizing on your product. Because as you rightly say, at any one point in time, there's another plethora of competitors out there trying to create the next thing in your space that's going to make a big difference. But what the most successful products in the past have done is they've actually taken a new product into an existing organization and sold it through that organization into that client base. Classic example, MS-DOS. MS-DOS was sold out through IBM, and that's why MS-DOS exists today. It was sold as PC-DOS. If they hadn't done that, we would never have heard of it. Maybe CP/M would still exist. But it was because they actually accessed the market through a partner, they succeeded. The second thing, of course, is the saving of money. Money, as we all know, particularly for startups and emerge-ups, is very, very tight. They are short of everything. They're short of working capital, they're short of time, they're short of clients, they're short of staff to develop it, they're short of executives. This is where Scale Up Arena provides that sort of support and ecosystem model to support them. But if these startups and emerge-ups are to optimize their fiscal resources, they will go to market through companies that have already got a client base, because they don't have to spend the marketing dollars on telling the end users about their product. They can go and ride in on the back of the partner's client base and help to complement and provide a commission incentive for the partner to take their product into the marketplace. And then, of course, there's speed. You know, because if I wanted to bring a product to India, there wouldn't be enough decades left in this century for me to actually go there. However, if I was to partner with a Bharti or a Tata or a large organization that's got a national presence already in India, I can immediately get into that geographic patch much quicker. So the speed of entry is faster. And that, of course, saves me time, saves me money. Then there's the benefit of brand association. Because if I go in as Scale Up Arena, thanks to Akulmak, people are hearing about us. But if it was me coming in on my own, walking out of Delhi airport, trying to make a presence in India, I wouldn't have any brand association. People would say, who's this, you know, strange English bloke come off a plane? You know, and how would I actually gain traction in that space? And the reality is, it's only by brand association that any startup, emerge up, or sometimes scale up is actually known in the marketplace. So brand association is so important. And that's another benefit of being on Scale Up Arena, because rather than being a needle in the Google haystack, you can actually align with other brands, other vendors, other partners and service providers who in effect act as a virtual sales force. But also by brand association, you get into that geography, that sector, that marketplace. Then, of course, there's the technology I mentioned already, you know, in the joint venture scenario, that maybe putting two products together creates a new solution that the market is now wanting. So it helps to give you a competitive edge, a competitive advantage, because it would take a startup company a long time to develop all the different components. And in the tech market, what we usually say is within 3 years, you deliver or die. So you cannot spend 2 to 3 years developing a product for the marketplace as it was 12 months ago, because in 6 months' time, it's going to have changed. So you've got to be more dynamic. The only way you can do that is by aligning with other organizations, other products, other plugins, bringing the plugins into the software environment to enable you to move quicker and develop faster and provide that dynamic cutting edge. Then, of course, there's the culture and the skills. Now, whether we like it or not, it's easier for a local person to go into a marketplace and sell to a local market, because there are nuances in that space, such as, you know, I don't know whether people, none of us shake hands, but in the usual way, some people shake hands, some people, you know, greet them in a different way. And people tend to understand the cultures that they were brought up in. And so if you want to sell to a culture, for me, it's the go local model. You cannot impose your culture on another sales operation in a different country or sector, because there's different terminology, there's different expectations, there's different ways of talking and doing business. Sometimes it's lunchtime, sometimes there are no lunches. So you have to make use of not just the actual skills associated with your product, but also make use of the local social skills and needs to ensure that you can optimize the market. The way you do that is through partnering. Either you have a local agent or a reseller, or you have a local go-to-market partner, or you have to buy a company. Then, of course, the funding side of the equation is important as well, because it doesn't matter what size organization you are, when you go into a new market, you're probably going to have to spin up a new version or produce or find a distribution channel. If you work with a partner, that helps you to optimize the funding dollars and the go-to-market dollars in that new space. And then, of course, the ultimate goal is that the emerge up and the scale up come to a point where they think, actually, you know what? This partner could actually acquire us, and it can be an exit strategy, because ultimately none of us are going to last forever. And we may decide, actually, the wave is breaking, we're hitting the early majority. When is the time to sell? The time to sell is when everybody wants your product. Because if you wait until people are saying, there's a new product coming, you disappear. We can all think of the names of products that have disappeared from the horizon because they've been surpassed by new technology. I won't mention them, but we all know them. They were technologies that we thought were going to be here forever, brands, there was social media, many of the social media platforms that existed in the beginning have now disappeared altogether. So, that you've got to have an eye for the exit, and it's a disappointed entrepreneur who waits forever thinking, I'm always going to be making this money, particularly in tech. Not so true in traditional products, because there's always been a market for a hydraulic product. However, in the tech marketplace, I can guarantee you 90% of the solutions and the companies out there today who are creating a product will have sold it and moved on within 3 years.
Mike, lately we have also seen a different model in the partnering arena, which is the principal giving time to scale up to the partners. For example, if I sign up as a company, a partnership with a global giant, they will give me 6 to 8 months to scale up, and they will give their offerings absolutely free, no charge at all during first 6 months or 8 months. So do you see some sort of incentive for this kind of model also coming up in the startup arena?
I think, you're talking in terms of the multinational taking the product into their business.
Well, let me rephrase my question. It's like this. Say, for example, if I'm a small company and my market is limited to 50 clients near my locality, near my city, etc. I'm in India. Now, if I have to scale up my company, what I need to do is I have to find similar set of clients somewhere through partnership in UK or somewhere in Africa. Now, if I talk to that person in UK that, hey, I will appoint you my partner, and then you sell my services to these type of clientele near your area, the partner is not enthusiastic enough to take that offering unless you roll in some benefits for him, initial sign up benefits. And the benefit could be that I will not charge you for first 6 months.
I will not charge, I will give you some freebies for 5 6 months and so on. I've actually during the pandemic I have been seeing these models also coming up quite a bit.
Yeah, I think that's it depends on how deep the pockets are for the company, because when you start offering anything for free, of course, startups and emerge ups, as we've already said, are short of everything. Okay, so I think you've got to time the entry to other markets very carefully, because it sounds great to have international exposure, but actually, if you could make much more money by staying local or staying niche, perhaps that's a better strategy. I wouldn't suggest that everybody should try and go global. I think it's a very dangerous strategy to offer anything for free, because unless people have got skin in the game, they won't actually put as much energy into it. If they think oh, it doesn't matter if I sell this or not, I haven't had to pay for it, there's no incentive for the directors of that company to say, actually, we need to sell this product. What I think I'd be more keen to say, what we need in the UK to take this product into the UK, we need case studies, we need examples of what the product is, we need a fixed product line, and we need you to spend marketing dollars to get us into the marketplace for you in the UK. Unless it's a client or a partner who says, as we said before, by associating your product with their product, it actually gives an incremental opportunity. If it doesn't give an incremental opportunity, it's not complementary with the existing business, then you should walk away. But where it's complementary, then it could be cheaper to enter into that marketplace. That's why partnering is good. But giving things away for nothing, I think that very rarely gives you any benefit. I think both parties have got to have skin in the game.
I think you made a very valid point. So there are various models available. I think the scale-up arena is at the forefront of providing all permutation combinations for startups, and for also facilitating the merge-ups, so that you can scale up as a businessman. So Mike, thank you so much for finding time and discussing this very important subject with us today.
I've got a quote to finish. Chandra, on this. Sir Edmund Hillary, I think, sums up partnering very well. The quote is, "Strategic alliances and ecosystems can help individual and organizations accomplish what they cannot achieve on their own." And that's what partnering and scale-up arena is all about. It's helping you achieve what you can't achieve on your own.
Absolutely, I think this is a very well quote, and on this positive quote, we can end our discussion. So there is a 20% discount for viewers of Akulmac. All you have to do is go to scaleuparena.com and use Akulmac promo code to get 20% discount. So with this, I'll end our show today. Mike, thank you so much, and we will catch up next time on something even more interesting.
Always a pleasure, and it's great to chat to you as always, Chandra. Thank you very much.
Hello friends, this is Chandra and welcome to Top Brass. Today we will discuss about the impending telecom industry money which has to come to the government of India. So before we get into that, let's understand a little bit around the background. So if you look at India, it's a very large country, and there are few sectors which are booming. And when I say booming, these sectors are basically giving out contracts and tenders uh, of a global nature. Some of these booming sectors are telecom, of course, one of them, pharma, then infra, and there are a few others, smart cities. So these are the industries which are booming, and suppliers from around the globe are coming and bidding for these projects. These are huge projects. Now, telecom is also one of the booming area, and today everybody carries more than one mobile, or at least one mobile. So the penetration of mobile services is very high in India, and there are three to four major players in this space. One is, of course, the Airtel. Second is Reliance, and both the companies are Reliance. And then the Idea, Vodafone, and then the government owned companies like MTNL and BSNL. There are a few other smaller players as well. Now, what has happened? Uh, Last week we all heard that Supreme Court giving directions to all the telecom industry players that why don't you pay up what you owe to to the government. And this is almost like a 10 years old story. So we will have to go back a little bit just to analyze small facts. So I don't want to basically clutter your mind, but let's understand the fact why it is happening. So way back in during the UPA era, the spectrums were auctioned, and they followed a process called first come first serve basis. That means whoever come first will get this spectrum, and they will have to obviously sign some contracts and pay the spectrum license fee, etc. Because government of India owns everything. They own the land, they own the air, they own the spectrum of radio waves which will be transmitted, and all the telecom companies will be using all of these. So this was signed, and in 2011-12, the Controller Auditor General pointed out that there is a big scam. And then he rightly pointed out, because as far as the books of accounts are concerned, it looked like a scam, because there were a lot of irregularities. The telecom minister of that government gave licenses to whoever came first, and of course, there are allegations that it was not done in a very fair manner. However, the case continued as far as that is concerned, and most of the people are acquitted now. So we will basically discuss that part some other day. Let's come back to the telecom industry. So what has happened? What was the size of the contract? What was the size of the scam? It was a huge amount of 1.76 lakhs crore Indian rupees. It's a huge whopping amount which has to be paid by these companies to government of India. Now, what has happened is that government, which was giving first in and first serve basis spectrum to people, they were actually very clever. They were, while giving it out to people, they were also signing a lot of fine print in their agreement. And somebody, some smart guy in that government, came up with something called AGR. So this 1.76 lakh crore amount is actually happening because of the AGR. So what is an AGR? Is the gross revenue of the entire company. So what AGR does is, basically you have taken funding from banks and from government and from various other sources, and you invest in telecom business, and you have other businesses as well. So if you sign taking spectrum from the government, at that point in time the government made all these new telecom guys sign up these fine prints which said, anything that you do, whether it is telecom business or anything else, the profit of all of those different businesses, you will have to give it to us. So all of these guys have signed it, which is Airtel, Reliance, Vodafone, Idea, and so on and so forth. And this 1.76 lakh crore is coming from the fact that there is a AGR which is signed in the contract. So if you look at the business of the telecom companies, you can you can see them straight away that they are not a pure telecom company like BSNL or MTNL. They are 50% telecom companies and 50% are brand managers or sort of a event managers or content distributor. So 50% is telecom, 50% is other businesses. So what is happening is government made them sign these documents, and whatever money these companies are making by selling telecom services as well as any other services which is associated with them, the profit on that needs to be shared with the government. So this is so I don't blame the government. I blame the companies because these companies are huge, and they are companies of the global nature, and they have all the lawyers, a team of lawyers with them. And if they missed out these things and they still signed on this, that is why the Comptroller Auditor General came after auditing the accounts that these companies owe 1.76 lakhs crore of money to the government of India. Now that was in 2012. A lot of things happened. It became a political issue. Uh, After the election of 2014, the Congress party, the UPA government shrunk to 44 seats. The government was toppled. The new government came, and now when the new government came, they actually fought on these scams because the first scam was 2G, and then there are plethora of scams in fact the scams were so many that every day there were new scam was coming out, and it was used on this on their political rallies to drive their points. The UPA government suffered major loss, and the new government came. Now after the new government has taken over the power, ideally they should have recovered this money, and this new government came in 2014. They got re-elected in 2019, and yet there is no sign of this money which has to be paid. Now what these telecom companies are paying basically saying, they are saying that they cannot pay this money because this is huge, and government has given them spectrum, but government is asking for the share from all other different businesses that these companies indulge in, which is unfair. So they are trying their level best to get out of this situation, and somewhere the current government empathize with their point, but nobody can take any action. Why? Because it's a very tough decision. Number one, that 1.76 lakhs crore rupees which has to be collected by the Indian government, if they say, okay, this was not a right contract that UPA made you sign, and hence we can overlook all of this and make you free and all that, then the current government will suffer a major setback because they came to power by highlighting these issues on the street in their political rallies. So they didn't do it. They didn't want to touch it. Second issue is that if they enforce this collection, then millions of people will lose their jobs. So they can't have that. I mean, telecom is a booming sector. A lot of millions of people are employed in this space, and if some companies fold, like Vodafone and Idea, they are saying already that if we are willing to pay, but we will need to declare bankruptcy. By doing so, they can clear all that and they can fold their business. So it is not so simple because a lot of people will lose their job, and they are not like airlines where few thousands. This will be million people losing their job. It's going to be a big problem. Third thing is the face saving. The current government said the previous government came out with so many scams, and a lot of things happened, and now they are in power. So the point is that how they will say that those
Okay, I found this on the web. The current government said the previous government came out.
How this government will ensure that their whole issue of raising out these scams does not impact their own vote share or their own image. So I'm just bringing this out to you, to my viewers, but I have. Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmac Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. About 10 days back, there was a news that in UP, which is one of the province in India, there is a discovery, or you know, the scientists have found a huge stash of gold, or rather, it's 3,000 to 6,000 metric ton of gold have been found deep inside the forest in our state called UP. Now this is going to change the dynamics, the global dynamics, and so far this much gold is available, and it was sort of hidden out of plain sight for centuries. Nobody knew that such a big mountain of gold is there. That will change the dynamic, as I said, because uh, this finding of the gold will bring India number two after United States in terms of the gold reserves. So why this is so important? Let me very high level. Let me draw your attention to how economy works. So basically, economy works based on average person sees these currency notes, and these are issued by the central bank of each country. Like you go to Kenya, there will be a central bank there. They are responsible for printing the notes. Likewise, we have in India, Reserve Bank of India, which is responsible for circulation and printing of the notes. It's not that anybody can print these currency notes. Now, how much currency to be printed, that is a question mark. That it is basically based on certain economic facts, and the starting point of this economy, which is like foreign exchange reserves, how much what is the size of my GDP, etc., etc., and how much currency I have in circulation. All that really started maybe 1,000 years back, maybe 2,000 years back, but wherever it started with gold. And in ancient time, the India was known for the gold. Everybody had gold. In fact, today the Indians love their gold so much that it is part of. It's like it's the ultimate investment. It's considered as an investment. It is also considered as ultimate inheritance. So while the Indian government does not have that kind of a gold in reserves, but the people, which is 1.3 billion people, whichever religion they are, they all love their gold, and all of these people have some gold or the other. So if you bring all of this into organized sector, we will be much ahead than the global any country, even United States. We will surpass them. But let's not talk about that part, because those that gold is privately held with individuals in the country. But this one, which has now been found out, is a mountain of gold, and the estimate value is 3,000 to 6,000 metric ton in state of Uttar Pradesh. If that is added to the Indian gold reserve, we will be number two after United States. You can straight away imagine, as a layman, I'm just not talking too complex things here. I'm not talking about inflation. I'm not talking use these, you know, difficult terms. I'm just saying that if you have gold, you will have better economy. Your ability to invest increase, your ability to spend increase, there will be more currency in circulation, and blah blah, and so on and so forth. So this has a very profound implications in years to come. Right now, the status of this gold is the UP government is going to do e-tendering, and by way of e-tendering, they will select the companies, whether government or private companies, who will basically excavate this gold and produce it. After that, what will happen? Whether Uttar Pradesh will have access to this gold, or whether they will have a joint ownership with central government and the Uttar Pradesh government. So will it belong to India as a whole, or will it belong to Uttar Pradesh? That is what something that needs to be seen and ascertained. But right now,
the way it looks like. And in fact, because of the Shaheen Bagh protest, this particular news was totally buried by all channels. But this is going to come up in a big way. It is going to transform India next 10 years. It will become, India will again live the past glory of being called the golden sparrow, Sone ki chidiya. So with this, I will end this video, but I will meet you tomorrow with some more interesting facts. Until then, bye-bye.
Hello friends, welcome to Akulmet Live. I'm Kanchan Verma and today we are discussing about a publication which started by Vardharaja Iyengar at Mysore in 1970. Now Sudharma is the first oldest Sanskrit newspaper publication. And to discuss about this publication and Sanskrit language, we have a guest. We'll come to know her ideas and the worries about the newspaper and the Sanskrit language, what she thinks, how we can handle the issue of learning Sanskrit. So stick around to this episode till the end. You will get more information about Sudharma and her ideas about Sanskrit learning. Welcome back, and today we have a very interesting personality with us and we'll be discussing something very interesting with her. So we have Ritu Gupta, who is a CEO of Four Seasons, and we'll be discussing about a Sanskrit paper which was published, which is actually published in Mysore. So before that, I would like to welcome her and ask her, how is she today?
Thank you, Kanchan. Thank you for inviting me to the show, and I'm feeling very fine, absolutely happy. And since I'm talking to you, I feel very energetic also.
Well, wonderful. And actually, this idea to talk about this paper came a few days back when I searched the syllabus of my children and they have introduced a language, Sanskrit. And you know, Sanskrit is quite an ancient language, and I think everybody should learn, and we have also learned in our school, but somehow in all this hustle and bustle of life, we couldn't continue with this language. So what is your idea about this particular language?
Kanchan, Sanskrit, I feel very happy that I belong to the country where Sanskrit was originated, and our Vedas, especially the Vedas of Hinduism, of course, Vedas are there only in Hinduism. They are all written, all the religious books have been written in Sanskrit. And as the myth is about Sanskrit, that it's a very tough language, but you know, it's not really very difficult to learn Sanskrit. It's a very beautiful, beautiful sounding, very poetic, with beautiful phonetic sounds. The language is very good. And on the other hand, I personally feel that people should know Sanskrit. It's the most ancient language. Even in Chinese language, some words are from Sanskrit. So it's a very beautiful language, and I feel very proud that I belong to the country which is the land of Sanskrit.
Well, as I just want to tell you that today we'll be discussing about this paper Sudharma, which is published from Mysore. So, do you have an idea what kind of paper it is, and would like to talk about this, because I really feel very interesting. Though it was started publishing in 1970, I guess. Though after that, many newspaper have already started publishing in Sanskrit. But what is this peculiar about this particular publication in Sanskrit?
Yeah, Sudharma, which is a Sanskrit paper, and it started its publication in 1970. And I believe some time back, when there was a research which was conducted, and it says that still they have published till date. Publish the paper, 3,500 circulation is always taking place, and this is published from a place called Mysore, which is in South India. So this is very surprising. But you know, another fact is this, that in most of the South Indian languages, like you know, in Kannada, and in other language, Tamil also, there are some words of Sanskrit. So I still feel that the people down south in India, they really care for this language, and there are certain communities there who really want to read the news, the current happenings, and other related issues of international and national value in Sanskrit. And I feel that every child, every student must be asked to read Sanskrit language, because at the end of the day, Sanskrit is the mother of many languages. So people should read Sanskrit, and it's a very good effort that the newspaper is being published in Sanskrit.
Well, as far as the history of Sanskrit, which I've read, that this newspaper started by a scholar in Mysore, and the main aim is, as you mentioned, is to safeguard this particular ancient language, and that is why this is a two-folded newspaper. But there are many good people, good scholars, and even politicians. If you remember Sushma Swaraj, she used to speak.
Yes.
She has a very profound knowledge and speaking. She used to speak very fine Sanskrit language. Now, I would like to really add that Sanskrit is a very good language, because any language, there is no discrimination. We can learn any language. But I think we should give more stress of learning Sanskrit in the school, because firstly, it is a traditional language, because many mantras, as you mentioned, and even the pujas and many ceremonies are done by Sanskrit, reciting of Sanskrit language. Are you accustomed? Do you have understanding of any of these ritual where we use Sanskrit as a language?
Well, yes, there are many rituals where we use Sanskrit as a language. I think most of the rituals, if you really conduct the ritual in a traditional Hindu manner, Sanatani manner, then you conduct the rituals actually in Sanskrit. And even I studied Sanskrit in my school till 8th standard, 8th grade. But somehow then, I just could not carry forward, and it was not compulsory. In my school, it was compulsory till 8th standard in CBSE. But then somehow I retrieved back from Sanskrit, but I still feel that it is one language which makes your grammar very strong, your pronunciation very strong, and it also lets you get closer to your culture. So Sanskrit, I believe, yes, it's very important. And kids nowadays, they should be again taken close to Sanskrit language, because even in scientific facts, where in science also, let's say in physics and chemistry also, they talk about certain things in Sanskrit. So Sanskrit and science has a very strong connection.
You see, what I feel is that we have newspapers in English, we have newspaper in Hindi, we have our regional newspaper also coming out. Like we have a newspaper when you go down south in Tamil and Telugu. Yeah. But somehow we are ignoring this language, and I think there should be community effort to help people to understand this language, and not only it improves the language capability, communication skill in other language for the children, but few aspects of computer is also based on Sanskrit. So I feel it's quite an important language, and we should give more courage and effort for people to accept this. What do you feel about it?
Yes, I feel that people should be more receptive towards Sanskrit, and parents should make it a joint effort that parents and kids, they should try to speak, let's say for 10 minutes or 15 minutes over dinner time, they should try to speak in Sanskrit. And while I was talking to you, I just remembered one thing which I read in newspaper some time back during this lockdown, that there is one particular village in down south where people, they speak only in Sanskrit language. Now, how beautiful this is. How nice. People, they really value for their culture, and they want to retrieve the culture. They want their culture to be there. And so they speak in Sanskrit. They let their kids speak in Sanskrit. So everything officially is done in Sanskrit out there. Even the boards outside the shop, outside the post office, is all written in Sanskrit. I think this is very beautiful, and we should all make an effort. At least an awareness should be created about Sanskrit. There should be some kind of activities which should take place in Sanskrit in school. There are various workshops, various group activities which are taking place in school, even online also, so that kids, they try respecting the language, they try understanding the value, importance of Sanskrit.
Well, yes, because no language is inferior, because these are great uh, inventions actually by our ancestors. So every person should be more than interested to learn any language which comes in front of him. But I think Sanskrit learning is something which will be good for everybody in the country. Now, as we were discussing, there's the newspaper which is the oldest newspaper, Sudharma, which was started by Vardharaja Iyengar at Mysore. So I think this whatever legacy he has left, I think maybe in community wise or somehow we should help and continue, maybe helping and conserving this newspaper. I think that's very important. And so any last thoughts you want to share with our viewers?
Like you said, any language is good, and learning of any language adds on to your personality. I 101% agree with this. And as to conserving the newspaper Sudharma, which is a legacy left by the owner, so I think we should make an effort to write some small articles for the newspaper. Whatever we observe, we can write some stories in the newspaper. And the kids, they should be made to write in Sanskrit. So this is how you can make a newspaper go on and on. There should be some contribution from every person in the society for the newspaper. So, this improves your language also. This improves your thought process also. And at the same time, you do some kind of research. If you want to write on food, if you want to write on travel, you definitely make some research so that you write a very beautiful article. And why not write an article in Sanskrit language? So I believe that each one of us should at least give some time from our daily routine life, from a busy life, to a language Sanskrit. At least 10 minutes or 15 minutes a day we can give to the language. So we learn also.
Yeah, definitely. But I also want to add one thing, that Sudharma is not having any marketing department. So I think so this is something which I came to know. So I think that people should themselves would promote this, and people should think about, like we think about other aspects of life, that this is a very kind of good work which is being done from the and we should think and do a community effort to enhance
absolutely
not the paper, yes, but then language and people who are related with this publication. As usual, you want to add something?
Yes, like you said that, we people, we as community, we definitely enhance certain ideas, certain issues. Like we have enhanced the thought about using toilet, washing the hands, about Swachh Bharat campaign. So we should also help this newspaper, because since it does not have a marketing department, we ourselves can do something so that the newspaper remains alive. Because I read that the publication, the circulation of the newspaper was 3,500. So it's not a very big circulation. So, the schools, the college community, the universities, they can ask their students to buy the newspaper every month or write something for the newspaper. This way, the newspaper will go on, and, in public libraries, in RWAs, people, they can get the copy of the newspaper, and so that the circulation goes on and on. It's important.
Yes, and this is Sudharma is one of the oldest Sanskrit publication in India, and I think it has to be a voluntary effort by the people. So forward, I think people will think about it and do something and learn Sanskrit. So as usual, Ritu, it is so wonderful to talk to you today. We'll meet again with some other interesting topic. Till then, bye-bye.
Thank you, Kanchan. Thank you. It's so nice to talk to you. Thank you.
Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmac Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Today we will talk about the link between uh, elections which will be held in this year in United States and Pakistan situation as a FATF grey listed country. So, as we all know, that Pakistan status is being reviewed right now by FATF, and the chances are there is a very strong chance that the Pakistan may slip further down into a blacklist. Now, if they are blacklisted, that means all the funding to that country will stop, whether it is World Bank, IMF, or any other country which is trying to loan to Pakistan, will be told categorically by United Nations that if you are lending or giving funds to this country, it is at your own risk because that fund will never come back. And that is the meaning of blacklisting of Pakistan. So right now they are in grey and their status is being reviewed. So it is in the interest of India to make sure Pakistan goes into blacklist because obviously it's an enemy nation for India. However, the United States playing a major role in deciding. In fact, there is China which will ensure that Pakistan comes out from does not go into blacklist at least, or even comes out from the grey list. But it's not going to happen. Pakistan will not come out of the grey list because they are, there is a huge blame on them for funding the terrorist activities. So what has to be done? The Donald Trump would like to face the election and obviously would like to win, and he will like to win on a nationalistic wave, and so he is doing a couple of activities with regard to his politics, which is prevailing in United States. The second most important activity that Donald Trump has to do is to withdraw his troops, his army from Afghanistan, which is on the verge of, there is a lot of outcry in the public, and they don't want their soldiers to be stationed in Afghanistan in such a far off place for no reason. So Donald Trump has promised that he will withdraw, and he will withdraw in a very systematic manner. So what has happened in last 1 week? So let me take a step back. Pakistan has uh, jailed Hafiz Saeed, which until few months back, or in fact few weeks back, they were not willing to pin any blame on Hafiz Saeed for getting involved in terrorist activities. But this week, it is a surprising move by Pakistan. Uh, Hafiz Saeed has been convicted for terrorist activities, for carrying out terrorist attacks, and he has been jailed for 5 years. And Donald Trump is visiting India. So the chances are there will be a lot of strategic and bilateral agreements that's going to be signed between India and uh, United States. There could be open items which may need closures between these two countries. At the same time, as far as Donald Trump's election is concerned, the elections require a lot of nationalistic wave to be generated, and the critical action is to withdraw from Afghanistan. There, Pakistan is playing a major role. So, let's discuss a little bit about Pakistan. Pakistan, if it slips into a blacklist, then the Prime Minister of Pakistan has initiated a lot of economic reforms to bring the economy back to to a reasonable level. So if they get into blacklist, then the funding from other countries or even loans or any advances which are possible will not happen. So it will further slip the country down into doldrums. It is not in interest of United States, especially this year because they are facing withdrawal from Afghanistan. So what has happened? The China is already in favor of Pakistan. China will ensure that Pakistan will come out of the grey list. However, the US will still like to play a role of good cop and bad cop. That's the terminology which is used. So they will soften their stand on Pakistan and ensure that they do not fall into blacklist, but they remain in grey list. So that way, they will Pakistan as a country will keep getting small amounts from IMF, some loans from some other country, and so on. So they will have some cushion. And in return, Pakistan will take some action, which they have already started by, uh, convicting Hafiz Saeed, and also he is now jailed for 5 years. So it is basically being shown as one of the positive action that Pakistan government is taking. And I am sure there will be more news about this such actions, where they would like to show physically to the world that they are actually taking action on the terrorist activity that country or non-state actors, as they say, are taking. In return, Pakistan will assist United States to peacefully withdraw their troops, and then major role will be played by Pakistan on reshaping the future course of Afghanistan. So there is this flip-flop which is going to happen, and this is much before the Donald Trump's trip later in the February to India, and so that things are in shape. While Donald Trump signs strategic deals with India, they will also ensure that they soften their stand on Pakistan, and they ensure Pakistan does not go into blacklist but remain in grey list. So this is something which I wanted to give my analysis today. Uh, Please leave your comments. In case you want to discuss anything with me, I will surely respond to as many people as I could. And I will see you tomorrow as usual. Bye bye.
Hello, friends. This is Akul Mac Live, and I am Chandrakant. Before we start, I must tell you that we are going live, and from whichever part of the world you're watching this program, you can actually use the chat function in your social media platform, and you can engage with us. And also, this video is sponsored by Performance Works International. The description about them is given in the link, which is part of the description. You can actually go there or wait for this video to continue, and we will tell you more about Performance Works International. So what is the news today? The news today is very exciting, and that is India has done it again. India has rolled out, first time in the world, approved a DNA-based COVID vaccination, and I'll tell you why this is such a big deal. DNA-based vaccination were invented in 1900, but so far, do you know, friends, that it has never been used on any human? And although the scientists believe that it is the best method to eradicate different kinds of epidemics, pandemic, etc., but for whatever reason, it has not been used. None of the DNA medicines have been used on humans so far. Although all the scientists believe that this is a most novel way of eradicating diseases. But now we have an Indian company called Cadila Zydus, which has done a lot of research, and they have actually done, they are rolling out this DNA-based medicine for novel coronavirus, which is also called as COVID-19. So I will actually start the discussion by telling you more about why the DNA medicines are better than the usual protein-based medicines. Let's understand how the coronavirus actually attacks, in the first place, and why it is called coronavirus. I think by now most of us know that the coronavirus has these crown-type, things, spikes as we call them. They get stuck with our cells, and then this is how the corona actually is very effective and infectious because of these spikes. These spikes are made of proteins, and they carry the genetic signature of the coronavirus. Now, to make the protein-based medicines, all the medicines, all the vaccinations that we have we have got today, whether it is Pfizer or AstraZeneca, and if you come to India, it is Covishield, Covaxin, Sputnik, whatever different types of medicines that you might have been injected with are all protein based. And to produce these protein based vaccination, you need actual coronavirus, the actual virus, the virus that is there, the genetic material is required to extract the protein out. So the input and output for the vaccination is definitely dependent on how much viruses you can make available to a production company, a pharmaceutical company, and they have to extract the protein out, and using that protein they have to make the vaccination. Then the next problem is shipping these vaccination, etc. So that is a big problem when it comes to protein based vaccination development. And so far all the vaccination that we have are all protein based vaccination, and in this case also whatever vaccine you have got in whichever part of the world, it's all protein based. And the DNA based vaccination is slightly different, and for DNA based vaccination you don't need the genetic material. Now let's look at what has happened so far in India. Because I'm an Indian, I will talk about what has happened so far. Even with the protein based vaccination, it is a humongous task to vaccinate the entire world's population of 7+ billion people. And there are two very populous countries in this world, which is India and China. So we don't know what is going on in China, but definitely in India, it's a democratic structure and multiple states, etc. So far, we have been able to successfully vaccinate 600 million people. And the majority of these people have been given either Covishield, which is under licensed production of AstraZeneca, or Covaxin, which is a homegrown protein-based vaccination, or Sputnik, which is Russian. So while there are all others are available like Pfizer and other well-known Moderna vaccinations are also available in India, but majority of the people of 600 million have been by and large being vaccinated by using these three major ones. However, I have to point out that only 15% are fully vaccinated. When I say fully vaccinated, it is like 2 doses. So when it comes to Covishield and Covaxin or AstraZeneca or Pfizer, it is basically 2 doses which are required to fully vaccinate against the novel virus. Whereas in the case of Sputnik, they claim only 1 is sufficient. And so considering that there is a supply chain, the huge transportation required to ship, to manufacture, to ship the vaccination, to administer, you need medical staff to administer, and to manage the queue system, who will get it, who's eligible, who's not, all that, considering all the complexities, we have been able to achieve 600 million people vaccinated in India, and 15% are fully vaccinated. Now, as I said in the beginning, that the protein-based medicines or vaccination require actual genetic material to be supplied to the pharmaceutical company. So let's move on and discuss about how this protein-based vaccinations are produced. It's basically a dead virus. You can actually give a signature of the virus to the immune system of the body, and you can actually dead virus. Basically, you have to extract the protein out of the dead virus and administer that in certain known quantities into the person's body, in human's body, and human's immune system will then identify that there is a external protein now available in the body, and it starts developing antibodies to counter that protein. And once the antibody is prepared by the immune system, then even if the actual virus comes inside, the immune system knows that I have to remove this external infection which is now entering the body. So the protein-based vaccination works as if they are a crash course for the immune system of the human body, and that is why they are quite effective. And you know, they have been tried, tested for all kinds of different types of diseases like measles, chickenpox, etc. There are vaccinations available for you know, many decades now, which are protein based, and they are very, very effective. They actually train and prepare your immune system, and when the infection comes, your immune system already has the antibodies and it will fight it out. You will not fall sick. You will not have any impact of that. So this is how the protein based vaccination works. Now let's look at how the DNA based application vaccination works. Now, DNA based vaccinations, first of all, the first difference is it does not require the genetic material to be supplied to the pharmaceutical company. Say, for example, if you just need the signature of the DNA, based on that, you can make the DNA based medicines. So that is the first difference. That means you don't need to supply the input to the pharmaceutical company. That is first. Second is it pretty much works in a similar fashion like the protein-based vaccination. It trains each and every cell to fight the infection because it is based on DNA. So the DNA of the corona will be supplied as a signature, and the immune system will basically understand this DNA of foreign body, and then this DNA it will teach each and every cell of the human body to fight that disease. So therefore this is a much better way of protecting a body, because then your every cell of, it's not only the immune system which is you know, fighting the infection, it is the every cell of the body which is now prepared to face the infection. The downside of a DNA which DNA based vaccination is that it could change your genetic material as well. So now, you know, I think scientists have done a lot of pros and cons around it. They have also understood that, you know, whether we should have a DNA based medicines or should not have. Nevertheless, I think there is enough study, and the DNA based vaccination were invented in 1900. So I think enough time has passed. I think we are all ready to try this new way of treating ourselves, and it will be a permanent solution. There are a lot of advantages because DNA based vaccination can be produced at a much lower cost, and it does not require genetic material to be produced. So independent of the genetic material supplied to the pharmaceutical company, you can still generate the DNA based vaccination. Number two advantage is it's very resilient. It does not require special storage facilities like lowering temperature, heat. It is immune to heat and cold temperature. So it's much easier to manage. And third thing is it's much easier to administer because it is working at the genetic level. You don't need to give an injection. You just need to make a small prick in your skin, and through the skin you can actually administer the vaccination. So it's much easier overall. It's less costly to produce, less expensive to transport, and also lot less tedious to administer. So as far as the Indian company is concerned, it is company is called Cadila Zydus. They have produced this. They have done a lot of research, and they have actually done clinical trials. They have also submitted their data of success of the clinical trials, and they say that right now it shows 70% efficacy. So it is very, very safe, and it is called Zycovid. And the company is also building capacity to produce 120 million doses annually. So this is going to change the paradigm completely. It will also help us fight corona epidemic or pandemic in a much better way, because we will once administer the DNA, all different, we can actually create the DNA based vaccine in such a way that no SARS strain can infect the human race. So as long as we are able to take care of that, all kinds of different, we keep hearing about different mutation, etc. So all different mutations can be taken care by just one medicine, and it is a lot easier to produce. You don't need to provide any genetic input to the pharmaceutical company. So that is why there are a lot of advantages, and this medicine will be available shortly to Indians and to the rest of the world. I'm sure there are other countries who are also doing a lot of research in this area, and they will also come out with their DNA based vaccination for novel coronavirus. So friends, before I end, I have to also inform you that the link to access the book, which is called Inner CEO, from our sponsor, which is Performance Works International, is given in the description down below. And there is a message from them moment I press this button.
This video is sponsored by Performance Works International.
Are you ready for the challenges facing the modern workplace? Recent events have taught us the importance of transformation. Businesses now face a perfect storm of challenges. No business is too big to fail, and many are too slow to succeed. Our workforce is changing fast. We're entering a new age of empowerment, and everyone can contribute. The Inner CEO reveals how we can all play a part in making leading at all levels a reality. Written by Jeremy Blaine, an expert on business transformation and growth, it provides a roadmap to help everyone unleash their inner CEO and contribute beyond their job role, whatever their level. Traditionally, strategy has been owned by the few. Now it's time for the many to contribute. Leadership must come from a broader base. Everyone has the potential to step up and make things happen. It's a new model of collective and collaborative leadership which unleashes the power of people, enabled by appropriate technology and a supportive management structure. The book provides a roadmap for a bold new age of empowerment. Supported by a range of resources, the book provides a toolkit to help anyone unleash their inner CEO. Organisation health, development and growth is owned at all levels. Are you ready to unleash the inner CEO?
Hello friends, welcome to Akul Mac Live, and I'm Chandrakant, and today we want to talk about Ford. And if you remember, if you see the news today, the social media is flooded with the news that the Ford is actually folding out of India. And before we start, actually, I have to give you a small message about our sponsor. This video is sponsored by Performance Works International. More about them in a bit. But let's get back to our discussion where the Ford is thinking about leaving India. And I think they have already given an official statement that they will be shutting down their plants. And right now they have a huge setup. I mean, if you if you look at the Ford setup in India, they have many cars, very popular cars. In fact, they were the one of the few companies who entered India way back in 1990s. And people who were actually my contemporary in the corporate world, there was a time when we used to get awards as a company-driven cars with chauffeur. So if you have achieved something, they will actually give you an award where the company will pick the total cost of buying the cars, and also give you a driver which is on the payrolls of the company. So I personally got this kind of a award while working for a company. I would not like to name that. And the company told me that pick up the car which you like, and I said I want the Josh machine. So people who are my contemporary would know that what is a Josh machine. It was such a popular car then. And recently Ford has many popular cars in India, and one of the most popular is EcoSport, which is quite popular. And they also have a huge setup. I mean, Ford is a large company globally. They have a huge setup in Germany because they have BMW brand under them. And they also have a setup in Detroit and a huge setup in India. Ford as an organization has invested in automating their vehicles, centralizing the systems which are running in the computers or the microchip of the PCs, and a lot of the software development also happens out of Chennai in India and also in Gujarat. So currently they have two factories. The factory in Gujarat rolls out cars, and the factory in Chennai rolls out engines. And Ford as a company has done a lot of research in coming out with new types of engines. And in fact, Ford engines are one of the best engines after the Japanese manufacturers. And they're pretty, cars are also very nice for Indian conditions. They have a huge market. India is a very big consumer market. So in such a situation, why Ford will decide to fold? They have already made official statement that they will be shutting down both operations. First with car, which is going to be this year itself. They will stop manufacturing cars in India. And next year, they will stop exporting engines out of India. While I think they have a huge setup, and I have personally managed the Ford account for a corporate company when I was employed in that company. And I know exactly, what is the kind of setup they have in India and Germany, and the dependency of Indian setup on Germany as well as in US. The Ford in India also have a finance company. So when they say that they're folding their manufacturing, it means, personally, I feel that they cannot just ignore such a big market in India. I personally believe that it is changing gear, because they are an automobile company, and India is actually marching towards the EV revolution. If you look at the EV adaptability in India, it was 0.3% last year, and it is 1.3% this year. And it is estimated by end of this year, it will reach 3%, which is still lower than the global average, but still it is rapidly moving very, very fast. From 3%, 0.3% to 1.3 within 1 year. And by end of this year, it will be 3%. It's a huge jump if you look at the percentage wise. So this is a policy-driven development which is happening in India, where the Indian government wants more and more EVs to be on the road, so that they can save a lot of foreign exchange in terms of not importing the crude oil from oil-producing countries. And India is the best market for EV because there's a lot of electric possibilities, electric generation possibility from unconventional methods. So I think this is where the India is heading. There are internal targets has been set up, and there are some policy changes that has happened in India, which is with regard to the scrappage policy. In fact, we did a video about how scrappage policy is going to help the EV revolution in India. So more and more people will actually be adapting the electric vehicle, which are much cheaper to run, much cheaper to own, etc. So I think these are the few things which are happening, and therefore I don't see as a businessman any reason to continue manufacturing your internal combustion engine and the cars which are driven run by this internal combustion engines. So that means there is no need to run these manufacturing plants. And before they, as a Ford being a very large organization, before they actually move to the next level of introducing new types of car, they have to basically do a phased manner shutdown of the current operation. So there, I think this announcement about Ford shutting down their manufacturing units in India is not the way it looks like, or the way some of my colleagues are interpreting. It is not that they are moving out. I think they are changing gear. They are preparing themselves for the EV revolution. And it is meaning, I mean, it doesn't make any sense to ignore such a big market for vehicles in which is a market like India. So I think they are going to introduce their electric vehicle. That means there will be new plants which they will launch. Where they will launch, we don't know, because I think in a setup like India, there will be state governments. There are 29 states now, including union territories. So whichever states actually give them better deal in order to come up with an electric vehicle plant, electric charge station, battery manufacturing units, etc. They will set up their new manufacturing units in those states. So I think there is more exciting times that we will expect, more investment, more new types of jobs which will open up from Ford, because as I said, personally, I know that the Ford is having a huge setup in India, and they already have a lot of software, because future cars, in fact, current cars in the US and also in India are microprocessor controlled, and there is Ford has a setup where you can actually call a call center, and the health of the car can be monitored remotely. So they have a SIM-based system which is already fitted in the car. So Ford is quite ahead. I know personally their cars are quite advanced, and if they're shutting down their India operation, it doesn't mean that they're shutting down everything, because they have many things happening in India. So I think from my side, I like to provide this input to all of you viewers, that the news is about shutting down manufacturing of the current cars, and they already have inventory. So they want to exhaust this inventory and stop manufacturing, so that they can launch new cars, because as a business you need to also exhaust your inventory. The Indian engine manufacturing unit is exporting manufactured good quality engines to other countries. So I think they have the inventory, they want to get rid of it. They don't want to produce more, because the future is electric, and they will migrate gradually into electric revolution. So before I end the video, friends, do engage with me, send me your messages, and if you think what I said make any sense, write in, or if you have any other opinion, please also respond as part of your messages, because we are live right now, and we are live on multiple social media platforms. Before I end this video, a word from our sponsor.
This video is sponsored by Performance Works International.
Are you ready for the challenges facing the modern workplace? Recent events have taught us the importance of transformation. Businesses now face a perfect storm of challenges. No business is too big to fail, and many are too slow to succeed. Our workforce is changing fast. We're entering a new age of empowerment and everyone can contribute. The Inner CEO reveals how we can all play a part in making leading at all levels a reality. Written by Jeremy Blaine, an expert on business transformation and growth, it provides a roadmap to help everyone unleash their inner CEO and contribute beyond their job role, whatever their level. Traditionally, strategy has been owned by the few. Now it's time for the many to contribute. Leadership must come from a broader base. Everyone has the potential to step up and make things happen. It's a new model of collective and collaborative leadership which unleashes the power of people, enabled by appropriate technology and a supportive management structure. The book provides a roadmap for a bold new age of empowerment. Supported by a range of resources, the book provides a toolkit to help anyone unleash their inner CEO. Organisation health, development and growth is owned at all levels. Are you ready to unleash the inner CEO?
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmac Technologies and welcome to Top Brass DQ. And the DQ stands for Digital Quotient. And in this series, our objective is to increase the DQ for every citizen of the world. The objective really is very clearly defined. It's basically increasing the ability to understand the digital world in a much better way, and this is the first chapter of that series. There are 24 more to go. This chapter is focused on digital identity. So let's discuss about the digital identity and how it affects. So as you see, the identity of a human being is really the his face and his name and his signatures. So that is how the identity of a person is captured. But when it comes to digital arena, then how do you make sure that the same identity of a person which is in physical world is captured into the digital world? So this is really the definition of digital identity, which is exact replication of the person's physical identity or organization's physical identity, application's physical identity, or a device like a mobile phone or a tab, etc. So I think it's important to understand what is digital identity and how it is correlated to my physical identity. So as we are moving forward into the 21st century, I think there will be a time when the digital identity will exactly match your physical identity. That means whatever you do on the digital media will be tracked directly to your name and to yourself, and the time is very near. So I think it's important for everyone to understand how to create your digital identity and how to match it with physical identity. So in this session we will discuss what is your digital identity. So as you know that when we say that when we log in into internet, that becomes my digital identity. So what you would use to log in is basically a username and a password. So using that you will log in into variety of applications like email or a Facebook or Amazon, and this is the trend everywhere, whether you are in Malaysia, US, Europe or in India. You have to have your username and password defined to get started and to start using the internet. And many people will think, hey, that becomes my digital identity. That means my username is my digital identity. And that is not the case at all. See, what happens is after you log in into system, you may use the system in variety of ways. You may use, if you're a businessman, you may use to see your stocks. If you are a student, you may see it to study online or to check your scores. Um, if you are a casual user, you may want to share your pictures. You may contact your friends via Facebook. If you have an opinion about some subjects, you may tweet using the Twitter platform. If you want to explore business opportunities on the web, you may log in into LinkedIn and try to see who can be your business partner, check the opportunities, job opportunities or business opportunities. So, so these are the things that you normally would do. And lately, a lot of e-commerce has also come up in a big way, where you go to online portals and buy things of certain types. So some people may buy gadgets more, some people may buy dress material more than other things. Some material will like, some people will like to check out what is available today, which is or the prices are moving up and down of different commodities. Many people like to just survey the market, so do window shopping using Amazon, see what is latest coming into the market. So you see the impact of digital world is so profound today that you not only log in to check your emails, you log in to read news, you log in to buy your things, you log in to get your groceries, you log in to see what are the opportunities for you, you share your pictures and different events about your personal life in Facebook. And if you have an opinion, you also express your opinion using Twitter. Apart from that, there are other areas like hospitals. Nobody is keeping any record in a physical format. All the history of a patient goes into some sort of a system. It is immediately digitized, kept it as a record. So you see, if you summarize all this, your identity today is made of various aspects. It's not only dependent on the username that you have chosen. It is actually your behavior on the internet. It is tracked and segmentized you in a particular bucket. So what happens is, if somebody is looking for a certain segment of people, you will come into that list. Say some business is looking for trying to sell insurance, and they want to basically reach out to people who are in the age group of 25 to 35, and they had certain behavior. And if you happen to show that behavior on the internet, automatically you become their target audience. So the behavior plays a major role. How you basically use the system plays a major role in determining your identity today. Going forward, it will be even more smarter to track you down. So it's not only your username, it is how you basically use various systems on the internet, and that becomes part of our identity. For example, if you're doing a review of legal systems, so the chances are either you require some help, so lawyers can proactively reach out to you, or you are generally concerned about legal system, you want to give an opinion. So the legal fraternity would be informed that so and so person is trying to make inquiry in the legal system. So you see, it doesn't matter what name you have. You can name yourself Casanova, but it won't matter, because your identity is a combination of various factors today, and everyone in the world must know how their identity is being maintained or being viewed on the internet. So it's important. So I think we have understood what is the digital identity, and we have to see that our identity is not misused. Uh, Things like your personal physical appearance has identification mark. If you fill out any application today for any admission, they will ask your identification mark. So you would say, hey, I have a mole on my forehead, or I have 11 fingers. So everyone has some identity. I have a scar on my left hand, right cheek, etc. Everyone would be having an identity, and so your face becomes your biggest identity. So there was a time when the finger scanning used to be considered as a foolproof identification, and about 10-15 years back there was a huge ho-halla about biometrics and all that. Now even the biometrics can be fooled. People have realized that it's the finger scanning data which is kept in certain database, and that can be hacked, then your identity can be lost. So industry has moved along. They are not dependent on uh, the finger scanning as a password. So the emergence of finger scanning basically happened because it was easy to have a finger scan as your password, because your finger scan is very unique. In fact, there is no other person in the world which will have your kind of a finger. So logically it was felt that finger scanning is the best method, and that way you don't have to remember your password, and you carry your finger always with you. So all you have to do, give your username, scan your finger, and that's it. You're in the system, you're in the internet. But then it also had a lot of pitfalls, and because of that, now the emerging trend is the face recognition, because your face is your exact replication of your physical personification. So capture the face into the system in such a way that it exactly matches your digital identity. So world is moving towards that, and now this technology is so advanced that even if you wear a mask on your face, you can still be identified. So for example, if you walk into a bank, there is a CCTV camera capturing your image, and that image will, even though you have put a mask on your face, can identify you as XYZ. So this technology has evolved to so much, very rapidly evolved into this arena, and that is why it has become very, very powerful, and it's much closer now to replicate your personal identification with your digital identification. So I think even though you have multiple passwords in the system, say for example Facebook, you have one password, and LinkedIn you have another, and you may think that, hey, I'm trying to protect myself by having different passwords and different usernames, but that won't help you, because your identification is captured by the face. And this technology is now available across multiple platforms. In fact, the mobile players have come up in a big way. All the mobile handsets, devices have the face recognition, so you don't have to press a finger, you just look at the mobile and it opens up. So this is where the world is moving. So that is why it is very important to know to capture your personal identification into digital world. And how do you do that? And also protect it, because once you have come closer, uh, you have to make sure that your digital identity is not misused. So because there are various threats which are available today, and there are some people who are out there to steal your identity. So that, for example, I would say that if you some people give their date of birth, and they manage their passwords using their date of birth. So it's very simple for any hacker, a smart hacker, who can, if your date of birth is known to him, he can crack your password. So things like that, even though when you're capturing yourself into digital world, you have to ensure that how you're using the system, that is going to reveal you in the digital world. And if you're also giving information like your date of birth, etc., that can be misused against you. So how do you prevent all that is the question. So we will tackle some of these things. See, the whole thing is that if somebody is trying to steal data of say 1 million people, the easiest way to do it is use unprotected Wi-Fi systems. Say Wi-Fi in a lounge or a coffee shop or an airport or in railway station, which are not very well protected Wi-Fi. Why the hackers who are trying to steal your identity will use this method? Number one, it is easy to hack in because it's not protected. Number two, they can easily hide themselves. See, it is like this: somebody is trying to steal your identity and steal your data. They will like to first conceal themselves because they are obviously committing a crime. So they don't want themselves to be exposed while they can see all your data. So I think this is the easiest method by which they can reach out to you. So make sure that even though somebody says that, hey, use a free Wi-Fi in the lounge, don't get tempted and get connected to a free Wi-Fi system in a lounge. Similarly, when you see unprotected web page, don't click on that. Don't go to that page itself, because what happens is, for the same reason that people who are trying to use unprotected web pages, they will very easily conceal their own identity. And when you are browsing something which is not protected, in the backend they will have some sort of a software running which will capture all your data, your pictures, your documents on your PC without even you knowing about it. So make sure that don't look at the web pages which do not show the lock sign on the left hand side top in your browser. So these are very, very important keys. I think everyone should make sure that they don't look, have caution not to look at the unprotected websites. At the same time, a lot of phishing activity happens. So what is phishing? It's basically some a bad person sends you an email posing as your banker, for example. So you get an email from your banker saying, hey, why don't you click on this web page to revalidate your credit card or revalidate this XYZ things that the bank wants. So make sure before you start clicking at that email, because the email will capture the logo of your bank very nicely, but when you look at the website carefully, there will be one or two spellings here and there, some spelling mistakes. So before you start clicking on these phishing emails or any email from a bank, make sure that you read the web link carefully, very, very carefully. The chances are most of the bankers don't send you any email. They will not send you any link to click. Rather, they will ask you to visit their website and then use their banking system. They will not send you an email. So the things are small things like this. If you take care, the chances are that you will be safer and your identity will be safe as well. The best method to protect your identity is to use a strong password. So what is a strong password? Strong password is not your date of birth and if your name is Alan 223355, not like that. So it's very easy to crack. What you have to do is basically give special characters at special, use alphanumeric, sometimes capital letters and sometimes small letters, and also use special characters which are very difficult to crack or very difficult to imagine, because the special characters like star, hash, they do not correlate to anything in your personal life. So it's very difficult for anyone, even your known people, to crack your password. So make sure that your passwords are very, very strong. Use special characters, use combination of capital letters and small letters. At the same time, change your password frequently. Even though you are using a very strong password methodology, but still it is advisable to change your passwords frequently. Make sure that you have the two-factor authentications enabled across all platforms. So if you follow this strong password, chances are the systems will be much more secure for you and people will not be able to hack into your personal data. And the last is privacy policies. So when you want to share some picture with your friends, but you don't want to share that picture with public, all that is determined by the privacy policies of your social media accounts. So the privacy policies of the social media accounts are regularly updated by the social media players. So you have to make sure that these policies are reviewed by you regularly. If there is a change, usually the social media players will tell you about it, that this change is happening, and make sure that you read all these policies carefully and enable those features which are meaningful for you or which you want. Make sure that certain pictures of your family gathering you don't want to share with a lot of people, so make sure that you define your privacy policies, your privacy levels in your social media accounts, to make sure that your identity is not thrown open for anyone uh, to know about. So these are certain things that um, if you follow and do these things, you will be much more literate in terms of understanding your digital identity, and there is no point in assuming anything that, hey, if I have my password secure, I have a strong password. Your behavior itself will reveal a lot of things about you. So make sure that you have the right behavior when you're using the digital systems. Also make sure that you change your password, and very important, make sure that you use a face recognition technology wherever is possible, so that you use the best of the breed which is available to protect yourself. So with this, I will end the session today. Dear friends, write to me, give your comments about this. Anything else you want me to include in the next session, we can do that. I can take up the questions raised by you in the next session. But until then, I like to say goodbye, and I wait to hear from you. Bye bye.
Hello friends, welcome to Akul Mac Live, and I'm Chandrakant. As the economy is now opening up, most of the countries are going on a major vaccination drive, and that is protecting a lot of people from getting COVID-19 in future. Or even if they get COVID-19, it will not be so severe. It will not be dangerous to life. So therefore, people are now getting into groove of restarting economy, restarting their processes and business. And that has given rise to a new way of working, which is called hybrid work environment. Now, to discuss this matter, I will be joined by a very senior, very distinguished person joining us from Singapore. Before I start the discussion, I have to tell you that there is this QR code on the screen. All you have to do is point your mobile phone camera on this QR code and you will get connected with us instantly. So friends, don't go anywhere. I'll be taking a short break and join back with a guest. Welcome back, friends, and we have a very special topic to discuss, which is related to hybrid working. And for this discussion, I'll be joined by a very senior person from our industry, Ms. Farida Charania. She is the CEO of Career Zoom, and she's joining us today from Singapore. So welcome to the show, Farida.
Thank you, CK. Always a pleasure to be back, and I am so looking forward to this conversation. What do you have in mind?
Well, Farida, we are all working from home, and there is an emergence of many different kinds of techniques and tools today. At the same time, we have been hearing about something called hybrid working or hybrid workforce. So can you explain from your point of view, what does it mean? What is the meaning of hybrid working, and how does it benefit the enterprises?
Okay, excellent. I think I need 7 hours to talk about this because this is a topic we have been talking a lot nowadays, but let me try to do it in an efficient, timely manner. So, what is hybrid working? So, in my mind, hybrid is when you actually can have a mix of working from home and office. However, in reality, for the last year plus, most of us have been working from home. And the question is this something that will actually go on? I do have a slightly different expectation as well as a slightly different opinion on this, but it really depends how things go, in the future. But with the vaccination rates going really high and most countries trying to vaccinate as quickly as possible, I think hybrid working will stay, but not to the extent that everybody is expecting.
So yesterday I was, just doing my usual work, and I got contacted by the country head of WeWork. And as you know, WeWork has been acquired, and they had a booming business. In fact, a listed company in the US, and they are saying that, hey, why don't you come over to our business center, and for free, no strings attached, just start your operations. And then I told him, look, lots have happened in last 2 years, and we have migrated our entire business onto digital platforms. So thank you for the offer, but I don't see a need to get into physical world at this point in time. So if that is the case today for a small, medium company like our company, how this hybrid workforce will benefit? In the sense that there is no physical activity which are being promoted right now. At least, at least 60% of the business are actually going digital today. So what we have to do to get into hybrid work?
I think, look, the thing is that small and medium enterprises probably tasted blood. So, they kind of realize in this 1 year that it's possible to still continue running your business with some adjustments without having a physical space. So I think that is something which is here to stay. But when you look at large corporations, I don't think that will continue to be so much about you can work from home, because what happens is that if you are in a job which requires you to constantly, meet with people and, brainstorm in person, etc., then that is impacted quite a bit if you are working in isolation. So larger organizations will not really kind of, allow this for very long. There are organizations which are pretty much, like B2C companies, or rather, their audience is B2C, but the business is B2B. If you look at large companies like Twitter, etc., they probably will go into, maybe permanent, remote, permanent, hybrid. Because for them, it's important that they are able to, get talent across the world. The talent is able to deliver what they need across the world, but they don't necessarily need to kind of invest in a large physical presence. They could still have smaller offices. But if you look at, say, for instance, banks, it is very difficult to do quality control, say, for a large bank's customer call center. It is very difficult to manage the quality. If you look at large markets like India, and I'm sure you and a lot of our viewers probably have experienced that customer service probably has dipped the scale, really, really south, because there is just no control. If people are working from home, one, there is no motivation. Two, it is really, troublesome to kind of manage the quality. There is, people could do anything, and it's just too much of a volume to start picking up where someone faltered or, what was not right. So unless somebody raises a complaint, it will never come to light. So those are situations I don't think hybrid or, remote is going to continue for very long. Even if you look at, say, staff, say in a travel agency, it is very difficult to, continue working from home, because again, it is all about, the ability to engage and the pricing and things like that, which is very difficult to keep looking at 5 screens, not have anybody to kind of, consult or discuss. So I think slowly, as the vaccination rates go higher, in a year or so, we will be seeing a lot of large organizations moving back to offices, and hybrid might not stay like a permanent thing. It would be kind of, something which will be more acceptable, but it might not be the norm.
All right. So, in order to get into hybrid work arena, is there is something that we need to prepare as a professional?
I think you mentioned the example of WeWork. So a lot of these, hybrid type of centers where you have an office when you need it, and otherwise you can pretty much continue working from the location you are at. For instance, I like to work by my pool, and I don't think any office can offer that. But that is in jest. But in reality, yes, I think for smaller businesses specifically, when you start going back, meeting with people, etc., probably it might be useful to have some kind of a place which is available, because a lot of small businesses, which I kind of keep reading and talking to business owners, they have completed their lease of their premises and they have actually handed it back to the landlords. A lot of them don't want to renew it because they don't know when they will be back in offices and if they actually want to go back to offices. So this is an excellent time to figure out what are the possibilities. So you have the likes of WeWork, Regis, ServCop. These are the larger names, and then in a lot of cities you have local communities which come up, which give you access to coffee shops and stuff like that. But that is more for informal meeting when you need a community to be with someone. But if you really need an office space sometimes to meet with your clients and stuff, it might be useful to start looking at those options now, because it's always demand that drives the pricing as well. So when everybody is going to go back to them, they might become as expensive as having your own offices. So it might be a good time to start thinking about whether you want to commit at this point in time, because again, the COVID situation has lasted long, but it's not going to continue forever. As the vaccination rates go up, and economy start opening up, travel starts opening up, we will eventually start going back to offices, because I don't think I am prepared to work one more year with a 7-year-old shouting in my background. I think I will completely go mad. So it's also for your own mental peace that you want to have a dedicated workspace. Right now we all do it because that is the only choice that we have. But even from a choice perspective, people will prefer going back to offices, and employers will want the staff to come back to offices as well.
I think there are even features that I've heard of, which is coming in the actual scenario, and that is pay-per-use model. So now the business centers are also experimenting with this new payment plans, which is pay-per-use, even including WeWork and a lot of others like CBRE and a lot of other business centers. So I think that is also coming up. But I think the whole objection to this as a professional that I have is that now most of the business is going digital. So will it make any sense to kickstart the physical operations for digital players?
Probably not. Probably not, because as a digital player, you also need to walk the talk and make sure that you are able to give that confidence to your end user that this can be managed digitally completely. So, but again, these businesses did not exist in this actual form 3-4 years back. Now, as we go into the future, yes, a lot of businesses will become digital, but you can't just do away with complete requirement of brick and mortar. So like I said, for SMEs, the dynamics would be very different. The world for which we actually prepared ourselves no longer exists. It's changed completely. And so will our, engagement with business, our way of running the business is going to change as well. But for larger organizations, I think it is still a distant future. Just because you can work from home doesn't mean you will be allowed to forever. Yeah.
So Farida, in case of a hybrid business model for a larger organization, what will be the emerging model for next 6 months or 1 year? Is it like once a month you have to visit the office, or you have to visit once a week? What is the trend that you see globally?
Okay, yeah, I think trend is a better response to this, because I definitely can't decide how they are going to work or not give my opinion as to what I think. But I think what I'm seeing largely is that Offices, where people are going back to offices, they are allowing like 50% capacity, depending on the country that you are in. They are allowing 50% capacity or 30% capacity, or alternate day working. So I have a feeling that for the next one year at least, it would be like a 50-50. So people would work from home half the time, and then probably be present in physical locations half the time. But this is only for very large enterprises. I'm not talking about SMEs, because SMEs probably want to use that money that they use for a physical office towards business expansion and building the digital capabilities, because that is the future any which ways. So I think with large offices, I do see an exceedingly rising trend that, things like, say, for instance, finance, which can be done from home, but it is not preferably, it's not a preferred model, because you still want the finance team to sit inside the office and do things, because otherwise there is no control, there is no governance. Operations, for instance, it can be done from home, but then you still prefer the team to be on site to make sure that things are run smoothly and there is coordination between different colleagues. Also, what happens is that, see, for some things like, say, for instance, product management, these could be easily done from home. But then again, of course, we are living in a global world, so people work at their own times. And I, in fact, sometimes get emails. Like last night, I got an email from a senior partner in one of the big four saying that I work at my own time. Don't be compelled to reply outside of office hours. And people have started putting this kind of a tagline, in their signature. So still, like for instance, if it is a very local thing, then you still need to work within those time frames. And when people work from home, it is you work from home, work at home. So there is, like no actual distancing. Like I have my daughter, dancing behind me in a Barbie dress in a lot of my meetings. And unfortunately, I can't do anything about it, because there is just no distinction between when you're working and when you are at home. So that also kind of starts taking a toll on people, because you are working 24/7. And now, since people work from home, if somebody reaches out to you on email, the tendency is to just pick up your phone and answer immediately, because you want to just respond to that email, WhatsApp, and whatever Signal, and I mean how many things have sprung up. Yeah. So I think for that distinction and for people's mental health also, it's necessary that people start going back to work sooner or later.
So Farida, now we are moving into the new scenario where there'll be a hybrid work environment, and we have been hearing that most of the jobs will also get into a contractual kind of jobs. So with this hybrid work environment, will it have any impact on our job contracts?
I think yes. So increasingly, I am actually saying that there have been firstly subtle and then gradual kind of changes in the contracts. Like a client of mine, I saw one of the recent contracts from them. They are offering a $400 stipend addition to the salary as a work from home benefit. Right now you get work from home benefits, but I think increasingly these contracts will start looking very different, because if hybrid is going to be the next wave of working and work life, or remote work is going to be the next best thing, then there is no way to kind of gauge how a person is going to perform, and you will only be able to see the results. So lot of the pay would be tied to results. Today, still, people are being paid for their time, not for the results. But I think that thing is going to change in future. So we are eventually, even moving away from manager as a driver of performance to curator of results. And that is going to reflect in the pay scales as well. So maybe the fixed pay probably could start going down, and, a lot of remuneration could be linked to results.
So the question that I have now is regarding your organization. What sort of role your company, or what sort of change your organization is looking towards leveraging this particular opportunity that is visible?
Oh, this is like, a consultant's dream because the possibilities are, kind of endless. If I start unfolding all the reels of imagination that I have, then I can see so many possibilities. But very quickly, where we play a role is one, helping our clients adapt to this new way of working because a lot of our clients are actually small and medium enterprises who probably have worked hybrid or remote for almost a year, but still there is a lot that they need to do in terms of getting all this together and piecing these pieces together, so stringing them together. Like for instance, sometimes they do not know what is their business continuity plan, because now it is not a physical office where you have a different server room and things like that. So we work with them to kind of make sure that we help them to understand that who are people who will take over each other's job, because you are all in a remote world and it's very difficult to understand what the other person is doing. So help them and train them to be ready, future ready. That is one thing. The other thing is basically optimize resource allocation. Again, in a remote world, it's very difficult to optimize resource allocation because sometimes it could be one person is overburdened and another colleague might not have enough on their plate. So we help them understand what is the actual resource capability and how to reallocate work depending on the capacity. So it's like an airline where you make sure that all the seats are sold. They might be sold at a much lesser price, but you want to optimize the capacity. So we help them with doing things which will help them to kind of be a forward looking organization and understand how to leverage what they already have rather than going and building something. So to kind of bring all this together, our service does not go and replace something that the client already has. Our service goes and fits in beautifully within their ecosystem, helping them to leverage their ecosystem better.
So it was very nice to talk to you, Farida, today, and I wish you all the best for the successes that your organization is looking forward, leveraging the hybrid work environment in the future or for next 1 or 2 years. It has been a pleasure of mine, and we look forward to meeting you once again for something more interesting in future.
Thank you so much. Always a pleasure, CK, to be back on your show. And to all the viewers who are watching, stay well, stay happy, stay healthy. This is not forever. We don't know till when this situation is going to last, but the glass is half full because a mask is better than ICU. Home is better than the hospital. So stay safe. Thank you.
Hello friends, welcome to Akul Mac Live. My name is Chandrakant. Today we will discuss about a very deadly disease that all of us might suffer, especially when you're living in a country which is tropical in nature like India or any other tropical country, and the disease is called dengue. So we will discuss more about it, what are the remedies, how we can prevent the spread of dengue, and we all know it spreads through a mosquito, but we don't know too much about it. So today's program is about that. Before we start our discussion, a word on the giveaway that we have in this video. Akulmac works with many SMEs and startups world over, helping them in not only building their sales and marketing teams, but also help them in improving their success rate. As you can see, we have summarized our years of knowledge into these easy to follow steps, which can be used by any smart leader to promote their group or a company. In order to encourage people to take the right step at the right time, we have used this proprietary graph in our corporate memorabilia so that the knowledge can be accessed by whoever, whenever, wherever it is needed. You can become eligible to get one of these beautiful gifts delivered to your doorstep for free. All you need to do is to subscribe our channel and smash that like button. Also, please watch this entire video and provide your valuable comments, suggestions or you could also share your experiences. Person with the best comment and interaction would be chosen to become a free recipient of one of these displayed items here. In addition, we would invite you to Akul Mac Live to participate in our show as a distinguished panelist. What are you waiting for, friends? Go for it. Now, let's get back to our discussion.
So let me introduce you to the today's guest. Her name is Dr. Pooja Bedi. She is joining us from Shimla to discuss this very, very important issue about dengue. So how are you, doctor? Welcome to the show.
Thank you so much, CK. I'm absolutely fine, and I hope you're doing pretty fine too.
Yes, we are doing fine, and the temperature is already touching 40 degrees here in Delhi, which will then start the heat wave based issues, including malaria and also dengue. So today's episode is based on dengue. We would like to know what is dengue first, how we can prevent it, and if in case we are infected by dengue, what is that we should do.
Right, CK. Actually, considering the kind of weather change which is happening now, we are approaching more towards the summer, and Delhi and the other cities, they have already witnessing the summer. So, as we all are aware that with the extreme rise of the temperature, you can say to an extent which is very apt for the breeding of the mosquitoes, and the mosquito-borne diseases also pop up during this particular weather change that is happening, and it tends to stay for at least for a couple of more months, which is very annoying. In spite of doing all the best efforts we can do, still the diseases like mosquito borne viral disorders specifically, they are really on a very extremely high. So it's a very considerable topic to discuss about, and as you mentioned that in today's episode we are going to discuss more about the dengue. So the dengue, as we majorly are aware, is a mosquito borne disease. It's a viral disease, and the mosquito which is responsible for this particular thing that happens is the more daylight friendly mosquito. So normally the mosquito also tries to stay active during the early hours, and it tends to stay active little bit before the sunset, or you can say little early or the middle part of the evening. That is a part when kids and people like us, we are more vulnerable to such mosquito bites actually, since the mosquito is active during this particular phase. So it's very crucial that we should consider the factors like applying the mosquito repellents, check out the screens that are there on the windows and the doors that are there, very important. If they require any kind of amendments, it should be done aptly. So dengue is basically mosquito borne mosquito bite fever, which actually leads to extreme pain in the bones, muscles. The usually patients complain of severe headaches that tend to come along with the headache fever. Sorry. So they, as we all are aware, that dengue is not the only disease that comes. So along with dengue, there are many other fever that are also coming up. Considering all the fever that are coming because of the mosquito bite, like malaria, chikungunya, and many other, we have to rule out, and we can easily rule out at our home also, that if fever is there, which is common in all the mosquito bites, but if fever is accompanied by severe muscle pain or bone pain, you can say extreme body aches are there. Plus, if somebody complains of any abdominal disorders, which can be diarrhea, which can be severe abdominal pain, it is somehow indicator that the person might be having dengue. Plus, you can say that the rash starts to pop up, but it is little different from what we see in other cases, like in measles. So the rash is basically not a raised rash for initial couple of days, and it is not much of the trouble. So the trouble is basically of the pain that is accompanied by the fever in the dengue. So this is what the dengue is all about. And as we are all, many of us are aware, there's so many campaign and the advertisement that is done on the various media. Like for example, I think June is a month when we tend to address particular day for the dengue. So there are international and the national campaigning that is being done to make public and the community aware about this particular disease, so that there is a community management which is coming forward. Now, coming to the sign and symptom, dengue is very, very clear with its signs and indicators. Initially, it tends to look as though somebody is having some other normal acute flu-like symptoms. But if it happens that it tends to stay for more than 7 odd days, accompanied by the rash on the skin, many rashes on the skin, in fact, and you can say plus the severe pain, which is still not going after a week's time, and a person is feeling extreme fatigue. So these kind of symptoms and signs become some kind of clear indicators for the dengue. To rule out dengue, besides the signs and the symptoms, we go for the blood investigation as well. Uh, Unfortunately, this dengue virus has got, you can say, a family of four. So there's a different serotype that is of this virus. And if somebody is infected by one typical serotype, they have a tendency somehow, in case it happens, they are again infected by some other serotype of the dengue, then they are more vulnerable to suffer from extreme or you can say severe form of dengue. So it's very important to be aware of sign and symptoms. Now, coming to the treatment part, since the fever tends to stay initially, you can say for a week's time, and then it tends to subside. So it has got a very sharp peak which goes down. Again, the sharp peak it comes. So you can see one tends to see couple of high peaks of the fever initially, but then with a very mild treatment, medicinal treatment, you can say maybe a paracetamol, it can cater for the initial stage of dengue. But in case it happens that it is still not going and it is progressing lethally, then it needs to be catered for medically under the supervision of the doctor. Now, how we can manage in case we are having the initial stage and where we can actually cater for it? First, since the weather is changing and summers are approaching, they have already approached. So please keep yourself very nicely hydrated because dengue has a very clear cut indicator where it can actually lead to hemorrhagic fever, so which is very, very lethal. It is something which requires the immediate attention and to cater for. So it happens because the you can say there's a liquid part of the blood of the plasma. It tends to dislocate itself from the blood vessel. So there's a kind of clotting thing can develop later on, and which can be very dangerous. So it is very important to make sure that the person and ourselves, everybody should be nicely hydrated in order to maintain the balance of the fluid in the body so that the platelets are also kept in check. So, keeping yourself hydrated, keeping on a diet which is low in carb and fat is very, very important. So, maybe fruits which are very much high in antioxidants like green leafy vegetables, beetroot, and many more, or maybe the seasonal fruit and vegetables that are available, they are very, very good to somehow they help to raise up the hemoglobin of the individual and it tends to help a lot. So diet is second is the diet which we need to be very precise and focused upon if somebody is having dengue. But yes, keeping some person on high hydration or the hydration that is being demanded by the body is to be the one of the major factors that we need to consider about. Third is a hygiene. Many people come and they say, can we take a bath in the fever? And during summertime, yes, definitely. One should try to maintain as much hygiene they can maintain. So, yes, having a bath, in fact, having a high fever and dengue is absolutely fine. It will keep somebody fresh for some time and fever can also get down. So, it is very crucial to work on these particular factors if the initial stage of dengue is there. But I insist, if the dengue fever is accompanied by severe body pains and abdominal issues are coming up, acute colic is there. So person should immediately report it to the doctor and be under medical supervision rather than trying some home remedies. So it would be better to approach a doctor rather than ending up in the severe hemorrhagic, you can say, form of the dengue or a critical one. Or sometimes it happens that the person who is not taking the treatment appropriately, or somebody is having the comorbidity factor, you can say they, and many other reasons, they tend to undergo low blood pressure shocks. So it is very important to cater for these kind of shocks, because then it's pretty obvious that some kind of nervous sign and symptom will also pop up later on. So we have to cater for it, and it is something which is affecting large number of population, and we should be very precise, and as a community we should come forward, generate the awareness, make sure whatever the water clogging is there, it need to be catered for every weekly, maybe in the plants, you can say in the pots, and wherever the water storage is there, people tend to store because of shortage during this particular period of summer. So it's very crucial that weekly monitoring of such storage of water is to be checked.
So, Doctor, I think you gave a very detailed description, and I think you covered a lot. I have one specific question. Whoever in my acquaintance has got this disease, they were hospitalized for well over almost like a fortnight or even more sometimes. So it looks like a very serious problem, and whenever you are affected by this disease, you have to undergo a severe treatment. Uh, so the question is really that what we need to do for preventing, because we live in a tropical country and mosquitoes are in abundance. Wherever part of India you go, uh, there are mosquitoes. Even in the high up in the mountains, you will find mosquitoes here in India. Uh, so considering that, what is that we should do to protect ourselves? Is it the mosquito repellents that we should use, or you already mentioned that we should not have the clogged up water near our locality. But to prevent the disease coming to us personally, what is that we should do?
See, CK, this is a very good question, and I would like to answer it with a very small example. Even during the summer season, you will see all the athletes, many of the athletes, in fact, and all you can see cricketers also, they tend to wear the full sleeves. So definitely it tends to protect them from the sunlight. The same, I'm not saying it's we have to protect ourselves from sunlight in case of dengue, but we should try to cover our body as much as we can. Kids are a little fussy. When they are going out to play in the park, they want to be in in shorts or something, a little which is more summer friendly clothing. So it's pretty much recommended when the mosquito breeding time is there. The kids and we ourselves should be wearing, preferring full sleeves, trousers, socks, applying mosquito repellent, yes, checking on the screen whenever the weather is approaching, if they're damaged, get it repaired. So diet is one of the main factor. So these are very crucial. As you yourself mentioned that somebody in your family was admitted for 14 days. My mother got dengue last year. So I, since being a doctor in the family, when she reported one, just couple of two things, that she's having pain in the abdomen, high fever was there. It started with high fever, and then there was a corresponding pain in the calves. So this is very characteristic. We got the blood test done, and she was treated at home, and within 7 days she was absolutely fine. So it can be easily catered for. So it is very important to consider the preventive measures, specifically kids. See, the somehow the mosquito has a tendency to go after the people who are nicely nourished. So it is very crucial to look after the kids in the family and the people, or specifically elders who are already undergoing some kind of, already comorbid factors are there. So preventive measures must include checking the clogging water anywhere inside the house or around the house is very crucial. Whenever the government is taking measure and the guys are coming to spray some kind of medicine in and around the vicinity, they should be welcome. Third point is to try to cover as much as you can your body with the cotton clothes, preferring little other kind of shades which are not attractive for such mosquitoes. And mosquito repellents in the house are very important. So these are some of the factors that we need to consider for. But yes, we should be aware that along with fever, if two more very strong indicators are there, we should get the blood test done within the span of, you can say, 5 to 7 odd days, so that treatment can be started.
So, Dr. Pooja, talk about the immunity right now because of the pandemic, which the entire world is going through. Uh, but is there a possibility of becoming sort of immune to dengue also, or is it not possible?
Uh, I would request CK, can you please reframe it? You are talking in terms of getting, if somebody is getting exposed to COVID, you are saying
Uh,
that person.
no, my question was to develop immunity against dengue.
Acha, okay, right. See, it's very different. Immunity can only be developed if somebody has got the shot for this particular disease. So if somebody has got a shot of dengue, which is usually given at the age of 9 years, so they definitely have some kind of immunity for it. But as I mentioned, it has got four different variants. So even if one is immune to one particular variant, the other three are ready to affect the body very badly. So, and there are likely chances that the person definitely get affected sooner or later will again with the mosquito bite. So, as such, developing immunity for this particular thing is not there. But I personally feel, as far as my experience goes, the measurement or the supportive therapy that is there is something that we need to work upon a lot. Preventive measures definitely, but along with it, awareness and how we cope up with it at the home in the initial stage itself is something that we should be primarily focusing on.
So I think the clear solution is along with social distancing right now, which is applicable for all of us, and washing our hands. We also have to maintain, the mosquito repellent in the house, and we have to be vigilant about water not getting clogged in our plants and in the near vicinity. I think that is one thing that we should do for sure, because we are now getting into the great Indian summer, and I think India is the one of the most affected country with dengue. So, doctor, thank you so much for finding time and discussing, giving us tips how we can protect ourselves, especially with regard to dengue. Thank you so much.
It's a pleasure, CK. Thank you so much.
So we will catch up next time in our next show. Until then, I just like to say goodbye. Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akul Mac, and welcome to Legal Matters. And let me invite my friend from Ahmedabad, Mr. Jeet Bhatt.
Thank you, Chandrakant, for inviting me and having me on this show.
Jeet, what we would like to discuss is something which is aware. It's a common knowledge. Everybody is aware that our constitution is an evolving constitution, and the constitution itself allows amendment to itself. So I think we would like to discuss more around this. How this mechanism works, and what was the first amendment which made the constitution the way it appears today.
Yes, Chandrakant, absolutely. You are right when you say that constitution is an evolving and a living document. And when the constitution was enacted and came into existence, that is on 26 January 1950, it was a great experiment that India began with, because it was the first written constitution and one of the lengthiest constitution uh, uh, which was enacted in India. And first time we became the citizens of this great country, and the citizens and persons residing in India had the fundamental rights. So this was the first time this concept of fundamental rights, the directive principles of state policy, the this great document came into existence. So certainly that was a great day for the country, and it was a great experiment, because first time something of this nature was being adopted and was put into existence. So certainly the constitution itself provides that it should change and it should adapt with the times, and any document which is created 70, 80 or 100 years prior would certainly, with the change in time, require certain changes. And therefore there was a mechanism prescribed under the constitution itself, that in certain circumstances the constitution could be amended. But this amendment of the constitution and the powers upon the parliament were of such a nature that not in every circumstance that the constitution should be amended, not every part of the constitution that could be amended, and there were certain inbuilt restrictions. But what happened is that when it came into existence, the first year of the Supreme Court, also because of the constitution, the Supreme Court was also constituted and came into existence in the year 1950. And the interpretation of the Supreme Court at that time with regards to the fundamental rights and certain judgments were so much in favor of the citizens, because it again tried to restrict the government from controlling the freedoms that the Constitution itself had provided. So the first of the judgments with regards to freedom of speech and expression was in the matter of Romesh Thapar and Brij Bhushan, where the government in 1950 tried to curb the freedom of press because it did not agree with the views being expressed by the media houses that were run by Romesh Thapar, who was slightly towards the left, and Brij Bhushan was another was the editor of another organizer who was right wing. So basically, the Congress at that time did not want right wing or left wing to be in the center, or its views were not in consonance with the views of this government. So they wanted to curb it, control it, and therefore the government of Madras came out with a circular banning the edition of Romesh Thapar in the state of Madras. And these restrictions were challenged before the Supreme Court, and Supreme Court came down heavily against the state, saying that freedom of speech and expression, you cannot control it unless it is provided under Article 19(2). So these were landmark judgments of that time, giving freedom of speech, and freedom of press was also elevated to the status of a fundamental right. So this was a major judgment which gave a major blow to the government at that time. Second was with respect to the judgment of Champakam Dorai Rajan, wherein again the communal order issued by the state of Madras, which provided for certain reservations to certain religion and certain castes, was declared to be void by the Supreme Court because it violated Article 19(2), which says that for admission in educational colleges run by the state, there cannot be any discrimination with respect to race, religion, caste, creed, etc. So having a reservation policy was not in consonance at that time with the fundamental rights. And therefore, this judgment gave a major blow, because in Madras, this circular giving reserved seats for certain religious candidates was in existence prior to independence. So there was a major uproar in state of Madras. And the third judgment was with regards to the right to property, because at that time, right to property was also a fundamental right under Article 19(1)(f) and Article 31. But because the main program of the government was with regards to the zamindari abolition and land reforms, because it wanted to distribute the land after acquiring it from zamindars to poor peasants and farmers. So this was a major program, and these zamindars also did not want to give up their land very easily. So there was a great fight between the government and the zamindars. And the Bihar state, which came out with a state land reform act in 1950, acquiring the land of the for acquisition of lands of the zamindars. The zamindars challenged that act before the Bihar Patna High Court, and Patna High Court in 1951 gave out a judgment declaring the act to be unconstitutional, because the Patna High Court believed that it was violative of Article 14 of the Constitution, which provides for equality, as different zamindars having different parcels of land were to be given different rates of compensation. So this, the Patna High Court held, was not constitutional and in violation of fundamental right to equality of the zamindars. So because it said that there cannot be a class within a class, and therefore it violated the fundamental rights of the zamindars. So this was a major blow. So government at that time had the majority, because it was the only government, the Congress had the majority. But the parliament had not come into existence by way of an elected representative, because the elections were to happen in October 1951. But the government was so furious that it did not like the interpretation given by the Supreme Court in favor of citizens, and the programs of the government were not being implemented as it wanted. And therefore, though there was a provisional parliament and the Constituent Assembly, which had drafted the constitution, was granted that power of conducting the parliament. And that provisional parliament uh, came out with a amendment bill to the constitution, and that was the first amendment, and it was sent to the president, and Dr. Rajendra Prasad at that time objected to certain changes which were made, because the changes that it had wanted to introduce were restrict the fundamental right of freedom and expression and bring out certain more restrictions to it. The second change that it wanted was to insert Article 15, Clause 4 in the Constitution, which would empower the state to provide for special reservations and special provisions for backward classes. And third was with respect to insertion of certain more restrictions with regards to right to property. And Dr. Rajendra Prasad, in his comments on the bill, said that it's an irony of fate that the most cherished part of the constitution, that is fundamental rights, is the first to be assailed. So therefore, despite of objection from the president, and despite that the bill was introduced in the parliament, and after 16 days of debate, it was ultimately cleared on 18th of June 1951. But the most important and criticized move in that amendment was that it altered the basic structure of the constitution to the effect that it introduced a schedule 9 to the constitution, wherein laws could be placed. So a state legislature or a parliament could pass any law, and that law, if was placed in schedule 9 to the constitution, then the courts did not have the authority or jurisdiction to decide on its constitutionality. So this was unheard, and this was unknown to law, because you are taking away the power of the court to examine a law. And even if a law is violating fundamental rights of the citizens, despite that the courts could not hold it void. So this altered the entire structure of the constitution, the basic structure of the constitution. But despite opposition, there were few leaders who had opposed. Even Shyam Prasad Mukherjee, who was also the member of the drafting of the Constituent Assembly and the drafter of the Constitution. He also vehemently opposed, saying that what is this amendment that you are bringing? But then, despite opposition, the amendment was passed and cleared and came into effect on 18th June 1951. So this goes to show that if there are not certain restrictions on the power of amending the constitution, then having a majority and a government which wants its way over the rights of the citizens, then amendments of such a nature which would take away the fundamental rights could also be passed. So thereafter, in a series of judgments of the Supreme Court, this battle began with regards to the supremacy of the parliament over the Supreme Court and the constitution. And several judgments of the Supreme Court at that time were nullified by bringing these sorts of amendments with retrospective effect. And ultimately, this matter was settled by a landmark decision of the Supreme Court, a 13-judge bench decision of the Supreme Court in Keshwanand Bharti in the year 1973, wherein the Supreme Court laid down that the basic structure of the Constitution cannot be changed or amended by the Parliament, and that power is not with the Parliament. So certain basic features of the Constitution, like the preamble, the Part 3 fundamental rights, uh, so these were the certain basic structures of the Constitution, the judicial review. So these basic structure of the Constitution could not be amended, and that power is not with the Parliament. But rest of the parts of the Constitution can be amended. So this is what the majority laid down in the landmark judgment of Keshwanand Bharti. But the first amendment did bring out a lot of changes, and later on there were several amendments to the Constitution. In fact, till date, there are more than 120 amendments which have been passed by the Parliament with respect to the Constitution in a short span of 70 years, which is unusual because we see the US Constitution, which is more than 200 years old. There are not more than 27 to 28 amendments, even after 200 years. So it is not to be easily amended. Only it can be amended if there are certain lacunas which the the parliament feels that are required and are of such a nature that it does not alter the basic structure, then only a constitution can be amended.
Well, I think the two countries which were formed at the same time in 1947, which is our neighboring country called Pakistan, and whether it is the first amendment or the second one, but I think we were successfully, as a nation, were able to abolish the zamindari system, as you said, and there was a mechanism which was also I've heard from my forefathers that if there is a labor and he can show the payment receipt, the land will be his. And that is a kind of system that they came up with to bring equality. Otherwise, it was more of a feudalistic society. So I'm very happy that, in the neighboring country, the evolution of society has happened in a feudal manner. If you look at Pakistan, they were never able to demolish the zamindari system, and their whole politics and the entire social fabric is based on feudalism, whereas India has evolved. But because of this first amendment, what is your opinion? Did it change the way we do governance, or did it had any major impact on our governance systems?
So yes, so with respect to our neighboring country, yes, you are right, we could abolish the zamindari system and also give land to the peasants and farmers who were tilling the land on that day, because otherwise there were big zamindars who were exploiting these farmers and peasants. So rather than a feudalistic society, we have certainly evolved and given the poor farmers the right over their property. So certainly that was a major victory. But what was a little disturbing aspect of that amendment was taking away the judicial review, because Schedule 9, inserting Schedule 9 and saying that any act, even if it violates fundamental right, would be out of judicial review, was not in consonance with the spirit of the Constitution. So ultimately, yes, the economic social policy of the government in abolishing the zamindari system, it was successful. But taking away the judicial review, the power of the Supreme Court to examine the law, was something which was extremely disturbing. And later on, it was rectified by the Supreme Court in the landmark judgment of Keshwanand Bharti. But it took 23 years, because from 1951 to 1974, there were several acts which were placed in Schedule 9. And Supreme Court also in 74 said that all acts till date placed cannot be judged, but any act after 1974 is placed into Schedule 9, then it can be decided by its constitutionality can be decided, and if it violates fundamental rights, then it can be declared to be unconstitutional. So that was a landmark decision. But till that time, taking away judicial review was not something in consonance with the spirit of the Constitution. So that is the one aspect which disturbed the governance at that time. But yes, the abolition of zamindar system the government was successful.
And also the reservation, because the reservation was also implemented, and we have the reservation applicable till today. So I think these two things which were very important. However, I think you made a very good point, very pertinent point, that anything that we come up with, any amendment to the constitution, is should be open to judicial review. And I think you're right by saying that before this landmark judgment of 1973, the highest number of amendments were done during that time. And after that 73, the amendments, you mentioned about 100 and odd amendments, but I think those are fewer than what was done before that 73 judgment, isn't it?
Yeah, so around 43 to 44 amendments were passed till 77, 78. And 44th amendment, which took away the right to property from the part 3 of the Constitution, and it was brought into another as a constitutional right under Article 300A. But yes, so right to property was one of the most amended provisions in the Constitution. It went through a lot of amendments in order to ensure that the zamindar system is abolished and the land reforms program of the government is implemented.
Excellent.
But with respect to yes, yes. But with respect to reservation, what the Supreme Court said, it cannot be on religious lines. But certain backward classes, the reservation could be there, and it was always there under the Constitution, and even the constitutional debates provided for the reservation policy. So,
Absolutely.
but that judgment was yes, correct.
Absolutely, Jeet. In fact, you put the whole perspective very correctly, and I think in a very simple terms. And all Indians, all of us should know what has happened from 1951, and how government acted, and what is the state of affairs today, so that we are more aware of our legal rights and duties. So, thank you very much for explaining the first amendment, which was made in 1951 to our constitution in so much of detail.
Thank you very much, Chandrakant. Thank you for having me.
So we will catch up again next week in legal matters. Until then, I'll say goodbye to you.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Hello, welcome to Akulmek Live. I'm Kanchan Verma, and today in this episode, we'll be discussing about public relation activities, and we are doing a series on that. So we have a guest, Ritu Gupta, who is the CEO of Four Seasons PR Agency. So we would like to welcome her. Hello, Ritu. How are you? Welcome to our show today.
Thank you, Kanchan. Thank you for welcoming to the show. And absolutely fine. Thank you so much.
So today we are discussing about keynote address, which is a crucial part of public relation activity. So first of all, what is really keynote has importance when we are doing a public relation activity?
Okay, Kanchan, like writing is important in public relations, so speaking is also important because it's part of communication. And speaking at various events, seminars, or in your organization where you invite media people, other related guests, it's very important because, speaking at events where customers are likely to attend helps position you as a leader or innovator in your field. As a business owner or leader or building reputation as an expert also builds the reputation of your business and draws new customers. It is with public relations, and in public relations we have various clients where they want us to let people know what their business is all about, where they want us to let we the PR experts make their image by speaking. So it's important. Speaking is important.
So what are those platforms when it is become very mandatory for a PR practitioner, professional to really take advantage of speaking to his clients or public, to the public in general?
Okay, so the first important aspect is when we're dealing with media, because it is the media who makes and breaks the image. So it's very important to handle the media. So make your reputation in front of media. So this is like when you have the media visit your organization, or when you are holding a press conference, you're talking to media, speaking in front of them. And then there are at times where you go out and do the licensing, where you attend various business functions, dinners, and that time what you are speaking is important, and various seminars where you are invited to speak about certain ideas. Like, for example, I just want to give you an idea. Before the COVID started, I was invited in Ashoka Hotel, and where various people from different universities of Delhi and NCR were invited, and we were invited to speak that why it is important for students, if they do not get admission in government universities like BU, why it is important for them to continue with their study and come to private universities. And I was told to speak about mass communication. So it's a kind of a subtle form of marketing also. So you should know your subject, you should know the clients you are dealing with. So at that time, I was speaking with students and their parents. So it was speaking about the education. So we have various things which are happening all around the world, globe, and even now we have various sessions on Zoom where we speak to the clients, and it's a kind of a get together on Zoom, but you have to build reputation of your product.
Right, you have mentioned a very valid point, because we in public relation do write-ups for the product and the services which we offer. But when we also take advantage of any seminars or trade fair or any event which is being organized, to take the opportunity to speak to our audience directly. Now the question comes that every PR professional, is it mandatory for him or her to be a public speaker? Because anybody who is good in communication or good in public speaking can only handle this portfolio. So is it first question is whether it is important to be a public relations public speakers, and another thing that are you if you are not, so do you get in-house training to become a public relation, or it is mandatory for any public relation professional to be a first public speaker? What is your opinion?
Okay, so it is not mandatory to be a public speaker, because I've seen people who write very well. They are at times very shy of speaking in front of public. And also, the top management people, at times they do not want to speak in front of public. So they have their PR practitioners or some person from the PR team who goes out and represents the management. So it's very common that the management people don't speak themselves. Also, I have seen many people from PR industry, they are very shy of speaking. So, you gain confidence. It's just a game of confidence. You need to have confidence. And because PR people, they know everything about the business of their client or the organization they are working in. It is just the confidence of dealing with people. So confidence builds up over the period of time. And once you are there in front of the people on the podium speaking to them, it is very good, because these events are valuable for any public relational practitioner, because they are promotional opportunities. Even if you don't have an invitation or as a top speaker, but even if you have an invitation of speaking, you simply build a reputation by having your business name or logo in the event listing, or delivering a presentation about your company's innovation, new product, new ideas, strategy. Additionally, these events provide valuable networking opportunities. So these are very good networking opportunities. So one should build up the confidence of speaking.
Well, at this point of our program, I would like to really mention about any of the case study or any public speaker or any PR professional who has done some wonders even while speaking. And once he has given a keynote address, and we really got a very good response regarding that product or services. Can you discuss any case study?
Yes. So it's Mr. Late Alec Padensi. He was a theatre personality also, and he headed Linta's advertising agency for a quite number of period of time, many years. So later on, these advertising agencies also got into the business of public relations. And there was an event where Mr. Padensi spoke about why it is important for everyone to do public relations in India. So the idea he sold to people, the way he was speaking, it was very mesmerizing. It was very good, wonderfully presented. He had command over his language, and he knew what he was speaking, and the way he answered all the questions. That was something I really looked up to, that, okay, he was getting connected with his guest, with his speaker. So I'm not the speaker, with the invited guest. And number two, I should mention here, is our Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi. He is a very good speaker, and the public relation work he's doing is wonderful. So that's also building the image of the country.
Well, lastly, I would like to ask you one question. In case a layperson like me who is not from public relation domain, how I would prepare my keynote address? What are the parameters I should take care while addressing to the target audience?
Okay, so if the person is not from the PR industry, the person should know what the business is all about. Basically, the basic of the business. The person should know the basic of the business, and he or she should be told what is the event all about. Why do they have to speak? What is the objective of their speaking? So that should be told to the person. The person should be given a
Yes, so we are in, I think there's a loss of connection for a while. We will, yeah. So we were talking about the parameters where we require.
Yes. So I repeat again.
Yes.
So, content, the person, the one who has to speak, should be given brief about the organization. What is the organization all about? What do they do? And why that particular event is being held where they have to speak? What is the objective? They should also, it is very important that they should also be given a printed literature about what the event is all about, what are they supposed to do, and what is the organization all about. And if the person is clear about all these three aspects, he or she can just speak about it.
Okay, it was a great points we have discussed. Now I would like to just ask you any last points you want to share with our audience regarding this this important aspect of public relation activity.
So the important aspect of the speaking in public relation activities that you should be, you should be reading a lot. You should be aware about what's happening around you, because anything happening around you is related with your business, your client. It can, so you should be aware about all the things happening around you, and you should have the confidence. Plus, being a good speaker, you should be a good listener also. It's very important to listen also. If you are a good listener, then only you can be a good speaker also.
Well, as usual, it is so wonderful to talk to you today regarding this aspect of public relation activity. We will be meeting again with some different thought-provoking topic in public relation domain. Till then, bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Take care. Thank you.
Good morning, Neville.
Good morning, CK. How are you?
Yeah, we are enjoying the first day of total lockdown in India, but I'm at work.
Good. Pleased to hear it, even though casual.
Of course, because we are working from home.
Ah, now there you go. Because lockdown does mean working from home. And guess what? I'm in my study, so I'm working from home too. And that's the whole point, okay? So let's get people into the right frame of mind to continue to work, because an SME owner, an entrepreneur, needs to keep their business running. And what that means is, although we're in this physical distancing, this isn't social distancing, because you and I are being very social. but we're physically distanced away. And a lot of listeners and watchers on here are going to be physically distanced from their business and physically distanced from the people that they work with in their business. But that doesn't mean you keep the distance. You must have a routine and get on with it. So today, day one, is all about creating that routine. The good news is you and I woke up as normal. We got ready for work as normal, and we're in work as normal. But how many of the listeners have actually done that today? How many are physically in their little office at home with the kids running around, and maybe your parents live with you as well, shouting and screaming and the dog barking? How many of you have physically got yourself in that mindset to work? You have.
Well, as far as I can see from my window, there are people who think it's a holiday, and there are few guys who are panicking. They're trying to get or basically flock around the provision stores. So all kind of people, there are. I think it'll take 1 or 2 days for this feeling to sink in, and then people start realizing they have to work, and hence they will come back to their small home offices like you and me, start working.
Well, the point is, get ahead of the game. This isn't a holiday. This isn't, we haven't suddenly jetted off to sunnier climes. And the other thing is, in India, it's the first of 21 days. This is 3 weeks. And the point is, let's make it the best 3 weeks for your business ever. And the best thing we can say is get into a routine immediately. If you wake up in the morning and you get dressed and you do, your physical things, have a shower, get yourself clean, etc., do it. Do it every single day. Don't say, oh, I'm going to have a lie-in this morning. Don't even start, The government have given you the time off. You haven't given yourself the time off. The weekend's coming. That's time off. But today's Wednesday. So let's use this as a driving opportunity to get your business in the shape that other people are not going to be, because they're going to take it as a holiday. So let's be smart. Get yourself ready for work. Create the routine that you normally do. And the only thing about from that routine that you're not going to do is physically open that front door and get in the car and go to work. But go through the motions. Mentally go through those motions. And the most important thing is here, now take the opportunity to create a workspace at home that's just yours.
The problem,
away from everybody else.
Neville, the problem is we are all so much used to getting stuck for 1 hour or 1.5 hours in traffic. So I recommend get a car game downloaded on your PC, and if you're bored of sitting in office, start driving a car.
There you go. So we can do lots of things and make it fun. But the thing is, we need to create that routine. I can't stress it enough. This isn't a prescription. We shouldn't be thinking other people are going to give me loads and loads and loads of advice. The simple advice is do what you did yesterday. The only difference is you're not physically going out the front door.
Right.
But now what you need to do is create that workspace at home. It may be in the end of the garden. And the thing is, lots of people are going to be outside now in their gardens, in their backyards, because it's a holiday. But it's not a holiday for you. Take this opportunity, take yourself away to a quiet place in your house somewhere, and physically make that space yours. Create it as a workspace. And the other thing is, your colleagues, your business associates are now all at home. Don't lose contact. That doesn't mean to say you're on the telephone all day. You don't need to do that. You can be there socially engaging with them on Twitter, on Facebook, through your own website, on on email, on LinkedIn. You can create all of this stuff that you've put off. Now's the opportunity to do it. And it's as simple as that. And I think what we need to do is just, that's a bite-sized chunk. Create a routine, find a space in your work, your home space now that you can call yours for 2 or 3 hours a day and get on with it, because life will not stop. And the businesses that will succeed are the ones that create that routine today. Day one. So I'll see you on day 2.
Right. So let's start with our work and I'll catch up with you tomorrow.
Fantastic. Good luck, everybody. Thanks, CK. See you tomorrow.
Have a nice day, Neville. Bye-bye.
And you.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmak, and I welcome you all to this very interesting subject that we want to discuss today. It's about colonizing other planets. And to discuss this matter further, let me invite my friend from UK, Mr. Naval Gund.
Good morning, CK. Colonizing other planets. Elon Musk says by 2060, 1 million people will have been taken to Mars. So what's that going to look like? You know, Mars is several billion miles away, and we're not going to get there overnight. This isn't like, jumping on a plane and nipping around the globe. What's it going to look like? What do you think?
Well, first of all, getting there is a big challenge as of now, as we see it. But I think a lot of development is going on right now, where you can get to Mars in less than a week. I mean, it's all question of propulsion. If you have a faster propulsion, you can get there faster. And since the current technology, we don't hear about it. So that is why our assumption is that it will take 8 months, 6 months to reach Mars. The idea of SpaceX is that they want to send 1 million men and women to Mars on a no return basis. That means there are no return tickets. All you have to do is get there, establish yourself, build a colony for yourself. There'll be no material provided. You can't take anything from Earth like cement or food or anything like that. No luxuries. So you have to build your cities, build your roads, and build your food, create your food. So I think these are the big challenges that first settlers will have to face. And of course, they will also reproduce. They will have, byproducts of their own genetic material, and they have to put those little beings into schools. So I think
Exactly. The byproducts are going to be babies, basically. And that's what the human race is all about. It's about, projection and improvement. And certainly that settlement will need, a new army coming through. They'll need rules, regulations, there'll be governance. I'm not too sure there'll be roads, to be honest with you, CK. I mean, maybe they'll just be, hovering around all over the place. There won't be roads. There'll be directions and there'll be robots taking you here, there, and everywhere. But it's a fascinating concept, isn't it? When you start to look at what would these teenagers, let's project another few years beyond the first colonization. And it's going to look, let's just say it's going to look something like your background. There's going to be a colony. I mean, it's going to be enclosed. Maybe it's got its own environment, because Mars is a pretty nasty, toxic environment, as we keep being told. But we need to assume that an Eden type project is underway. And then these young adults, really, these teenagers, 14, 15 years old, are going to be toddling off to school. Again, are they going to be going to school? I mean, who knows? What would school be? So let's just think about the subjects. What would they be taught? at sort of teenage levels, say 13, 14, 15-year-olds, you know, the rebellious age of a teenager. And remember, they will have already gone on a few spacewalks. I mean, that's got to be a given, hasn't it? You know, they're on another planet. They're away from everywhere. They're already contributing to society. They may even be tilling their own garden somewhere, you know, growing carrots or space carrots or whatever we want to call them. So what type of education system are we going to look at there? Would it look like the system we've got today, where you've got physics taught separately from maths and chemistry and a foreign language and astrology? Although we don't teach astrology, do we? But I bet we'll be teaching astrology then. But certainly mathematics, certainly physics, because those will be probably the grounding, the foundation stones for these future scientists, because this is who they are. They're a new colony. They're in the middle of nowhere. And the next place is to go to the middle of nowhere else, really. You know, find a black hole. So come on, CK. I know you've got thousands of ideas bouncing through those ears. What do you think? What would an education system look like in 2074 on Mars?
Well, I just want to start my conversation by saying that instead of growing the space carrots, I think most likely the first settlers will be growing poo potatoes.
Potatoes. Okay, well, whatever. But they'll be
Right.
growing something. They'll be learning about food technology at a very early age, I expect.
Absolutely. And I think these are the two critical items that settlers will have to learn is how to grow, because there is no topsoil on the Mars. So they have to find ways of developing a new topsoil, because the topsoil has been taken for granted on Earth because it's been around for billions of years. But you have to create a topsoil so that you can sustain the life, grow your vegetables, etc. And the second thing is the universal language of mathematics, because if you don't know mathematics, you can't really construct anything. So I think the second challenge these guys would have to face is to construct their buildings which can protect them from the nasty environment. As you mentioned, Neville, the oxygen levels are different. It's not breathable air on Mars. The gravity is 1/3 of Earth. To go to space from Mars is a lot easier than Earth. So you can have space missions organized by schools every once in a year or so. It may be much easier to launch students on a scouting mission in the orbit on Mars. So I think the first thing they have to learn is to generate their own food, generate their water, generate their oxygen. For that, the life sciences is the key subject. And the second subject would be mathematics, so that they can construct their buildings.
Well, those are two huge subjects in themselves. And, let's remember that these young adults will have started like babies that we've got here. They'll be curious. They'll be encouraged to keep that curiosity, because space is the frontier. As the Star Trek says, space, the final frontier, Stardate, ... Captain Kirk on his travels. They are the future Captain Kirks. So when you think of what you see on a Star Trek mission, all of these people are huge intellect. They've also got access to huge computers, huge databases. All the analysis is being done for them. They just need to interpret what the analysis is. They need to work together as a team. So from a very early age, all of this team building that businesses here absolutely crave for will be taught as a matter of consequence. There won't be any thought process that it won't be taught. And it will be taught because we're going to be doing things together. As you mentioned, food technology is going to be absolutely paramount. So from a very early age, they will be working in teams. And they'll be specializing in certain elements of that team. So it will look, even from a 4-year-old's perspective, it will look very, very different to an education system here. I mean, will it be a system? You know, will parents have direct responsibility, as we do here, to bring up your own children, or will it be the role of the community? So, in other words, parents are just, you know, the pods. You know, you're just the transitional arena, and now it's the community that takes care of everybody, even the parents. It's the community that's taking care of everybody. So it's a fascinating arena of what we would be creating, designing then. But now let's ask the question, why aren't we doing that now?
Well, Naval, I think in order to give better chances for the Homo sapiens or our civilization to succeed, we must have more than one option. So Earth is one of the option, and we must create another option, maybe multiple options. So if there are multiple options available, there is a better chance of survival. So I think we must colonize other planets within our solar systems, maybe Venus in future, Mars, and I think you must understand, or everyone should understand, that there will be mutation. So once the settlers go and settle on Mars, the species which evolve after a couple of generations will be different from the Earthlings. They will evolve differently, and you have actually raised a very pertinent question. Their education system will be totally different. I think, for after sorted out the issues related to food and construction, they have to also study material science, because once you know how to construct buildings on Mars, you need to get the material, because you can't get the material from Earth. All these materials are readily available on Earth. We have rock, we have gravel, we have sand, and we take it for granted. But on Mars, we have only sand. How do we produce concrete? So then the third subject would be the material science. They have to get use the local material to build their houses. But I must make a very important point here now. We are doing all these studies, and during the growing years, the student minds are channelized. There is bunch of literature, there is bunch of music, there is bunch of games as part of their curriculum. And if those things are missing on Mars, the race will have a totally different outlook. You know, just imagine after a couple of generations, if they don't have any literature to teach, I mean, they can't teach literature because there is nothing locally available. They will have to borrow it from Earth. So until unless they build their history, there'll be nothing called history lessons. There'll be nothing like a literature or a poem. So I think there will be a very strong need to evolve new mechanism on Mars to channelize brain. Otherwise, they will go haywire.
I think you're absolutely right, and it's